$0.5 million. The financing source was low-income housing tax credit and Cdbg DR. Again, new construction. Construction is complete. Project closeout phase is ongoing. The project, Own a Lot, Build a Home. This led by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. This program will administer Cdbg DR funding to support first-time home buyers with the construction of a single-family home on the landowner's existing property. Qualified applicants may be eligible to receive financial assistance in the form of 0% interest forgivable loan to be used towards the construction of a new home on their existing property, including eligible prepaid and/or closing costs. This amount funded is $12.5 million. Financing source will be Cdbg DR and banking institutions. This is a new construction and single-family home. The status, the implementation of the program option is contingent on the approval of the third substantial amendment by HUD. Currently, the staff is finalizing processes by meeting with lenders prior to marketing and program launch within the third quarter of 2022. The project, the Randolph Harley Power Plant, new generation, led by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. WAPA has purchased and is in the process of installing a dual capacity, efficient conventional power generating technology that utilizes liquefied petroleum gas or liquefied natural gas as a primary fuel source and ultra-low diesel fuel as a second fuel supply. The project will increase the electrical system's reliability. The funded amount, $95.6 million. The status, the generators have been delivered to the plant and are currently being installed, along with the construction of the cooling system required for operation. The projected operating date is March 2023. The project, Convenience Centers, led by the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. Waste Management Authority will upgrade 5 existing bin sites and the St. John Transfer Station, as well as relocate the Black Point Hill location to Bournefield. This is to mitigate the impacts on its existing solid waste collection system, which was physically overwhelmed with waste after the hurricanes, creating hazard to the public health, public safety, and the environment. Each center will have multiple collection areas that includes bins, compactors, and sheds to segregate waste. The center shall facilitate the implementation of Waste Management's waste diversion program. The proposed convenience centers would be located at Susannaburg in St. John, Smith Bay, Red Hook, and Bournefield in St. Thomas, and Concordia, Montbijou, and Cotton Valley on St. Croix. The funded amount is a little over $10.9 million. Waste Management is addressing site control and zoning. Red Hook, Concordia, Cotton Valley, Montbijou, and Susannaburg centers require leases from the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Bournefield Center requires a lease from the VI Housing Authority. Waste Management Authority is in the process of obtaining rezoning for the Smith Bay, Red Hook, Concordia, Cotton Valley, Montbijou, and Susannaburg centers. The Smith Bay site is owned by Waste Management, and the acquisition of the adjacent property is pending. The project, Street Addressing Initiative territory-wide, led by the Lieutenant Governor's Office. This project proposes to finalize the USVI Street Addressing Grid and the Master Address Repository System, also known as MARS, bringing the territory into compliance with the established national and regional standards. The project will create over 150,000 geocoded address points, establish names for all roadways in the territory, erect the street name signs, and publish the release of the MARS. The Lieutenant Governor's Office will maintain and administer the MARS. The funded amount, $5.3 million. The project is pending environmental review. The final portion of this review involves Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act review. The territory-wide project proposes to erect signage in the historic districts which are in the oversight of the VI State Historical Preservation Office. This act requires federal agencies to consider the effects of federally funded projects on historic properties and afford the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation an opportunity to comment on such projects prior to the expenditure of any federal funds. The project, Vision 2040, led by the Economic Development Authority. Vision 2040 is proposed as a 20-year long-term strategic economic recovery and development plan intended to foster an opportunity for U.S. Virgin Islands to become one of the most prosperous and resilient economies. The project is geared toward conducting research to determine avenues for economic growth, job creation, and wealth. The funded amount, $375,000. In March 2021, the plan was officially released in conjunction with the Office of the Governor, the EDA, and the studies consultant firm Camion 310 and Associates. Vision 2040 plan can be found at usvi2040.com. USVI government has begun examining and implementing suggested workforce initiatives based on the 2040 plan. The Skills for Today program under Virgin Islands Department of Labor utilizes Cdbg funding for workforce training. The 2-year program includes training in the following areas: construction, hospitality, information technology, management based on job training selected, and other needed fields in the current labor market. Upon completion of the program, enrollees will be given certificates in their respective program. The Department of Labor's workforce program is aligned with the Vision 2040's initiative area 3, Education and Workforce Development. The CDBG program has completed all payments associated with the plan. The project, Tourism Industry Support Marketing Campaign, led by the VI Department of Tourism. The U.S. Virgin Islands Department of Tourism focused on establishing robust marketing campaign, highlighting the U.S. Virgin Islands as being open for business following the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017. The campaign's intent is to offset negative perceptions of storm-related damage within the territory while reinforcing our position as one of the top destinations for leisure, romance, culture, and history. The Department of Housing and Urban Development granted a 1-year extension for the completion of the tourism marketing campaign project due to the impact of COVID-19. The proposed funded amount, $10 million. The agency procured the services of Mild Partnership, a strategic marketing company focused on travel and tourism. The company's contracted promotional activities include branding and creation, marketing strategic consultant, and media planning. The Department of Tourism utilized Miles Partnership, digitized advertising in targeted U.S. markets. The digital content media buys include television, social media, 5 to 10-second billboard advertising, satellite, and iHeart radio stations. In October 2021, the department launched a Welcome Back campaign in cities such as Charlotte, Miami, Houston, New York, and Atlanta. The disaster-related campaign coincided with the territory's 2021-2022 winter campaign. Miles Partnership contract is valued at a little over $2 million. The project, Workforce Development Skills for Today on the Job Training, spearheaded by the VI Department of Labor. The Workforce Development Program provides disaster recovery funding for training providers, educational institutions, and employers. The Workforce Development Program focuses on training low to moderate income residents in the field of construction and other related jobs deemed necessary for the territory. Successful candidates will initiate a curriculum with job readiness workshops and continue through to completion of occupational skills training. The amount, $10 million. On February 16, 2021, the Department of Property and Procurement favorably approved ICF as the selected contractor for project management services for the Workforce Development Program. The contract between the Department of Labor and ICF was approved for $9,010,085.66. $0.76. The contract stipulates that ICF will train 640 individuals over 2 years in occupations based on current labor market. Occupations involved in skill training include construction, leisure, and hospitality, and information technology. Since the inception of the Skills for Today program, 22 individuals have obtained the National Center for Construction Education and Research certification. On March 7, 2022, another construction cohort started with 17 enrollees on the island of St. Croix, and in the St. Thomas St. John district, 15 participants are scheduled to begin on March 21, 2022. The project, Charlotte Amalie Channel Waiko Dredging Project, and Crown Bay East Gregory Channel Dredging Project on St. Thomas, led by the Virgin Islands Port Authority. The dredging project will allow larger ships to berth in the harbors of St. Thomas. The funded amount is a little over $23.9 million and a little over $15.5 million, respectively. Because this project is of great importance to the territory, the application approved on August 20, 2020. While the project did not initially meet HUD's eligibility requirements under the Economic Revitalization Program, HUD did suggest moving it under the Infrastructure Program, which would keep the funding intact. VIHFA is in the process of submitting a substantial amendment to HUD requesting authorization for the reallocation of the port dredging funds to the Infrastructure Program. The project, Sister Emma Cottage on St. Croix. This will be spearheaded by the Lutheran Social Services of the Virgin Islands. The project will replace the existing hurricane-damaged building that exists. This group home provides children with disabilities who are under the care of the government safe, clean, and comfortable housing along with quality care. The funded amount, $4 million. The application is in the final approval phase, with the issuance of VIHFA's notice to proceed expected before March 31st. The issuance of an RFP by Lutheran Social Services will follow in April of 2022. New construction will conclude September 2023. The Ross Mixed Use Project, led by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. The Ross Mixed Use Project is a proposed 3-level building that will consist of commercial bays on the 2 lower floors and residential units on the 3rd floor. The residential unit on the 3rd floor will be comprised of 4 2-bedroom units and 4 1-bedroom units. The units will include shutters and/or impact-resistant windows with energy-efficient measures for appliances, HVAC systems, low-flow plumbing, and energy-efficient window glazing to reduce heat transfer. The proposed project includes underground conduits. Funded amount, $2.9 million. The funding source, Cdbg and local funds. This is new construction. The status, the RFP for this project is currently being advertised, and a contract award is expected by July 1, 2022 for construction completion date of 2025. The project, Mount Pleasant, St. Croix, spearheaded by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. This is a 7 single-family unit, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. Projected amount, $1.6 million. Financing source is Cdbg and local funds. This is new construction. The project is currently in the environmental phase as required by HUD. Once this is complete, we will move for procurement and an RFP will be issued. The project, local match. The Non-Federal Local Match Disaster Recovery Program provides the cost share for FEMA public assistance projects, including publicly assisted housing projects requiring match, acquisition of real property, the public facilities and improvements, clearance, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and construction of buildings and public services. Congress allows HUD to provide Cdbg funds to be a source of federal funding to provide the local match. The match projects must correspond to Cdbg eligible activity and meet a national objective and demonstrate a direct connection to the disaster. Funds are available to governmental agencies, authorities, and nonprofit organizations via approved FEMA project worksheets. Currently, the match program has an approved budget of about $417 million. The match program has funded a little over $89 million for USVI FEMA obligated projects. An additional 22 projects representing $423 million in FEMA project costs and $42.3 million in local match funds are currently pending review and approval. Cdbg MIT program. The implementation plan, as required by HUD Federal Register Notice, defines mitigation as those activities that increase resilience to disasters and reduce or eliminate the long-term risk of loss of life, injury, damage to, and loss of property, and suffering and hardship by lessening the impact of future disasters. The Community Development Block Grant, MIT, is a $774 million grant funded by a fourth allocation, which the territory has 12 years to expend. 50% of the grant must benefit low to moderate income people. The CDBG DR MIT Action Plan draft is complete and is published on the website cdbgdr.vihfa.gov. The action plan was submitted to HUD in December. Infrastructure and public facilities account for 54% of the mitigation projects, a total of $418 million. Infrastructure projects include UVI multipurpose complex at $25 million, waste management landfill at $100 million, public works road mitigation projects at $147 million, Gallows Bay dredging at $6 million, and the Human Services Home for the Elderly at $50 million. Economic resilience and revitalization projects account for 10% and total $76.7 million. Private and public businesses will be able to submit applications for commercial hardening and small businesses mitigation. Housing accounts for 25% of the plan and totals $192 million. In the housing bucket, $102 million is set aside for multifamily housing, including the Virgin Islands Housing Authority and other developers. New home construction makes up $61.5 million, plus an additional $23.5 million for homeless initiative, which is earmarked for nonprofit, and $5.1 million for innovative resilient housing. The remaining 11% is set aside for public services, planning, and administration. At my request, we recently met with HUD representatives who provided additional guidance on the components of the implementation plan, which is required prior to the release of funds. We anticipate submitting to the plan to HUD within the month. While the submission is pending, we are working with our contracting partners to make our MIT application both user-friendly and functional for the authority. CDBG CV and ESG CV. In addition to the territory's disaster recovery initiative, the VIHFA also administers several COVID-related programs. As part of the federal response to the COVID-19 pandemic, jurisdictions, to include the territory, were awarded special allocations of funding known as CDBG COVID CV and ESG COVID CV. These funds are required to be used to plan, prepare for, and respond to the short and long-term impacts of the pandemic. The Virgin Islands has been allocated a total of $2.8 million in CDBG funding. At least 70% of CDBG CV grant funds must be expended for activities that benefit low and moderate income persons by providing housing, a permanent job, public service, or access to new or significantly improved infrastructure. The remaining 30% may be used to eliminate slum or blight conditions or to address an urgent need for which the grantee certifies it has no other funding. Eligible activities include public service housing, public improvements and facilities, activities to acquire real property, economic development, general, administrative, and planning. These must benefit residents within the jurisdiction of the grantee or as permitted by the CARES Act. Current projects under consideration for CDBG CV funding are sponsorship of territory-wide activities for seniors and youth, purchase of emergency supplies for nonprofit organizations, and financial support to organizations providing housing, sheltering assistance to the homeless. The VIHFA will publish its solicitation within the next week, seeking to receive proposal from nonprofits and public agencies for additional projects for consideration under the CDBG CV funding. The solicitation will be published in conventional newspapers or general circulation, electronic newspapers, VIHFA's website, and social media pages, as well as media resources of the Territory's Office of Disaster Recovery. The CDBG CV statutory deadlines include 6 years to expend all funds, and 80% of all funds must be disbursed by the end of a 3-year performance period. The Territory was also allocated a little over $2.2 million in special COVID funding under the Emergency Solutions Grant. This funding is used to prevent, prepare for, and respond to coronavirus, specifically among individuals and families who are homeless, at risk of becoming homeless, or related assistance and support for prevention activities. The VIHFA recently executed 8 sub-recipient grant agreements with various nonprofits and governmental agencies to receive funding under this award and expects to begin dispersing payments by the end of March. The statutory deadline for ESGCV is September 30th, 2022. Homeowner Assistance Fund. The purpose of the Homeowner Assistance Fund is to prevent mortgage delinquencies and defaults, foreclosures, and displacement of homeowners experiencing financial hardship after January 21, 2020. Funds of the HAF may be used for assistance with mortgage payments, homeowners insurance, delinquent property taxes, and other specified purposes. Pursuant to the statutory guidelines, homeowners with federally backed mortgages, such as FHA, veterans loans, and rural development, as well as those experiencing the greatest hardships, will be prioritized. The U.S. Treasury allotted $30 million to be divided among the territories of Guam, American Samoa, and the U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Based on the territory's population, the U.S. Virgin Islands will receive a little over $8.5 million of this amount. In November 2021, the action plan was submitted to the U.S. Treasury detailing the territory's use of funding. U.S. Treasury responded in January of 22, requesting additional information on the proposed plan. One of the Treasury's main questions stemmed from the lack of quantifiable data from lenders regarding the status of delinquent mortgages in the territory. This information was submitted to Treasury in early March. The HFA will provide assistance in the following order of priority: mortgage loan reinstatements, including escrow, mortgage payment assistance to make a loan current, mortgage principal reduction to facilitate mortgage refinancing or modification, prevention of homeowner displacement, delinquent property taxes, hazard insurance, and other measures to prevent homeowner displacement, for example, payment of delinquent condominium fees, which will also include assistance to applicants. The authority looks forward to the Treasury's reply and approval of the application. In the interim, the authority has begun developing a request for proposal for an entity that will provide data entry and case management services. The publication for the proposal will begin in March. Senator Saru, thank you for the opportunity to present this information. We understand our presentation was lengthy, but we wanted to take advantage of the time to update both you and the public on the status of our projects, our challenges, and what we're doing to push things forward. I offer my sincere gratitude to our VIHFA staff, along with the team here with me today. We are ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Interim Director Clendenin. You highlighted some of your staff. Your staff will be here with you today. Is Ms. Hector available?
No, Senator, she is not.
Can she join from the office?
No, Senator, she cannot.
Do you have somebody to answer the questions on ERAP?
Yes, Ms. Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, will do her very best to answer those questions.
Okay. We'll proceed with testimony from Director Williams Actilene. You may proceed at this time.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Janelle K. Saru.
Hold
Chairwoman-
a second. Before you proceed, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Carrion. Can you mark him present? I apologize. You may proceed, Director Williams Actilene.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Senator Janelle K. Saru, Chairwoman of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure, other members of the committee, fellow testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Adrienne L. Williams Actilene, Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery. I am accompanied today by Arthur Watlington Francis, Deputy Director of Finance and Compliance, and thank you for the opportunity to provide updates on recovery efforts of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. With over 1,500 projects across the territory, the Office of Disaster Recovery has identified priority projects and convenes regular meetings with critical agencies to ensure we get the funds, spend the funds, and of course, spend them correctly. ODR collaborates with these agencies to ascertain the status and identify cross-cutting impediments to project completion, to include matters related to funding, permitting, procurement, contracting, payments, and project management. ODR works closely with the VI Housing Finance Authority on critical housing projects to include, but not limited to, the closeout of the Sheltering and Temporary Essential Power Pilot Program, otherwise known as STEP, Envision Tomorrow, New Affordable Housing Opportunities, and the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The successes of the STEP program, which provided temporary repairs to 6,560 homes and permanent roofing repairs to over 1,600 homes, was overshadowed by the significant delay in paying contractors. After a tremendous amount of effort and negotiations with FEMA, the STEP program was approved to pay out $726.7 million to contractors. However, another $85 million is currently going through the appeal process with FEMA. The HUD-funded Envision Tomorrow program replaced the STEP program and has over 1,500 homeowners registered in the program. ODR meets on a bi-weekly basis with HFA to receive updates on both the Envision Tomorrow and other Cdbg DR programs and work collaboratively to address recovery issues and ensure projects are moving forward. The Cdbg DR program has been identified as the funding source for the match payment required for FEMA public assistance project. To date, $500 million has been pledged to cover the non-federal share of these projects. However, based on recent FEMA approvals, this amount may not be sufficient. The recent approval of the wastewater lines replacement on St. Croix and the pending request for the same in the St. Thomas St. John district has the potential to increase FEMA funding to over $7 billion, thus requiring an additional $200 million in match that has yet to be identified. It is for this reason the territory continues to advocate for a waiver of the local match requirement. If the 10% cost share is waived, the territory can instead redirect funds to critical needs. Additionally, accessing the HUD funds for match requires developing an application and eligibility determination for every project, which requires a significant amount of manpower for this effort and causes delays in making timely payments to contractor. This effort continues to be the focus of the governor and the delegate to Congress. Madam Chair, this concludes a portion of my testimony on the recovery process related to the VI Housing Finance Authority. The authority has provided additional details and updates on their projects, and I will remain available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Williams Actilene. Colleagues, we'll go rapidly or quickly into a 10-minute round. We have a lot of things to discuss today based on the wealth of information provided. Senator Blaney, you may proceed at this time. Jaren, 10 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the viewing, listening audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Acting Director Clendenin and Director Williams-Actolin. And thank you so much for your testimonies. Before I begin this morning, I just want to remind you, Acting Director, and the listening and viewing public that we also have a follow-up hearing on Monday that have been rescheduled twice. First time, February the 14th, the director was no longer there. We had a next date. We couldn't meet at that time, and it's rescheduled for the 21st. So it just happened that you're going to be here back to back, which is fine because we have a lot to discuss. And of course, in that hearing on Monday, we're going to be focusing on the status of housing opportunities, home ownership opportunities, the start of the first-time homeowners program, Act number 8465, and plans for the future of the Housing Finance Authority, okay? So just be prepared for that meeting. I know you spoke in your meeting, in your testimony, I'm sorry, to a new project that you're bringing online as a result of the Cdbg DR funds. And it's own a lot, build a home, territorial program. I want to dive into that in respect to some questions. And the funding amount is $12.5 million. Zero interest, forgivable loan to be used towards construction of a new home. And the key is, when it comes to that program, is for folks with existing property, because I know in the future we have had many discussions that many folks here in the territory are land rich, cash poor. This program is revolutionary in terms of what will be done as a result of this program. So I want to really dive into this, to exactly what the details are, what it looks like in terms of income range, etc., because we don't want anyone and everyone with land, because we know that folks around here with land and capacity that can actually afford to build a home. But we want to really target those individuals, local individuals who have land but don't have the capacity to cash. And we know what the banks are doing on this time. So can you expound for me a little, please, so we can have a little dialogue? Because I think that's critical to many folks here in the territory, especially when it comes to moderate housing and other opportunities.
Sure, we're pretty excited about this program as well. It is to benefit low to moderate income folks, but I do have Ms. Lisa Richards, who's in charge of that program, and I will let her give you the details of it. Ms. Richards?
Please.
I'll put your name on.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity, this space, to speak a little bit about this program.
Sorry, hold on, Senator, it's time for me. Miss Richards, that's your name?
Lisa Richards.
Okay, just put your name and then title before you speak, and then you may proceed, okay?
Hey, good.
And just scoot up a little bit. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Richards. I am the Senior Program Manager with purview over public and affordable programs and new housing and infrastructure programs for the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Thank you for this space today to speak a little bit about this program, Own a Lot, Build a Home. It would be an opportunity for first-time home buyers to participate in the construction of a first home. It's a 0% interest forgivable loan, and it would be provided as gap financing with partnerships with the lending institutions that are currently in the territory in order to afford this opportunity to first-time home buyers. The details of the program are still being worked out. As was mentioned in the testimony by Director Clendenin, it is being introduced into the third substantial amendment, and we do look forward to the approval by HUD prior to marketing and launching this program.
Okay, thank you for that. And in addition to that, the regular Build a Home program, you know what? That's okay. I'll save that for Monday. Let me go into your team and what you spoke to in respect to in your testimony. I made a note of it because I found it to be interested. You said, and to me it was a powerful statement. You're going to focus on outcomes instead of effort. And you also spoke to conducting a high-level assessment of your disaster recovery program and find effective solutions. What have you found us for? And what's your thought on what's going on in that space?
Sure. So it was important, sometimes when you are in a problem, it's difficult to see the problem. So it was important for us to take a step back and have a reputable company like SBP. They do some of the same webinars we attend in terms of shrinking recovery time. And we asked them, by way of a bid, of course, to come and take a look at our homeowner program. What are we doing right? What are we not doing well? What are those improvements that can happen? And I'm telling you and the public, it was really, really brutal. That's the truth. But it provided opportunities for us to get better. Some of the things we know we have to do a better job of is communication. We don't tell the public enough what the challenges are, what we're doing, where we are, and we don't tell our own employees enough what the challenges are, where we are. So that was just one aspect to communicate. Another one was policies. We have way too many policies, and everything has a policy when it's not necessary. So by streamlining those processes, we hope to see some rapid changes there. So that was just some of the things that they said. There's a lot more, and I'm happy to share it with you.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, and that's music to my ears because it makes sense to me. Let me speak briefly in respect to the Envision program. And you spoke to SBP, and you spoke to the materials, etc. You say it's going to be assured that you use the good material. Who's going to approve that portion? Who's going to say, yes, this is good enough, is sound to move forward? And for the ones that you're not going to be using, you say it's going to be done according to whatever. Is there any way, well, first of all, what does that look like in terms of the who's going to approve? Secondly, the material that's not going to be used, how you're going to disregard, get rid of it? And based on that, your answer, I want to know what can be done in terms of getting that material to others that can use it instead of destroying it. I don't believe in destroying stuff that others can use because one man treasure is another man's treasure. I don't believe in that. So can you talk about a quick brief?
Sure, and I'll answer the last part first. In reference to destroying or getting rid of, I would have to go back to what our agreement was with FEMA because FEMA really gave us the materials to be used on the homes.
Correct.
So if it's not used, I would have to go back, but I'm happy to provide that later. Ms. Hanley and her team, construction managers, are right now building out that process for the use of the wood. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, Ms. Hanley?
The lumber.
The lumber.
What we're doing with
Please state your name before you speak, please. Thank you.
Anna Hanley, what we're doing with our contractor, IS, is putting a pick system in place, a pull system that will be utilized by the contractors who are doing work at our at the projects at the homes. That will include a standard operating procedure for how they come into the property to receive the material. They have to give us a 2-day period by which the material will be sorted for the contractor that is based on the design for repairs on the properties.
No, but what I want to know is in terms of the quality of the material, who is going to say whether, yes, this material is still good to move forward or no, you can't use it? That's my question.
1 minute.
Who is the point person when it comes to assuring that the material is sound?
1 minute.
That will be done in conjunction with ISG and our warehouse manager.
And how many contractors do we have in the pipeline right now to move forward with this program, the Envision program? How many contractors do we have online?
We have 27 projects that are in construction. We have an additional 8 that is to be bought online. And with our large contractor, PSC, they are pending an additional 11 projects to be put online.
Okay, very well. And we do not foresee any stalling or hold up when it comes to payment to our local contractors, do we?
No, Senator. We're working on our internal process to improve our processes for payment. With the large contractor, that is based on the percent completion of work, which is 25,
Time.
50, 75, and 100% complete.
Because I guess you guys learned from when you started out at first, because we had many issues in terms of payment, etc. So I appreciate that and look forward to the second round because I have many more questions. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time, and thank you for responses.
Point of inquiry, Senator Bailey. Senator Blaine, you're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you define what's a 0% forgivable loan?
Sure. Oh, she left, huh?
Ms. Richards, come back. You may need to just take a permanent seat there for the morning. We'd like to talk to you, please.
And I clearly know what was 0%, but I want you to define the forgivable part. Because if you have a percentage, 0%, how do you factor in the forgivable portion and who qualifies for that?
Well, it's over a 20-year period, and it's based on occupancy of the residency by the person who acquires the funding. It's a grant, more or less. But they need to occupy the residence for 20 years, 20-year affordability period.
So we forgive what
And
So-
it's forgiven 1/20th based on that percentile.
Okay, so can you weigh in?
Hi, Senator. I think the term you're looking for is a soft second loan.
Name?
Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer.
Okay, so you pay a certain portion and then the remainder is forgiven.
All of it is forgivable. We are partnering with the banks to provide gap financing for clients who are interested in constructing a first home. It's a 0% loan. It's just another term for a grant, but they would have to occupy the residence for at least 20 years. If they try to sell it, there would be a portion of the amount that would have to be paid back based on at what juncture they try to sell that during the 20-year period.
Okay, and you're replicating an existing program from a next jurisdiction? Or we're just being very creative?
We're trying to be creative, and we're trying to also adhere to VIHFA's 20-year restriction in terms of resale and recapture.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask some more questions when it's my time.
Ms. Richards, this is important information. Well, not you. Interim Director, Planning. Who's your Public Relations Officer? You need some press on this.
Absolutely. So we have a team of 3. We have a new vision, a new direction. So you will be seeing a lot more if you haven't already from us. But with this program, what we really wanted to do, I want to have them shore up the program and then tell the public, because what I do not want is a repeat of
What
I
happened?
applied for the program, I can't hear anything. Like
You want
has-
it in-house to be perfect
Correct.
first, and then
Yes.
Correct.
No,
yes.
no worries with that, because you know homeownership and everything home is probably one of the hottest topics and probably one of the most fundamental issues of our time.
Yes.
Okay. And then there was a point of inquiry, Senator Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My point of inquiry is in regards, a little follow-up on previous Senator. In regards to the material, have anybody made an assessment of how much of this material that's been stored that is still of use? Have anyone made an assessment? And if they have, how much of this material is still in use and can be used to repair these homes?
Senator, on an ongoing basis, the contractor reviews the material. What is going to happen is, more than likely, Senator, the material that is on the top, that's the material that is not going to be usable. The idea is to utilize the material that is protected, which is in the middle portion of the stacks. As I said, via HFA warehouse manager, working in conjunction with ISG, will ensure that when the contractor comes to pull material, that material is of good quality and can be used in construction. As it relates to a percentage of the material that is acceptable, good, not with deficiencies, we don't have that right now, and we'll be able to provide that closer to the middle or the end of the project associated with its use. So that material that is not usable will be put to the side, and we will be able to quantify it.
I'm through the chair. When that time is available, can we, through the chair, if we can get a full report on how much of that material was not of use and how much was? Please, through the chair.
You are welcome. Will do. Testifiers, please say your name and your position before speaking. I don't want our reporters to admonish me again. Miss Richards. Let me write that down. You said for the owner lot builder home, you said low and moderate. What's the threshold for moderate?
Moderate, family of one, I believe, starts at 80,000.
80,000?
Yes. So it's 80 to 120% AMI. So it's a range from low to moderate income persons.
And who sets that threshold? How do you?
We are using our limits that's approved by HUD.
Before I go to Senator Joseph briefly, have you looked at the data with the population of the Virgin Islands, and have you identified the financial gap that the middle income fall in, that you'll be able to service them?
They utilize the St. John income limits to come up with a spread in terms of income for across the territory.
And lastly, come back to you, Ms. Richards. I have 100 questions for you today. Ms. Director, Interim Director Clendenin, Envision Tomorrow, I don't know who I should direct this to. TARPs have been on homes from 2017. We're in 2022. Those tarps have been shredded. The wind, they're tearing apart. Every time it rains, I cringe because I live in a neighborhood where I have some seniors who flood out, and it's painful. Is there a project in the interim to replace tarps? Is that something that you can work with Vitima on, FEMA, acquiring tarps, replacing tarps until it's a permanent fix for homes? Or do we just allow these tarps to just deteriorate and there's no plan B before we get to plan C?
Senator, I am not aware of such a program at this time, but I'd love to take it back and look at it and get back to you.
Good. Thank you. Senator Joseph?
A pleasant good morning, Madam Chair, my colleagues, viewing, listening audience, testifiers. I really want to commend the staff of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. I know your job, especially in the recovery after the 2017 back-to-back Category 5 hurricane, has not been easy. I know you are probably enduring a lot of distress and anxiety, but I want you to still dig deep and press on and be encouraged. I hold all of you in my prayers, and I am a prayer warrior almost every day because you're doing a Herculean job and trying to provide the services to our people who are in definite need. I always stress that we are an impoverished island. We're rich in faith, but really challenged when it comes to material things. But I want to encourage you to press on. Now, the previous senators mentioned, and we opened up a can of worms with these lumbers that we've had sitting for since God knows when, from a significant time. And I want to ask a question, and it deals with the financing, because some of these lumbers are going to be unusable. The material is going to be unusable. How are you going to justify those lumber that are unusable with HUD? Because federal funding was used. Was it HUD funding that was used to purchase it?
FEMA.
What funding was used? What's the funding source?
FEMA. These are lumber we acquired from FEMA. It was negotiated that we could use for these projects. In terms of getting rid of them if they're no longer good, etc., I would ask you for some time to go back and look at the agreement that talks about how we are able to dispose of it.
Okay, because how you're able to dispose of it and account for it, because
Of course.
we don't want FEMA, because they're playing hardball with us. That's how I look at it. That's my perspective, and I think I'm justifiable in saying it. They may play hardball and say, you know, you had all of this lumber sitting there for a while, you got to pay us back. And we don't have any money to pay back anybody right this minute. We owe too much for our government workers, and we have a lot of things to expend for all the needs that we have. We don't have a hospital and everything like that. We don't have any money to pay back no federal government. So I look forward to hearing from you exactly how FEMA is going to be receptive to that, because it's critical. We don't have any money to be paying back. We owe people even the tax returns. I don't understand all of that. Anyhow, let's go into your portion. Tell us kindly, what is the performance period for the Cdbg DR funds?
For the DR funds, we have until the 2026 to complete those projects.
2026, so that's 4 years from now. Okay, and what you have to complete, and how often do you submit your reports? It's quarterly reports, and is it your end of the quarter? How many days after the end of your quarter you are required to submit your reports?
We submit quarterly reports, and we sent that, usually it's due
45 or 60
1
days?
month right after the quarter ends.
30 days?
30 days, correct.
Okay. And have all of your reports been submitted timely?
Yes, we submit timely, but because we have a really good relationship at times with HUD, if something is missing or we didn't, they'll allow us to submit something else.
And
but
do it
yes.
as an amendment, correct? Okay, my only thing is the management of the funds and making sure you're submitting your reports timely, because that demonstrates to the funders that we have capacity, which they had placed us on a red list and saying that we didn't have capacity in the Virgin Islands. But just to make sure that you're at least making that effort to submit your reports timely. So I commend you on that. Now, I want to dive deeply into some of your reporting requirements that you mentioned here under the Community Development Block Grant, Disaster Recovery. You mentioned the Dunu Redevelopment Project. The funded amount is precisely 34 million. That's all Cdbg DR, or is that a combination of the LIHTC funding as well? This is on page 11 of your testimony. Is it your funded amount? Is it representing that Cdbg DR, or is it all, or is it a combination of Cdbg DR as well as LIHTC funding?
Cdbg DR.
The 34 million is total.
Yes.
So all of your funding that you mentioned here go down is, and you have Cdbg GR for Walter I.M. Hodge. You said the funded amount is 22,650,000. That's just Cdbg GR.
Right, so the amounts listed would reflect what the contribution from Cdbg DR is.
Okay, all right. So what I would like to get, in addition, and I know somebody is there smiling, you know what I need, I'd like to get the total funding from the LIHTC also, as well as from FEMA, especially when you make mentioned through the chair for Walter I.M. Hodge, FEMA funding, and the LIHTC funding at 9%. All of those projects, just so that we could have a good idea and good sense of where we are with that. Now I'm going to skip ahead, and it's not mentioned here, but I do know this HUD mandate, which your Section 3, it's not mentioned here, your HUD Section 3 requirement. All funding sources that are provided by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development must adhere, it's a mandate, unfunded mandate, to the Section 3 requirements. How are you looking to fund that Section 3 requirement, wherein you're providing training and employment opportunities to low and very low income individuals? How are we looking with that? Can you account for that?
Sure. While you're mentioning Section 3, I always want to mention the Davis-Bacon as well, because that is usually also...
And that was my next question. You're on target. So tell us about the Section 3 and the Davis-Bacon, because those are providing employment and training opportunities for our people to help build up what you mentioned in your opening statement. We have a need for human capital, which is critical, I know. So tell me how you are functioning. Are you meeting your requirements and the like under both the Section 3 and the Davis-Bacon?
Sure. So what we're doing first is, of course, training our staff on the requirements so that they are able to train the subrecipients. The cost is absorbed within those activities. And Ms. Hanley, you wanted to add something?
It's activity delivery. We do have a compliance unit within DR that assists the programs. But right now, the compliance the compliance unit is assisting the program staff with insurance compliance with the Act. One of the things we have discussed is possibly outsourcing it because it is time-consuming for the program staff. So we are in the process of looking at an RFP for issuance to get subject matter experts to provide assistance and capacity and training to our program staff.
Have you received any dings from HUD for non-compliance with your Section 3?
No, we have not,
Or the
Senator.
Davis-Bacon?
No, we have not.
Okay, good. Now, I'm going to just delve into something else. It's not here in your report, and it doesn't have to be. But I wanted to know how you are as far as your audit reports. Are you up to date with your audit reports?
So for the IHFA, yes, we are up to date with our audit reports. In terms of the audit that HUD does, we get our monitoring, I believe, every quarter. So right now we have a response due to HUD at the end next month into some of the findings that they found. So we are up to date.
Are those issues also published online? Because I did look online and I saw your reports. So, and I'm really thankful. That's a very good thing that you have that level of transparency on your website. Mm-hmm. Are those dings that you got, are they also published online?
These are not as yet because it's relatively new. We are responding to them, but if I believe our audits are required to be published, so they will be.
Okay, so these...
Time.
Madam Chair, may I wrap up? Thank you kindly. So these findings and your response to the findings will be published when online?
Right after we send it to HUD, we want to give them an opportunity to look at it in terms of writing off what's really not a finding, and then we'll publish it.
Okay, so you don't have a time frame because you have to wait for HUD?
Well, our submission is due. We want to make sure, because, right, we don't want to necessarily publish that's not a finding if we've explained away what the finding.
I understand sometimes you don't get, they would take out the finding if you're able to put it in before they publish it. But I understand. But I thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some additional questions I would like to ask. I'm hoping that we have another round.
Yes.
Thank you kindly.
No problem. Ms. Richards, so the 80,000 threshold, can you petition HUD to look at the threshold and our cost of living for that to increase?
We already have. done so, and that started under the Envision Tomorrow program, and that's how they came up with these income limits. I can share those with you so that you can see what the full gamut of the income and family size is.
Okay, if we could have an offline meeting, because I still think there's a group of professionals. You have engineers, you have young attorney generals that start that, they start above that, and you know, they still is rent, a one bedroom is costly, and everything that we've built so far has been low income. So even if they are not ready to build, just finding a place to live is a problem. And then I'm sure they're making above what that threshold would be for this program. So is there anything, I guess, Mr. Richardson or the team, is there anything for that gap? Because we're talking about building capacity and this whole workforce development. I mean, building capacity, you are going to have professionals that start above that income limit. So what's the stopgap measure, or that's the wrong question. What's the plan for professionals that fall within that gap? We cannot retain capacity, talent in the territory if everything is geared toward that bottom level. That middle income is really being squeezed, and you know, that's my plight for since Noah's Ark was built. You can proceed, Mr. Richardson.
Senator, good morning again. Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer. Thanks to this body, Act 8465 was brought into law, which gave us the $4 million for those people you're speaking of that would be able to afford for that gap financing that's above that HUD income limit.
I know that's our bill. We were instrumental in writing that because we did see that there was a problem, but is there anything else besides us giving you $4 million? Can you add that to the list of priorities?
Yes, but right now, if it's going to be funded with HUD funds, you have to adhere to the income limits, and it's different for the Cdbg DR programs because they were able to get HUD to utilize St. John as the base. So it increased the limits. For the other regular HUD projects, that's something we're still trying to get them to do.
St. John was the HUD, was used as a base for the cost of construction?
No, for the income limits for those where you would qualify as the up to 120% of the area medium income.
Okay. I'll drill down some more on Monday, in Monday's hearing on home ownership.
Thank you.
Senator Veely?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Part of the Act, the First Time Home Buyers Act, we also increase the percentage of stamp taxes that goes to the Housing Finance Authority. Have you calculated what that is in terms of dollars? We increased it from, I think, 30% to 50%.
No, we have not calculated it yet. Senator, what we do is we're going to request, Valerie Shelford, Chief Financial Officer. So we have not calculated it. I will get in touch with Department of Finance and they tell us how much they have received, and from there we would get the amount.
What does the 30% look like last year? What was the 30%? Do you know? How much did you get, the authority?
We got over 5 million.
5 million?
Yes.
Okay, so then we could easily calculate the next $3 million, 3.5 million. So are those monies, the additional monies, is it going to go directly to the First Time Home Buyers Act? Or do we need to legislate the additional 20%, make sure that goes to the First Time Home Buyers Act to bump up that amount? What's the idea?
Because right now when we do receive the stamp tax money, it goes directly into our infrastructure. We call it infrastructure fund to help with our building. So buildings, any infrastructure costs, pre-development, pre-construction costs.
Okay, any ideas as to how we could increase the monies in the first-time home buyers act? Can we use a portion of that? You get in maybe 3.5 million more, you put 2 million for the first-time home buyers, and you put 1.5 to increase infrastructure costs?
Darren Richardson, Senator, I think we would all agree, including the interim director, that we'll leave that up to this body to decide.
You know the body like to meet with you so that we can have buy-in, and you were a vital part of developing the first-time home buyers act along with the banks. I'm going to ask more about that program Monday at Senator's Blyden meeting. In reference to the Envision program, a management company hasn't been selected yet, correct?
Are you in terms of the construction staff augmentation? Correct.
Well, what is the date for that selection?
We have a RFP out now for rental and some in the homeowner program. That's due back on March 30th.
Okay, and that's for the Envision program also?
Yes.
And you weren't doing the rental program in-house?
Yes.
Why are you switching?
With the rental program, in terms of, and Ms. Acosta is back there if we need her, which is fine. With the rental program, what we've decided is to shift the focus a little bit, to give it more attention, because rental equals homes for some. So we decided to make that as well, along with Envision, a priority. So right now, that is out to bid because we understand the importance of it. It doesn't take away from us doing some of the smaller bids. So our local contractors, of course, will still have opportunities to bid.
Okay, so that is for the rehab of the rental units. But now the emergency rental assistance program.
ERAP.
ERAP. You also looking for a contractor for that?
Yes.
Why?
With the ERAP program, it has been
Slow.
quite slow and not as efficient in terms of technology-wise. So we're hoping to find a vendor that can provide just the technology needed to move the project forward.
Okay, so stop there 1 minute. This is going to occur before all of them are throwing out their homes for not paying the rent?
No, it doesn't mean we stop working.
No.
It doesn't mean we
Okay.
stop working. And by not stopping working as well, in my testimony, I indicated we've done some things internally, like go back and look at those job descriptions.
Okay.
Some of those things aren't required. How do we get people in the door to assist, cross-train the staff? So by no way we want anyone out of their homes while we wait on an RFP.
Okay. Your breakdown of applications was very creative. It included a lot of information except one area you missed. How many checks have been issued? You said everything else. How many applicants, how much this, how much that, we have this. But you never said how many checks were actually issued
228.
or have been actually issued.
So we served 160 families on St. Thomas, and we sent out checks in the amount of $1,352,114.
So 160 individuals on St. Thomas
On
have been.
St. Thomas,
On
yes.
St. Croix?
And on St. Croix, we had 84. And we spent, and we sent payments out of $529,566.
So 244 individuals.
Which is in the
Yes.
testimony.
Weird.
And on the applications, like the 280 that we have in process, they're being worked on. They're not just sitting, they're in different spaces
Okay.
of the application process.
Okay, you said 244 applications have been approved. I didn't know whether or not the check was mailed out. Approved.
Yes,
All the
I
checks.
apologize. All the checks for the
Just needed a couple more words, and it would have been clear.
Okay.
In terms of the last company that was over the Envision program, how much did we end up paying them? They had a $14 million contract, but how much you paid them? Because
I
they
think
literally didn't.
Armand, that was about $6 or $7 million. I could get the number.
I made it. That good enough.
Okay.
We want to ask them back for our money? Yeah, they literally did nothing. Literally did nothing. They come in, they get $6 to $7 million, and perform maybe $2 million worth of work. They got off like a real, what is a fat rat? We have, and I'm asking this question, a lot of companies come and do good work.
Thank you.
And then we have companies that come and they
3
don't
minutes.
fulfill exactly what they are charged to do. And that particular contract had timelines that they needed to meet. And they also were making some good money. Some individuals up to $400 an hour in management in the company. Now I'm going to pull the contract and detail it a little bit more in the second round. We got to do a better job when individuals come to the Virgin Islands to make sure that we hold them accountable for spending our money. They can become rich off the Virgin Islands and have not provided the requisite service that we paid them to do. And once they sign up to do something and they sign a contract, if they were not able to deliver, there should be consequences. In reference to
That's all the push, right? For deliverable.
the permits for the dredging projects, have we received any of the permits? What's the status?
For the dredging projects, no, I don't believe we've received any permits.
Miss
Or,
Actaline would be, she's been at that for a while. Let Miss Actaline answer that one there.
Adrian Williams, Actaline, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. No, we have not. That process is still in process.
Any feedback we getting?
Well, I mean, the process is lengthy. We don't see any critical issues that at this point, we're still tracking and providing whatever information is necessary for it to go through the process.
Okay. Sister Emma Cottage, you're close to completing that. I'm seeing that you said that by the end of this month.
yes, in terms of the approval and the issuance of the
1
notice
minute.
to
Thank
proceed,
you.
and then they'll thereby do a RFP in April.
And that is a wonderful project. So I'm really hoping that we get that funded. That's for our severely disabled. Some of those individuals have been at Queen Louise Home for 25 to 30 years. And it would really, really be beneficial to the territory if you visit the facility and what they're doing right now. It's just unbelievable the work that they do with those individuals. So I'm so happy to see that it is here.
If I may too, also Mr. Dan Dorima, who's here with us, that project, he's really managing, and it is near and dear to him, so we anticipate complete success with it.
I saw him nodding his head, so I kind of figured out and looked at his eyes. I said, okay, it looked like he really in tune with this particular project. And that's what we need. You know, we got to take care of Virgin Islanders who circumstances are not the best. I'll finish right now, Madam Chair. The Envision program have a bunch of levels. I mean, I read like Tier 2, application process, go and do a review, etc. Those individuals that have completed all of the processes, have they been informed that you're just waiting on a contractor? Are we communicating with that pool of 420 individuals as to their status? We're waiting to do this. We're getting ready to do this. Some of them are elderly individuals. Some of them are literally not doing well because of seeing their home in total disrepair on a regular basis. Is there a communication process that we're letting them know what is going on?
So, Senator, yes, we work with Horn, our vendor, to do that. However, are we doing the best possible job? Not at this time. So with our communication team, we are going to work with Horn to do that communication. Even if sometimes it's the same information, people want to know anyway, and we recognize that. So you'll see an increase in that as well.
we hire a company to do that, you said?
No. This is our case management. They were hired before they review the application. They do the intake. They are called Horn. And I'm happy to bring Ms. Francis up if she wants to explain just some of the details of what the services are that they are providing for us.
Go ahead, expert. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you so much for your answers.
Thank you. Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to just ask a point of inquiry relative to the ERAP program. The checks for the ERAP programs, they are issued to the applicant and not to the landlord?
No, the checks are mainly issued to the landlords.
Okay, because I've received, and I was trying to hold this question, I have received complaints from landlords indicating they are awaiting their checks, but I will speak to you offline about it. I mean, I was at a funeral even, they are approaching me and say, what is happening? We can't get our check, and our tenants have been there, and they have indicated that they have filed an application and they are waiting for their checks. So I'll speak to you offline about that particular case. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Senator Johnson, point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And in my inquiries in regards to that ERAP, how much denial letters have been issued or sent out to applicants and the landlord?
So 42 applicants, applications have been deemed denied and are ineligible. We had 141, as stated in the testimony, that withdrew. But we're letting people know, we're giving them opportunities. One of the things too is that some landlords might not want to be a part of the program. So there are different circumstances that we have to look at.
Navigate.
Can I get some example of those that were denied and why they were denied?
It could be that it wasn't COVID related, and it had to be that you were not working because of COVID, not that. That's one of the main reasons. Other reasons could be that they didn't bring in the proper documentation or they were over income limits.
Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In respect to the last senator, you stated that 142 individuals withdrew. What was the main reason why they withdrew? Was it because of the timing, frustration? What were those issues? The main that you saw over and over again, why they withdrew? There have to be a reason why you withdraw from actually getting assistance in your time of need.
Some people didn't want to go through the full application process. They had to give documentation proving that they were eligible for this to us. I mean, we have to get documentation saying that you were not working because of COVID. We had to get, some people, government workers would apply, and then they would know that they weren't eligible, and then they would, after speaking to us, they would withdraw.
Last question in respect to that also. For those individuals, especially when it came to the documentation, and many folks lost documentation and didn't have it. The self-attestation, were they giving that information at that time to let them know there's another way in terms of assuring you can still go through the process with the self-attestation? Or do you know if they were giving that information at that time in order for them to move forward and get the assistance they needed?
One of the things, Senator, that the self-attestation doesn't mean that if you could get it if it's not COVID related. That's one of the biggest hits. Besides that, yes, they know about self-attestation, and we have taken, we have had people do self-attestation. It's not like it's something that we're not pursuing. We have. Additionally, some people that withdrew, if they want to come back and bring their documentation, are welcome to. It's not like, it's done for you. Maybe some people were, like you say, could be frustrated, didn't want to be bothered. Checks are going out now and want to be a part of the program again.
Okay, I'm happy to hear that. And I guess we'll do a campaign in terms of letting them know they can reapply. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're welcome. Do we not have a contract for ERAP and for all of this publicity and advertisement, and are we utilizing that company
Yes,
to
we
do some of the
and
things that the previous senator highlighted? Are we maximizing them to our full potential?
Senator, we are and will continue to do so. I think the priority at the moment is to get these 280 out, get these payments paid, and of course, as we see the success of those payments ramping up, do more and more advertising so we have more people coming, and we could leverage that success of, hey, you'll get your payment in X amount of days as part of our advertising.
So you clean up the house first? Okay.
Yes.
No hay problema. 95 pending clearance for the Envision program. What some of the issues that you're seeing that they're pending clearance from 2018, 2019? Who would I speak to?
Sure, Miss Sherry Ann Francis, if I could ask her into the well.
Come on up. Come on down. Price is right. So let's do something. Miss Francis Haley may sit there. Miss Richards, please approach and come back up. Let's have a conversation until 12:30 p.m. Miss Francis, you need time? Want me to come back to you?
If you could tell me pending clearance on
The
what
mask.
page?
Put your name.
What's
your
name and title?
Sure. Sherry Ann Francis, Homeowner Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Senior Manager.
Look at page. Sherry Ann, look at page.
What's some of the reasons that we're seeing that we have 95 still pending clearance? Are we having issues with title, documentation? What's the reason?
Some applicants have to bring in their documents. It could be title, we have heirship issues. Our legal team is also assisting applicants with that process. We also have an environmental piece that we have to do clearance on. That's a multi-page document where we have to go through, do a floodplain assessment. We have to do historic review, different aspects of the environmental process.
Okay. And you have a timeline for the 95? Are you looking at 6 months from now, a year, to get some of these? What's your percentage? Do you have like a base where the next quarter we hope to have 30% of the 95 moving? By the quarter after that, do we intend to move 40% of the 95? Do we have any benchmarks to get this whole pending clearance rack cleared?
Yes, one of the things that we need is the construction augmentation team as well, because it could be a scope of work that's pending for the environmental to be completed. So once that's on board, it should be about 6 months or so.
And excuse my ignorance, so this construction augmented team, that's what you said?
Yes, the RFP
Okay,
for
so,
construction management.
oh, so that's out right now?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the closing date on that?
March 30th.
March 30th, okay, good. The day before transfer day. And then do you have an attorney on staff?
The Housing Finance Authority, we do have one attorney on staff for disaster recovery. We most recently lost our attorney. We've advertising. I think I got some applications.
You may need a legal team on this Envision program, and those funds that we paid the original contractor and the work wasn't. He was roughly paid about half, right? Yes. Half for 3 homes? Because we did have, the last time that we had a hearing in 2021, I think the update was 3 homes were repaired on St. Croix. That was the update, if I remember distinctly. So that's the next priority, to get an attorney so we can see how we can hold this company accountable. Yes?
I believe Ms. Hanley wants to clarify.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Ms. Hanley, you could talk to me.
Good morning, Senator. Ann Hanley, Director of Programs. I wanted to clarify something. The company, Aman Corp., they were hired to provide services to assist us to get to construction. They were not responsible for the construction of the properties. What they did was they provided our, what we call estimated cost of repairs, our scope of work, and then that scope of work was put out for solicitation by HFA.
So did they complete the task at hand?
Based on
what you explained to me, did they do that?
They did do 675 of the assessments, which was part of their responsibility and part of their scope. We do have some issues with the fact that those scope of work needs to be reviewed, and that's coupled by missing some of the items associated in the home. But when the scope of work was done, it probably was done a year ago, a year and a half ago. So there is additional damage associated with those homes. So we would have to go back and do a reassessment of those properties. The concern is, Senator, that particular contract was a time and material contract. HFA has since learned its lesson, and now our contracts are deliverable based. You can't get paid if you don't do the work, and if the work is not acceptable by, for example, the program managers or our construction team. So if you are required to provide a drawing and the drawing is not complete and you have to do that drawing 3-4 times, you do not get paid until it is accepted by the authority.
So we have some culpability then?
Yes.
I could deal with that. I could deal with the fact that we realize we have a mistake and we're making, we're adopting and we're making changes moving forward. I appreciate that, Ms. Hanley. Senator Johnson, you may proceed at this time.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I want to go back right to that ERAP. My question was, how much was denied? I was told 42, but I also asked how many applicants received letters knowing that they were denied.
Do you know?
I know correspondence have been sent out to the applicants. Now, if we did miss any, I can't say right now, so if you, but we do send out applicants, we send them notices that they have like 30 days to bring in some more information. We do have like form letters that we do send out to the applicants.
Why I'm asking these questions, I've been talking to a lot of applicants, and out of some 30, only 3 received checks. 20 have been approved and they have not even received a check. So this ERAP program, I think, really needs to be looked at a little more carefully as far as how the checks are being disputed and sent out, disbursed, and how the letters are going out to the landlord or the applicants. But my big question here is, what's going on with people that have mortgage that went through similar situation with COVID and can't meet their mortgage? Where is that in this plan here? I saw no discussion about it. I know of people that are really going through hard time paying their mortgage because of the COVID and losing their job. What's going on with it?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We have a program that will be coming online real soon. We did the action plan. We sent it into Treasury and we're waiting for some responses as to where we are so that we can start. We have basically everything in place to start. It's a mortgage program to help homeowners. So, and we're getting funding for that, like $8.5 million, and the program is ready. We just need a go from Treasury.
I sure hope that by the time this program starts, these people don't lose their home. The only thing might be in these folks' corners, the process in the Virgin Islands for losing your home is a lengthy process, but this is bad news for me.
Senator, if I may, it's not great news for us either, but I want to make clear that the IHFA is not the holdup at this point. Again, we submitted our action plan. Treasury wrote back to us and asked for some additional information that was since resubmitted as stated in the testimony. So we're just waiting for that release of funds.
Can I ask when that was submitted for that request?
We sent back the response in early March, I believe, and their response came either in late January or February. I'm not 100%, but I could get that information for you.
March of when?
2022.
Yes, so we did submit the action plan, and then they sent us questions, and then this month, earlier this month, we submitted the answers. So we're waiting for a response from them to say everything is in line with their guidance, and we could go ahead with our program.
All right, let's try to continue here. It's this Dry Housing Authority have been for me a disaster. I meet with constituents on a regular basis. The sad part is most of my constituents that I meet are older folks, and I've even ran into one or two who has passed since waiting for the home repair. Do you guys have a list of how much people have applied that have passed since this process began?
Yes, we do. Our case management
What-
tracks all those numbers.
Senator,
And what
Senator,
are the numbers? Because
I apologize.
these individual that once the owner of the home is passed, this whole case, this whole process is done. They get nothing, the house will not be repaired. So I would like to get a number of how many people have passed waiting for this improvement program.
5 minutes.
This is Sherry Ann Francis, Homeowners Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Senior Manager. Applicant isn't deemed ineligible if they pass away. If there is someone on the application and they have ownership and they live in the home as a primary resident, then they can move forward with the application. That's the only way you can move forward. If you're not living in the home, you won't meet the affordability period, which meets our national objective for HUD.
I think you're not getting what I'm saying here. I'm speaking about someone that applied for this Envision program, been waiting for this program to rebuild their house. The owner of the house passed, that died. And now the family members are being told that the house will no longer be repaired. I think I made myself clear here now. How many people have passed and what's the status of these people that fall under this condition?
So if they have ownership of the home and live there, they can still move forward with the process. We have about... Say that again?
The homeowner passed. Person who applied was living there during the hurricane, died.
So if they have a ownership, let's say they're an heir, they have to prove they're an heir to the property.
So when you're saying if they're the heir, if my father had a will and I was on the will and my father died, would I get to continue the process of getting this house rebuilt?
Yes.
I'm going to have a conversation with you and I'm going to bring a client or two to you who was told that this process will not be going forward anymore since the person who was living in the house died and they won't get the house finished. I'll off the record and I'll reach out to you about that. Okay. This is a very serious situation that we must pay attention. Ms. Condon, I want to go to page 3 of your testimony. You spoke and you say, and here is how we began during the week of March. We conduct a finished and independent evaluation. And then to the bottom, the assessment was conducted by SBP. Is that a contract? And what was the contract award? And was there a bidding process for that process?
Yes, we did a bid. It was a very small bid. And that's how SBP was awarded. They came in, they did an assessment of our Envision program, and again, provided our strengths, weaknesses, and gave us recommendations for next steps.
Okay, and how many companies participate in that process?
3.
Right. You also spoke about WAPA and a generator, but I didn't see the information of the size of the turbine, the size of the generator. Any information on what size generator that was that is on site that we purchased?
I can have that provided to you. I don't have it readily available. I don't know if Director Williams-Actolin may have it readily available. Oh, I apologize.
Ms. Actolin?
I apologize. I have a 36 to 40 megawatts. Is that what you're asking in terms of the size?
Yes, and 1 megawatt being at 36 megawatts?
Mm-hmm. If you'll allow me, Senator, I'm happy to provide something in detail through the chair.
I would appreciate that. You know, when I hear these big megawatts, we continue talking about WAPA. We keep using these big generators, and if people don't understand the process with a generator, buying these big generators, we're going to continuously burning fuel and not using the power. And I'll draw a situation that's going on in WAPA. If you have, let's take any island, and it needs 36 megawatts to push. The biggest your generator, your turbine should be is maybe about 40, 45, because you have to have some extra. But if you bring in a 36, and then your next generator might be at 10 or 15, and you got to use these 2 turbines, you're pretty much waste fuel burning, running these big megawatts, and people are paying for this.
Senator,
this is something that they've done in the elevator, and we know that it's a problem.
they do have smaller units as well, but they do have smaller units as well, and as WAPA come before you, it's a great question for them to respond, and I'm sure Director Williams-Actolin could respond as well.
Sure.
Please.
So, Senator, the 4 of these generators are done. They're actually scope, and there's studies that are done to ensure that it's the appropriate size. So it isn't. It's actually is a engineered process to ensure that the size that's being ordered, that's required, is actually what's needed, and that has been backed up. That's done also for the battery installation, solar. There's a BESS system study that's done before any of these things are brought online. So it's not arbitrary selection. It's an actual full design process that is documented.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, could I wrap up with this question?
You may.
On page 7, Ms. Clendenin, of your testimony, in emergency rental assistance, you spoke about this $21 million that will be expired by September. Of that $21 million for that ERAP, how much of that fund has been utilized, and how much remains right now?
Sure, Senator. Ms. Valdez-Shelford will respond. Over 2.7.
Okay, we had 2.5 million has been utilized.
Hold on, Senate. Well, his time has expired. Just say your name and your title for me. Sorry.
Valdez-Shelford, Chief Financial Officer. Senator, could you please repeat your question?
On page 7 of the testimony, it said we received $21.3 million for that ERAP funds, which expired September 30th, 2022. My question was, how much of that money have been utilized thus far? Because September is just a couple months down the road. So for that ERAP, how much of that fund have been used out of that 21.3 million?
Okay, 1 second. 2.5 million.
Wow. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time. I can see some issues here where out of all of that money, only 2.5, and September is just about 6 months down the road, if I'm correct. Well, we just about finished with March, and we only used 2.5, and we have a lot of folks that are out there that are hurting for this money. Landlords that are hurting, that are not receiving these funds. I really hope that this is something that you guys are going to pay attention to and expedite it to make sure that this fund is utilized and not get sent back. Thank you very much for that leniency, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Valley. Point of inquiry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of the 675 damage assessments that were completed, how many of those have a scope of work and cost estimate and material? Of the 675.
Senator, we will have to, I'm sorry, Ann Hanley, Director of Programs. Senator, we will have to go back to the file to give you the breakout. I don't have that number with me, Senator.
Okay, I asked a question because under the Artman contract, they had to provide a minimum of 45 damage estimate assessment reports per inspector per month. And there was a penalty if they did not meet that particular criteria. And then right after, they had to provide a scope of work and cost estimate and material list within 21 days of the damage estimates assessment date or engineered blueprint completed. So they were supposed to do that one time. As they finished the damage assessment, then they were supposed to provide additional information as to the scope of work and cost. Did they do that? I want to ask that. If you do the 675 damage assessment, the next task order on the contract signed by the government of the Virgin Islands is scope of work and cost. So right now, we should be able to know exactly how much it's going to cost to fix these homes, because that was a part of their responsibility. Did they complete it? And if they didn't, we got to go back for our money.
Senator, not to our satisfaction, all of the estimated cost of repairs were not completed.
Okay. Then it goes on, the next task order, I'm finished now, Madam Chair. The next task order, if needed, provide engineered blueprints within 30 working days of damage assessment date. This was a real good contract, you know? So they were supposed to do scope of work, cost. If blueprints are needed, that's the next step. So the key is as to whether or not they completed this, and if they did not, then we have an issue. Because I'll only mention two and I'm done. Senior construction manager, hourly rate, $187.20, 40 hours a week. Site inspection manager, $149.76 per hour. We paid big money to deliver this product. So let's look into what we really got and see what we need to do moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of inquiry, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know in past hearings, Acting Director Clendenin, Director Griffith spoke to hiring and staff needed, as you have stated. My question is, in that respect, what issues are you facing in terms of qualified individuals or onboarding people? Because I know I sent many individuals to the agency who are qualified and none of them were hired. But yesterday we are asking for folks to come online because that's one of the biggest challenges. You need bodies. So what is being done moving forward to assure that individuals have an opportunity to help the people of the Virgin Islands? I don't think it's rocket scientists, especially when it comes to many of the processes within the agency. And we need to really move forward and think differently in terms of helping people focus on that, like you stated, instead of focusing on bureaucracy and focus on the end product. So what are you doing in that respect?
Sure, and I've met with Mr. Richardson and the Director of HR as he leads that department. But some of the things we're doing is re-looking at our whole application intake process. That in itself is a hindrance we found. It's just too many mandates, and we don't have the luxury at this time to have all this requirement, and it's not necessary. When we look across the globe, everybody just wants your cover letter and your resume. Let me talk to you, get you hired. So that's one of the things we're doing to speed up in the process. Also, we're looking at job descriptions. When we talk about the ERAP eligibility, do you really need that degree? Do you really have to have 5 years of experience? How do we cut that down? Maybe it's not necessary. All I need you to do is read, write, and comprehend. So looking at that as well to bring people on board. Are we using the maximum exposure in terms of where are we advertising? Yes, locally, of course, but let's use all the resources locally, but not to mention abroad. Are we using some of those national housing sites that where people with the background we need can come in? We need to be looking towards our own very skills for today and getting some of those construction persons that have graduated to join our team, maybe like a fellowship program or an internship program, so they learn and we get the help we need. So we're doing various things to maximize and really bring some help into the authority.
Thank you so much for your response. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Have we made all those contractors that we owed money to whole?
To my knowledge, yes.
Everybody has been paid.
Which program?
Is there a specific program?
The step program, step. We had some outstanding monies owed to contractors. That was a contentious topic last time.
I believe the monies that are owed to the contractors are not contractors of VIHFA, but rather subcontractors.
And that's the question. So,
ACOM and APTIN.
So have we brought ACOM? Because at the end of the day, sometimes we have to say that's not our field, that's not our problem. But at the end of the day, these are local contractors that pay gross receipts, corporate income tax, individual income taxes, and money circulates in a circular economy. So have we brought the AECOMs, the APTIMs to the table and say, listen, have you paid your subcontractors? Or, I mean, it could be a labor issue, it could be a DLCA issue. That issue could fall under so many agencies that does have that purview, but they still participated in a program that came under VIHFA, and we have a lot of contractors that were not paid because we were subbing till God knows when.
Absolutely, Senator. Within my first 3 weeks as interim, I met with ACOM, had the conversation, asked them to provide a list of their contractors that are still owed, but also pleaded that our local contractors needed to be made whole. If they are made whole, then there are opportunities for them to bid on other projects we have now. You stifle us when you don't pay them because now they can't bid on my
What was their
projects.
response? They're working on it. Was it done?
We're still talking through it. It
I had a
wasn't
few-
as favorable as I wanted it to be, but we are still working through that.
Because I met a contractor, mommy sent me for some apples one day, and I'm in a grocery store, and he, I got teary-eyed listening to his story. He had to, liquidate his assets and sell an additional car and put things up so he could pay his employees because they did all this work. Yeah. And in 2022, as of January, he was still waiting for a payment. Right. And we don't deserve to run our small business. They're the heart of the economy, and they don't deserve to be run into the ground like that by mega corporations that come in here, get these massive contracts, don't even live here, they have no ties to the territory, and they still subcontract to our contractors because we know our contractors have an issue with bonding. Bonding is costly, but they're some of the most skilled employees. Yeah. So if you could really drill on that.
I have another meeting with them, but always the topic is the subcontractors are the subcontractors. They have to be paid.
And moving forward, do you look at that as a learning lesson in the contracts moving forward? Is there like a limit on how many subcontractors you can have, or is it just free for all, that you just sub in, and then by the time it's time to track those funds, or who has done the work, we like 4 or 5 people down the line?
I think it may be a learning lesson for all of us in the territory. One of the things with our assessment as well, they suggested language we can start to put into our contracts that protects or somewhat makes them responsible to those subcontractors. So there are things we are looking at, absolutely.
Okay, and I want you to look at it. When you come back in here in 2 months, because you come back, right? You can tell me that your contracts have been amended to include that language, and not through the chair, but I am requesting formally, in writing, based on those the contracts that you executed. I'd like to see how many subcontractors for Aptim, AECOM, and the like that we still owe. If you can give me. You don't have to give me the company name and all that stuff, but just tell me the amount and the list of subcontractors and the amount owed to them.
Okay, so I could do that for that as well. I believe Ms. Williams-Octolin wanted to say something.
Director? Go ahead.
Yeah, I did want to just share that was one of, as you mentioned, one of the lessons that was learned, and we've implemented that across the board, that we don't have more than one layer of subs in the contracts. So that was already implemented. That was one of the big lessons learned across the territory, across the recovery, not just in Housing Finance Authority, and we've shared that with all of the agencies that have recovery funding. And yes, we do have a number of contractors that still, I get approached with them all the time as well. So we truly appreciate the efforts of Director Clendenin to keep AECOM and Aptim speak to the fire to ensure that the small contractors are made whole.
Okay, because when we do that, it helps the economy, period, point blank. Now, let's go to, where am I? Envision. So I heard the issues about titles and everything else. Cultural competence. Are we having a discussion with our federal partners on every jurisdiction doesn't look the same, and all rules can't be applied to across the board? In Caribbean islands, in America's 5 territories, as you travel, you have family homes, and you have homes that have been passed from generation to generation. Ms. Francis, you're from St. John. You know that deeds were lost in a transfer, and people know that this is their property, but deeds were stolen, capitalism, colonialism, and everything else. What's the discussion that we're having with our federal partners with the homes where we're unable to acquire titles and deeds, but we have been living in grandma's house since 1985. Grandma passed away, but we have been paying the property taxes. This is our family home. And because the storms hit, now we're ineligible because we can't provide a title or deed. What does that look like? What's the conversations? Because I'm seeing it happen. It's happening often.
Well, this is Sherry Ann Francis, the Homeowner Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Senior Manager. Right now, for those that stuck in airship, our internal legal team is assisting those applicants. So we're helping them move through the process. We've met with members of the court to help expedite and find out which documents they need to turn in. So if they are able to be helped, our legal team is currently assisting them with that process.
And is that a process, or that addendum, has it been approved by our federal partners that if we're able to show proof of occupancy or a certain time, then they're eligible for the program?
Yes, all of this is self-assist. So our legal team just give them advice and show them what documents that they should turn in, help them draft the documents that's needed. So if they are able to be helped, our team is currently helping them with that process.
And do you have a priority listing? We have some seniors that really need due attention. We do. They call the office. We have some 85-year-olds and 90-year-olds that live alone. Some don't drive. Some beg somebody to take a document down the road. Some don't have cell phones. They only have house phones. The entire process has been, we had a situation recently when we were trying to help a senior, and the chief of staff behind me got very emotional in the office when she passed away, living in those conditions. And it wasn't for want of calling, talking, begging, So do you have would that be seen as, I don't want to say unconstitutional, what's what I'm looking for? Making a process, I can't find my word right now, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? That would it be, if we create a priority listing for seniors, would that be in violation of establishing an unfair process, or is that something that we can look into?
So right now, under our current amendment, we're not able to do that. However, because we've seen it and we understand it, it's in our third substantial amendment, our request, so that we're able to prioritize those. So yes, Senator, we are on track with that.
Okay, so that's on the radar. Okay. Page 5. Overall, 44 construction contracts have been executed for projects on St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John. Can you give me a breakdown of the 44? How many St. Thomas, how many St. Croix, how many St. John?
Senator, could you give us a moment to get that? If you could, they're looking at that and we could give you the breakdown.
Okay, because I see a breakdown of the 10, but the paragraph above I don't see. And is it safe to say nothing on St. John so far?
Right, the 10 are homes that are completed, nothing on St. John, but I'm happy to report that we at least have one in our mobilization that's coming for St. John, so.
You know, we have a lot of homes on St. John that need help, right? To my St. Johnian?
Correct. And that's why we have one project coming online. It's a mobilization. We have a 10-day period after the pre-construction meeting to mobilize that project. They've been meeting with the applicant, so the timeline ends on the 21st. So by the 21st, the contractor will begin that home.
Okay, and then page 4, you have 400. So I'm going to wait for the information on the 44 construction contracts, right? Breakdown. And then go back to page 4 of the, you have 420 clients have completed their duplication of benefits review and can move forward. What's the timeline? I'm big on timelines. That's timelines keep you accountable. Do you have a timeline on when these 420 clients, because everything seems to be open and a sense of urgency is necessary at this time. Do we have like a phase in, a timeline of how we plan to move the 420 clients who have completed their duplication of benefits review and can move forward? What does can move forward mean? I know what can move forward mean, but I mean in the sense of, yes, the process.
That means moving, Anne Hanley, Director of Programs.
She's right there, so she can give you the look.
That means us providing a scope of work, going out, doing a pre-construction meeting with the applicant, going to solicitation, and then awarding after we've received proposal, having those reviewed and accepting the costs associated with the construction. And if it's above, right now, the $250,000 threshold, that would have to go to the board. If the construction activities is below that, then that could go to contract. Sherry Ann, did I miss anything?
Environmental?
Okay, so 420 moving forward in this entire process, timeline, give me a timeline. I don't want you to come back in 2023 and tell me you got 420 applicants moving forward. Because honestly speaking, that has been the mantra of VIHFA.
Senator, unfortunately, right now, I can't give you a timeline. But what I can tell you is the processes that we're putting in place to move the 200 applicants that we do have on the contract to move the rental programs through the RFP, as well as the 61 escrow applicants that are associated with that. The reason I can't give you that right now is that we need to determine what is the period in which it takes us to move from a developed scope of work to construction. And once we have established a rhythm and a pattern, then we will be able to tell you and as well speak to the applicants and say, this is where you're at. And based on our current flow of work, this is when we anticipate that you will be able to be at this particular place.
Okay. So next month we could have this discussion again?
Yes, you can, Senator.
Okay.
I think we said 2 months.
I was thinking 2 months.
Okay. Okay, just 1 second. I just had some questions I wasn't able to get in because I was trying to get you through the round, so I'm just using some time now to ask my questions. And I'll just hold it, though, don't forget the point. I lost my point now. No, so Director, Interim Director Clendenin, you know the business community, there's benchmarks that this month you have to meet this amount in sales, and I tend to want to think of, I know private and public starkly different, but I want to think of the VIHFA in that manner, that we have benchmarks to meet every quarter, every month, every week, set goals and timelines, because we really have to reduce this 420, this 95 in clearance, this 330. I mean, we really have to, those numbers have to diminish.
Senator, and we are working with that. Our Office of Disaster Recovery partner, Director William Zachtelin, keeps us on that in terms of we got to develop benchmarks, et cetera. So we are now putting that into place so that when we come before you or the public, we know exactly where we are and where we need to be. But to get there as well, we have to put some processes into place.
Okay. And don't take forever on these processes, okay?
I know.
Because these P's stress me.
I know
Everybody
it
come,
does.
they planning,
I
they
know it
processing, and we process forever. Good. 2 months. Now, lastly, before I go to the point of inquiry for Senator Joseph, the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery, CDBG-DR, a lot of these projects that you are managing, some going to WAPA, via Housing Authority, Housing, Waste Management, Lieutenant Governor's Office. What does that look like? Do you have some, I know that we have, I'm going to ask the financial people, do you disperse this money and not look back, or is there someone in VIHFA and says, that would tell WAPA, hey, we gave you $5 million for generators. Where are you on that? Has it been done? For this to be done, you need that. Like, who does that?
All the people you see behind me does that. We have subrecipient agreements, so in conjunction with them, for example, Ms. Sherian is with the Envision program, but Ms. Richards, she is housing Mr. Dorset. He's a good example with economic revitalization. So he would call tourism and say, where's your monthly report? You're not in compliance. In order to pay this $1 million, we need to see this, this, this. So based on our subrecipients and their relationship with our program managers, they are responsible.
Okay. So Ms. Richards, so would you be like, just example, would you be over the Walter I.M. Hodge project and the housing community and ensuring that the funds given to them, they do rehab the 248 units? Yeah, yes, you could take the mic. Recognize Senator Gittins' mic, please. You could take it out the holder.
But I don't think it's
Yes,
on.
go ahead. It's working.
Okay. Could you repeat?
So I heard that you were over housing. So let's take, for example, the Walter I.M. Hodge project to rehab 248 units. You would be the one that would be holding the Housing Authority accountable for moving this project along?
Yes, I am, along with program manager for that program, Ms. Rosaline.
Hold a
Estro.
second, we know you're soft-spoken, but we need to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I do have oversight over public and affordable, interact with Virgin Islands Housing Authority for Walter I.M. Hodge, Duno redevelopment, and any other projects that might be coming down the pike with Housing Authority. We have draw requests that we process. We have inspection reports that we review prior to the release of funds, and we receive monthly reports from Housing Authority in terms of the progress of the community and the construction.
Okay, and are you pleased with that progress?
To date, yes.
Okay, thank you. Who's over WAPA?
Ms. Verlene Constable.
Ms.
She's
Constable.
infrastructure.
Yes, perfect. Be easy on the rolling, so I don't want you to. Okay. Good. So, you're over the WAPA component, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and at one point, we read a report from HUD that WAPA had to reduce the amount of bills that they were guesstimating to 3%. Has that been, have you seen any improvement in that area? The mic.
Oh.
And you could take your mask off, and you could take the mic out.
Good afternoon, Verlene. Okay, I was being a little too gentle. Good afternoon, Verlene Constable, Infrastructure Senior Manager. The current project with WAPA does not result in a reduction in cost, and we are looking towards other projects to do that. The current Harley project will increase reliability, but we are constantly monitoring WAPA's progress. When they submit a draw request to us, we check the boxes. We check the boxes. We ensure that all their reports are in, and we can hold their payments if everything is not to our liking. We are working in a capacity as senior managers at Housing Finance, but we are citizens of the territory. So we understand the issues with WAPA, and we're hoping that we can fund some projects where you can benefit low to moderate income people in the area of cost.
And middle too.
Yes.
You keep forgetting us over here.
Yes, middle.
Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah. So while I have you here too as well, at one point, WAPA, before, I don't know how long you've been there, but when during disaster recovery, we had a ball bouncing back and forth between WAPA and VIHFA and HUD payments, and vendors weren't being paid under the HUD funding. Have we made those vendors whole?
Yes, we have.
You have?
We have.
Okay, good. And then, so you said infrastructure, would waste management be under you too?
Yes.
Talk to me. How is that
Okay.
going?
So with waste management, we were pleased to enter a sub-recipient agreement with them. The next stage was the applications. So in reviewing applications, we recognized that they needed lease agreements. So if you come into us with a proposed project, you need to tell us this if you have site control. A second thing we noted was that the proposed locations were not zoned for the activity. All of us can remember bin sites being there forever, but from the time they put that first bin site, it was not zoned properly. So they have to go through that process. They're currently working with DPNR. I think they're gonna do a use variance. Yeah, so they're gonna have to come. So currently they're working with DPNR. They're working on the application to the zoning office, and they're hoping to meet that April deadline. And with that deadline, it would initiate a public comment period, and then if everything goes well, it comes to the Senate for approval.
Okay, and while we're on that, has the audit been on your radar?
I'm sorry, Senator?
The waste management audit, it was a scathing audit. Has that been on your radar insofar as just looking at, waste management practices and how you release those, the funding?
We consider that, and we look at that when we do our capacity assessment, and we do recognize that a number of the government entities are lacking in resources, and we work with them weekly.
Okay.
We
good.
hope.
You say infrastructure, so lights, that's you too? I mean, not lights, street addresses.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, before you respond, I need Mr. Dorset right next to Ms. Constable, please. And then Mr. DeRima, come on down. And then we'll go into a quick round. But before you respond, point of inquiry, Senator Joseph. I forgot. I apologize.
Thank you so much, Senator. The most important thing is that you remembered. Thank you. I did have a question for you as far as a follow-up to Ms. Hanley, with a follow-up relative to Senator Saro's question on timelines, and you said you were doing an analysis and seeing how you could look at the scope of work and then put in those timelines. But my thoughts are that the Housing Finance Authority has been in business for a very long time. You've been doing a lot of construction work. How much more analysis you need to be doing, since you've been doing this for a very long time, to come up with timelines for construction and projects? This ain't, you're no newbie here. This ain't a new agency. You should have those things in place already, and that is my question. There shouldn't be too much assessing or reassessing and all of that to develop a process. Where are the documents that you've been using for over a decade, and to update them? You don't have to start up with a new whole wheel. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Point duly noted. That's where I was going to, but I try to be diplomatic because I'm known for being a pit bull. So I just, come in peace. Ms. Constable, let's go back to street addresses. Okay. How's that going?
The street address is going fine. I think we all are excited about that project. So under the Lieutenant Governor's office, they're going to carry out geocoding. So we are now going to meet the national standards. So this is a plus for 911 dispatch, FEMA, any emergency agency as far as location. Another thing that's a plus for this project is that the Postal Service, your carriers like FedEx and DHL, they will convert, so you can now get your packages at home. We recognize that, it's a process and it's a change, and they have a robust media campaign that includes townhouses. They're gonna come door to door to explain the whole process. But we're excited about having this street coding initiative to allow emergency vehicles access to homes.
So, it says it's pending environmental review. You have a time frame on that one?
We do. The last leg on the environmental review is a consultation from the VI Historic Preservation Office because some of the signs will be erected in historic districts. We pushed and we were able to get on the April meeting with the VI SHPO committee. So we're hoping everything goes well.
That's Mr. Krieger?
April. I'm sorry?
That's Mr. Krieger?
Yes.
DPNR?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, let's go to EDA. That's you, Mr. Thank you, Ms. Constable.
Thank you, Senator.
I have a British mom, and a constable is a officer. So.
All the time. My husband. Okay, I get it.
I almost saw you constable somebody. So thank you for your responses.
Thank you.
Mr. Dorset, EDA, how is that going? Where are we on this Vision 2040 tomorrow? That's $275 We got a nice book in this legislature, but what's happening?
Good day, everyone. Donnie Dorset, Senior Economic Revitalization Senior Program Manager. With regards to Vision 2040, what we're doing, well, first of all, it was under...
Don't take forever, Miss Ed. Because when you used to come here for the other one, you talk forever. Let's go. So sing.
Okay, so first of all, the 375 is an error. It's actually 319,000.
19?
319,000. That is
319 or 390?
319.
Okay.
In addition to that, with respect to Vision 2040, what we have done at Housing Finance Authority is look at ways how we could implement it using the disaster recovery monies and looking also at mitigation monies. So for example, one of the things that the Vision 2040 plan looked at was workforce development. Right now, we're doing a skills for today and on-the-job training. So we look at that as part of doing the workforce development. The other activities that Ms. Richards and my other colleagues are working on with respect to build a lot on home, in the Vision 2040 plan, part of it is looking at affordable housing. So again, that ties back to the Vision 2040. With tourism, we're trying to...
Hold on. So we get to tourism yet. So it's overlapping now. It says this 2-year program includes training in the following areas: construction, hospitality, information technology and management, and other needed fields in the current labor market. Has the program begun?
Yes, Senator.
Through labor?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, hold on a second, Mr. Dorset. Hold on. You want to go to tourism so quick. So when this... Can you ensure, because we passed legislation Act 8063 in 2018, I believe, where Department of Labor is a state-recognized apprenticeship program, and upon completion of that program, their certificate is equivalent to an associate's degree. So can we ensure that while this 2-year program is happening, it really does fall in line with us being a recognized state apprenticeship program? We passed that bill, we worked tirelessly on that bill, and I don't want those individuals to go through that program without that certification. Just let's kill two birds in one stone.
Yes, Senator, providing it's dealing with trades.
That's what the bill says.
Okay.
Okay? So just have a conversation with labor and ask them, how can we collaborate to get these individuals, using this funding through the State Apprenticeship Agency program. Now, jump to tourism. You may proceed. Oh, well, point of inquiry quickly.
Madam Chair, I wanted to know, what's the number of participants in the skills for today? Okay, it varies, Senator. Wait, Donnie Dorset, Economic Revitalization Senior Program Manager. It varies, Senator. Right now, we certified 22 individuals on the island of St. Croix for the construction core curriculum. The next 17 started on March 7th. Finally now, we have started for St. Thomas, St. John District, and the first cohort is going to be 15 individuals, because that's all the building can accommodate at this present moment. We have some other programs that we are doing right now, which is, for example, we have 26 individuals that are part of a healthcare initiative. That's a 4-month virtual training. We have other individuals on the island of St. Croix that are involved in the CNA project, and that's approximately, I want to give you exact figures, 21 individuals, but they're in various stages. We just had the individuals for the certified nursing assistant complete, 5 individuals. We're just waiting on them to take the test at Virgin Islands Licensure Board. We have 15 individuals in the skills, not the skills for today, on the job training, and that is being, those individuals are being subsidized by the $9 million contract that was approved for ICF. So those individuals range from, they're doing hospitality, they're doing sales representative, dispatcher work. In respect to what VIHF is doing with respect to construction, we had some assistant construction manager positions. We sent the advertisements to To who?
Wait 1 second. We sent the advertisements to ICF to get individuals who are already certified in the NCCER program to apply. In that program and in respect to the position, all you needed was a high school diploma, but the individuals who got the construction training should be able to qualify for those positions.
We on target to meet the 640 threshold in 2 years. I heard you with all the numbers are less than 100. We have 2 years for this contract.
Correct. So what I would say to that, Senator, is that we're 9 months into it. They've begun to beef up.
So you're almost halfway through the terms of the contract. Is it a 2-year contract?
It's a 2-year contract with an option to renew.
We don't have an option to renew. We need people to get trained and get jobs. This company getting $9 million. You guys are doing your job, but you're just a conduit. So this ain't no blame on Housing Finance Authority. I'm going directly to Department of Labor and the entity that received that contract. They have $9.9 million an outside company that hired a local company to do the training. They need to ramp up. They have come with an excuse. We can't find individuals that want to be trained in carpentry. We can't find this. We can't find that. They need to ramp up. And it's a responsibility that you guys need to put on them. You need to increase those numbers. We don't want to hear no long-winded story. They need to increase the number, especially in the trade areas. And that's my spiel for Department of Labor and the $9 million contractor that are using government space as their office. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Hold on, Mr. Dorset. Go ahead, and I know with you. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to comment on what was said. One of the things that, and Ms. Clendenin said it in her testimony, when the construction or the fixing of the homes begin, there's going to be need for construction and assistant workers. One of the things that we're strategically looking at is when that project starts, it should ramp up interest in at least the construction and the various construction-related fields. So that's one of the strategies we're looking at. I'm aware of what you're saying, Senator. We are monitoring this because the goal is to do 640 individuals as contracted, and VIHFA will stand by that.
Now, who's marketing this program? Do all of our inhabitants in this territory know that we have a program like this? Many looking work.
You want me to? Okay, so this is what we've done.
Look at you. You're like, you want me to? Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, so this is what we've done. Recently, we've hired a director of communications. Just yesterday, we had a culinary training. So we did a site visit, and we allowed our communications team to come along with us. We're also planning additional site visits with our communications team with respect to letting them see the enrollees and, getting a sense of what's been going on.
But hold on a second. I get that, Mr. Dorset. I'm talking about the group that look and work on the internet.
Okay. Right, Senator.
Okay,
so it's
let me-
about, if I
let
may,
me
miss,
just,
1 second, Mr. Dorset. Thank you. It's just about changing our strategy. I talked before about communications, and what we're doing. So we've brought somebody on board, just like he said yesterday, that was a big hit with the media in terms of Facebook, social media, about that cooking class. So you're going to see more of that. We recognize the numbers aren't there. Also, what we're looking to is doing a more push. If we're not getting that 640, how do we open it up to agencies? How do we open it up to the general public? So those are the things we're looking at so we could try to get.
Now let's, reclamation. One day I saw you in your Chuck Taylor's, your Canvas, catching the plane, right? So I said that to say, do we intend to walk into certain neighborhoods, just old school recruiting there?
If it's what it takes to get this up, yes.
Okay. Because I don't know if you ever drive right back on the way to All Saints. on the bottom, you have at least 10 young men congregate. My mom is the principal of All Saints, so I traverse the area and I stop and I say, what you want to do? What are you on this corner all day? Give me something, no sorrow. I say, well, what do you like to do? Anything. I say, what's anything? I go with my hand them. That's the answer. So I said, you're good with your hands? Okay, so, well, help me know. So you have a population that don't even know where to begin to go. They don't even know that they could go on the internet, that, you know, so there are areas where we see people congregating, and if you just have to walk the streets and say, listen, we have a program here, sign up. The reclamation team, how do you know, can you look at some of the unconventional ways?
Absolutely, and I will elicit your support to continue. When you see them on the corners and you're having the conversation, please direct them to Department of Labor as well for the skills for today.
But this is a problem. I have directed them, and our phones ring and ring and ring, and then they go down and they have to wait in the sun, and you lose them in the entire process. So if you could just go and say, hey, this is a paper, let me help you fill it out right now, we have your information, give us a cell phone number, blah, blah, blah. We have to be really serious about this recruitment effort. That in turn curbs our crime rate, and that helps the revenues of this territory because we have gainfully employed people. So just add that, a little unconventional sometimes. Now, Mr. Dorset, last thing.
I do believe Director Williams after Lynn as well.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know. Go ahead. I didn't harass you today. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add some more context to that conversation, and your line of discussion is absolutely correct. The Skills for Today program initially was targeted directly to the public housing residents, and the Department of Labor they had teams that walked through every public housing community across the territory, on St. Croix, on St. Thomas, and on St. John, even to Calabash Boom, all of the various public housing communities across the territory. So the next step, there was limited, and the public housing residents were prioritized. So now they're opening up to everyone, and they expect that these numbers will increase. And we've had conversations with everyone. I met with the nonprofit community and asking them to help to do exactly what you just said, find the people on the corners, and they've committed to doing so, and making sure that this next outreach, that the Department of Labor is actually marketing it, and this next outreach will garner the kind of support and enrollment that we're looking for. So it's open now to everyone, so your support is definitely appreciated.
Thank you. Lastly, before I go to Mr. Dirima, tourism, you overseeing tourism as well?
Donnie Dorset, Economic Revitalization Senior Program Manager. Yes, Senator.
Okay, so are you looking at, I have some issues with tourism and how we're operating. Are you looking, since you came from the Bureau of Economic Research on this whole marketing campaign, are you looking at where tourism is marketing? Because we're selling a hymn book to the choir. We're going to areas where people will come to this territory, and some of these trips have become leisure trips and fun trips with this funding. So are you reining down and saying, hey, you're going to Florida to market the Virgin Islands when half the Virgin Islands live in Florida? Does that trip make sense to market? What's happening here overseeing that?
Donnie Dorset, Senior Economic Revitalization Program Manager. With respect to the marketing portion of the disaster recovery, the focus could only be on our Welcome Back campaign. So the areas that they're looking at, and we have the metrics as well, is the traditional areas, letting them know, like Atlanta, Miami, New York, that we're open for business.
Hold on a second, now that's a problem I have. Our Welcome Back campaign is the diaspora of the Virgin Islands. So this decision for the Welcome Back campaign, was this a decision that we made in the territory, or this was a decision that the federal government is mandating? Okay, if this is our decision, the people of the Virgin Islands that live in these areas know that we open. Their family live there. and I have concerns. So and this is not a chastisement against you, Mr. Dorset, just take that, but I want you to go back to tourism and tell them Senator Saru has a concern, and I think it's a valid concern that we are taking $10 million to say welcome back to our aunt that live in Miami. That's a problem. If we're really talking about tourism and bringing people to this territory, we have to move out of the diaspora. All of these areas have a VI carnival, every last one of them, so they know we open. Quickly, Mr. Derima, I like what you're doing here with our I don't know how our population that's in distress. Tell me what's happening there.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Speaking to the mic. When you're singing, you speak louder. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Afternoon.
Dan Derima, Supportive Housing and Sheltering Program Manager. Currently, we are assisting the Lutheran Social Services with the Sister Emma project. It is geared to house 16 severely disabled children and young adults with a skilled nursing facility, per se, yes.
Okay.
On St. Croix.
Anything over here? Any projects that we're looking at over here? I didn't see anything listed here, but anything for our homeless population using the CDBG?
Currently, we are working on 3 new projects.
Okay.
2 on St. Croix, 1 on St. Thomas. Currently, St. Thomas is MTOC, meeting the needs of the community, doing a day shelter. And in St. Croix, Catholic Charities, with another homeless shelter, and 10,000 helpers with their current facility to renovate.
Okay, thank you for that. That's needed. That's a very much needed project. So thank you for your service.
It's my pleasure.
Who's dredging? Is that Ms. Constable again? I come back in. Who's that? Dredging is who?
Mr. Dorset.
Mr. Dorset. Let's go. Last one, and then we're going to the senators. Who's that?
It's a combination of both, Senator, because right now, again, it's under economic revitalization, but it's moving to infrastructure. So they work as a team. So either one could answer, but Mr. Dorset, of course, could give you the best history, and then Ms. Constable could tell you where we are.
We press for time because I did promise I will leave you out at 12:30. I'm 3 minutes past my time. So if you could just give me a quick update on the dredging of Crombie and the harbor, the Shot Amalia Harbor, please. Quick, Mr. Dorset. Succinct. Precise.
Donnie Dorset, Senior Program Manager, Economic Revitalization. We're in the process of just moving it over to the infrastructure program. There were some requirements that, are occurring in economic revitalization that's now freed up in infrastructure. So we're just waiting for approval with that.
Okay, I get that internal process, but where are we on the dredging and the conversation? Do we need Army Corps engineers? Is that something that's included in this project, the dredging, the 23 million and the 15 million?
No, so in other words, in terms of the project moving, it can't move, we need to move it first. So when we get that approval from the HUD, from our third substantial amendment, we'd be able to have a more fruitful conversation.
Okay, now I understand the explanation. Senators, we have a 4-minute round, and then we will conclude today's meeting. Senator Blyden, you may proceed at this time.
Cool. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I just want to piggyback quickly on the discussion in respect to the 600 plus individuals you're trying to attain with the program. I know at the Housing Authority, when we had many big projects going on, what we did to meet our goal and threshold, I personally went on a block, recruited the guys, brought them in the center, had a meeting with them. We helped them and assisted them with the application process. Many of them, 90% of them are skilled. They did the job on time, came to work on time, did what needed to be done, and it basically opened the doors to many opportunities for many of those individuals and all other communities. So I must say that goal is not hard to attain. You have to hit the ground. I don't have the problem assisting in getting that done. We know the players, myself and Senator Joseph. We know many of the players in the communities and elsewhere. And it's not a hard process. You just have to really want to make it happen and need to help these young men. Many times they just need a little helping hand. Okay, I just want to touch on that. Now, let me go to your testimony on page 5. of your testimony, you mentioned that 140 individuals have property tax delinquency issue, and they cannot move forward with the program unless those issues are rectified. But on the other hand, and I know the governor spoke about it some time back, of the $8.5 million that we received for homeowner assistance fund from that fund. And it basically states in a testimony on page 20 that the purpose of the fund is to prevent mortgage delinquencies and defaults, foreclosures, and displacement of homeowners experiencing financial hardship after January 20th. That's 2 years, some time ago. And the funds from the HAF may be used for assistance with mortgage payments. However, homeowners insurance, delinquency, property taxes, and other specified purposes. Now, for those individuals who are struggling, the 140 individuals who cannot move forward because of the delinquency property tax, the money is there for them. What is being done to assure that this money goes to those individuals so they can move forward in the program? That's what I'm talking about, being creative, thinking outside the box, and making sure, as you stated, the end results, it's a win-win for our people of the territory. What is being done to help these individuals?
Just for clarification, the property tax delinquency, you could either have your property tax current or you can enter into a payment plan.
Okay.
So as long as you have a payment plan or that is current, you could move forward. That's the only requirement for the homeowner program, because you have to meet that affordability period and you can't be in the process of being foreclosed on. So that's why that caveat is there.
Understood, but back to my question now. What is being done to assist those individuals, not only with the property tax portion, but all the other areas I spoke to, with the $8.5 million that's available for these individuals?
So in terms of the gap, Senator, again, we did send off what was required of HUD. We do not have the funding yet, as the team, while preparing for the funding, develops the program. So when the money comes, we're ready to go. We can certainly consider that.
And Assistant Director, I must say, I like what I'm hearing from you, your mindset, thinking outside the box. I like it. It makes sense. That's the way I operate. And one thing I would like to add and ask you to do when you bring on an individual moving forward, make sure they have that empathy portion with everything else. Because I think we need more of that. No one can work on my staff unless they have that within them. Because I think that makes a big difference in helping people put yourself in their shoe, understanding what they're going through. You know, and I think we lack that in many agencies, and that's why we are not as aggressive or passionate about what we do. And to work on my team, you must have that, because once you have that, it goes a long way in helping people and seeing what their needs are. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Your points are duly noted. We cannot legislate compassion and care, and that's so, and I said it to respectfully to Ms. Hector. Now, you cannot legislate the ability to care about people who are going to become homeless. And so I don't know if it's some team bonding or something, but
right. So it has to be part of the way we're hiring. So I talked about changing that as well. We're not just looking for skills, your hard skills, technical end, but the soft skills as well. So that's going to be very important. We are starting team building activities. We had one within DR when I started, and those things will have to continue.
Yeah, the culture of our agencies must change. Senator Joseph?
Thank you kindly, Madam Chair. I want to revisit two items that were discussed so I could get a denominator. First, let's go to the ERAP program. You mentioned, you gave your breakdown. How many persons actually applied? How many applications that you received for the ERAP? You gave the breakdown of the applications. You said 244 applications have been approved. 42 applications have been denied. If you don't have the number right now, kindly forward it to the chair, because I just need to get the denominator so I can do the math and see how successful the program is running.
Senator, I believe that number is around 781.
Okay, so that should 708, how much it is precisely?
781.
781, okay, because that wasn't in the report. total applications received, and I will need a breakdown per island district as well. Now, I wanted to go to one of the other, I don't know if you mentioned it when I stepped out, relative to the status of the HUD Cdbg DR MIT. I know that there was work with your predecessor relative to getting that going and the like. I know some milestones were met, but where are we today with it as far as getting approval and getting access to that money?
So the action plan was submitted in December, and that was approved by HUD. What HUD also asked us for is now our implementation plan. So the implementation plan outlines how are you going to do what you said you're going to do, inclusive of a staffing plan. Inclusive of a staffing plan. So we completed the staffing plan, and again, at my request, I asked our HUD liaison if they could talk through some of the requirements with me, because I read what the the Federal Register notice required in terms of audit. You have to have this, just how much of that information you would actually have to give or not, and she helped to guide us. So we're going to submit that this month, because the plan is ready to go, just needed some additional.
So my question is, do you have access to the HUD MIT monies?
No, we won't have access until the implementation plan is submitted and approved by HUD, and then we will have access.
And has HUD given you a time frame to approve the plan once it's submitted? How long is their process? You normally, I got a figure from your predecessor, and the process it normally takes HUD, so you could, include that in your calculation. So of time, because time is money.
Well, I know HUD is really a really good partner with us, and in our meetings with them at Washington, et cetera, they will do what we need them to do to push it forward. But I see anywhere from 30 to 60, maybe even 90.
60 days is their normal time.
Yeah.
Time frame. Okay, so let's switch now to the ICF contract. Are they meeting their benchmarks and milestones and outcomes? Because I need to understand you, because we have a little history here of paying human beings, these contractors, the money, and they are not meeting their required outcomes as delineated in their contracts. Okay, so tell me, first of all, how many applications were received? Are you able to talk about that, Mr. Dorset?
Donnie Dorset, Senior Economic Revitalization Program
1 minute,
Manager.
Mr. Dorset. I need to get approval from Madam Chair to go forward. Thumbs up. Continue.
Through Ms. Clendenin to the chair, I have a number, but I want to make sure it's the most accurate number, so we could provide that to you. I don't want to say.
Okay, so you could provide these numbers if you don't want to say on the record to the chair. I'm going to give you a list of numbers because I crunch numbers and I scrub them. So let's look at, we already have on page 16 your 22 in your second paragraph, or the first paragraph, you said 22 individuals have obtained a National Center of Construction Education and Research certification, but they are required to enroll or have a certain amount of participants. This is an outcome. Did they meet their outcome for participants to enroll in the program? And then I need to know for each increment, because you have a certain amount of increments you have to go through. And then I need to also know if how much they were paid thus far, if that wasn't covered already for the work done out of their $10 million contract.
Donnie Dorset, Senior Economic Revitalization Program Manager. For the skills for today with the construction curriculum, that portion of it, there's no payment. However, there's no payment in that part. However, when it comes to the on-the-job training, where they actually go out in the field, they're being subsidized by the amount within the contract. So ICF would pay for subsidizing them out there in the training.
So you're representing ICF doesn't receive payment for the skills for today? That's what I'm...
The skills for today portion of it, the enrollees, the participants do not receive a stipend.
Yeah, I'm not talking about them, you know.
Okay.
I'm talking about the contractor. Me worrying about the young people, them. They're going to get paid somehow. My concern is the contractor, because I mentioned that the contractor, we have a issue with paying the human beings, the contractors, specifically for work that they have not completed and for outcomes that are not there. Okay, sometimes we have that issue and not terminating. So my question is, and I have it up, I really want to thank you guys. You have a very good website. Because I'm here and I'm looking at your contract, and it does for ICF, it says for the first cohort for NCCR level 1, the cohort 1, which would be from June 2021 to September 2021, they were supposed to have 50 participants. And with that, it is aligned with a payment. So my question is, have they met those benchmarks? And 2, how much have they been paid thus far?
Okay, so I will answer the latter part of the question first. ICF has been paid $2.5 million. With respect to meeting their benchmarks, I would say the short answer to that is yes. I want to also say that although you're seeing 22 certified, what happens is prior to starting the program, those individuals they receive like tutorial assistance, prepping them, getting ready to take the actual courses. Once one set of individuals move forward, the next set that completes the tutorial or prepping, they are now in the next cohort for construction.
Okay, now what about the apprenticeship piece? Because you mentioned all of the I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I am very much over. I'm so sorry.
I'm only allowing it because you do have a good question, and I'd like to know the answer. So
you didn't ask about that, the apprenticeship piece?
Yes, but if you could drill down on it, and then we could move to the next sentence so we could wrap up. But you do have a good line. That's why I'm giving you the latitude to continue. He can answer. You may proceed.
The apprenticeship piece, how many individuals? I did not see anything in the report that says how many persons are enrolled in the apprenticeship piece of the contract.
Donnie Dorset, Economic Revitalization Senior Program Manager. At this current time, we don't have information yet for the apprenticeship. ICF is working on that, but we will be able to provide information once there are individuals that are enrolled in the apprenticeship section.
And I hope you're not paying them for anything dealing with apprenticeship, because let me just remind you, and I'll put it on the record right here in their contract. It says apprenticeship sectors include a minimum marine, information technology, and cybersecurity. There will be 50 participants in the apprenticeship sector, and the time frame will be from October 2021 to October 2022. So I don't know how you're paying these human beings who are the contractors. So I just want to get that information.
So you're highlighting a violation of the contract.
You know that. That is, and you have the authority, if they are not meeting their timeline based on hard requirements, to let them know it. Have you communicated that to them? Have you communicated that? Because we have nobody in the apprenticeship piece here. Based on your representation, it's not ready. We are in March. So when are they going to get ready to be able to have 50 participants in the apprenticeship piece of their contract?
And that's a good question, because we have in contracts, and Senator Valley had the same concern about a different contract. We have people signing contracts and we're not holding them to the
Yep.
standard, the accountability piece. So if there are to have apprentices, what's happening with the contract in that component?
Donnie Dorset, Economic Revitalization Senior Program Manager. Although you're reading that information from the contract, that contract was executed last year, June of 2021. So with respect to when it actually started with some of the activities, they started kind of late with them. So with respect,
So has the contract been amended to reflect this late start date and late everything? Because everything is late, the contract has to be amended. Let me pause. Director Clennon, talk to me on this. Can you help me out? Can you address it?
Sure, but I really believe Mr. Dorset is best able to address.
Okay, let's go back to Mr. Dorset.
okay, Senator, once the contract was executed, the time frames them changed because of the time the contract was
Do you have
executed.
a copy of those changes?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a copy of those
I have
changes?
information that we could provide to you.
Okay.
And I want to also say that we are tracking whatever activities ICF and DOL does. They've only been paid $2.5 million out of that contract. They're not going to get any more payments until they meet the scope of work thresholds within the contract.
Okay. I appreciate your response. Senator, if you want to say something for 10 seconds? Go, 10 seconds.
Thank you kindly. I just have a problem with his, and it's all due respect. 4 months they were given after to actually implement the contract. That's a grant to me. And they're supposed to be able to make these timelines, meet these timelines because they say they're going to do it. We have to hold their foot to the fire. That's all it is. Thank you kindly, Madam Chair, for the leeway.
Senator, and I agree absolutely, but of course, we have to work with our partners at Department of Labor as well, who has that direct oversight with ICF. So we are happy to continue our conversation, but to put more emphasis, of course.
Yes, and we understand, and we know that the direct partner would be labor. We don't get him here often, so he's our conduit today to labor. But I just want you to understand that the trepidation of this body, because so often we appropriate money, we see federal dollars coming in, and we do not see the return of investment. And it has been up, and the people can't feel it. We keep talking about every time we turn around is 10 million came in there and 5 million there, and it's something like that we win in the lottery every day, and people can't touch and feel, and the tangibles are absent. So you have to understand, and I think you do understand based on your testimony, because you did open with a level of empathy, that people really would like to see progress and not hear it's something like we just in a action, 10, 20, 15, 30 million here, and then it doesn't feel good. So that's why we just wanted to emphasize the whole component. Senator Johnson, your 4 minutes at this time.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to go back a little bit into that STEP program. And what I want to emphasize on with the STEP program was for temporary relief. And what happened to a lot of folks who are trying to get an Envision program, they're being asked now to pay back this money that the STEP program did work on. And as I said before, I've been to a lot of homes. And a lot of the work in some of the homes, the STEP program was not even complete. And one of the homes I could talk about, based on going there and seeing the condition of the home, it still wasn't livable. However, that homeowner is being told if he don't pay back the money that the STEP program invested into his home, he can't move forward in the Envision program. Have anybody go and investigate and look at some of these homes that folks, and some people are being denied because of this, and you guys need to correct me if I'm wrong. Based on listening to some of the people that I've been going to their homes, are saying that based on this STEP program, investing, spending money, although the project or the home was not completed. In one case, the homeowner said his house was worse after this STEP program came in, had a contractor do work, contractor was paid for work that was not completed. What are we doing about these folks that fall in that category?
Senator, I am so sorry to hear that for that individual. However, I nor my team is aware of anybody that has been asked to pay back anything relative to STEP. But STEP has been ongoing for quite some time, perhaps even longer than some of us here in the chambers. I don't know if the Office of Disaster Recovery has...
In order for they to be qualified for Envision, they have to pay back the money that STEP invested into their home.
Duplication of benefits.
That sounds like a duplicate.
Senator, right, you're right, Ms. Glendon, and it's any other funds, any funds that have already been identified, that if their home was fixed by STEP, that's a completely different program. But if you receive FEMA assistance, then you'll have to disclose that amount, and that amount will have to be included in the calculations for the Cdbg program. But not if your home was repaired by FEMA, by STEP. There was funds to individual assistance that people receive to fix their home. That is the money that is in question, not the STEP repairs.
And these now so you're telling me that yes, it's was invested in their homes, and now they do have to refund that money in order for them to be qualified for Envision. Am I correct to say that?
No, I want you to take out STEP out of that. I know where you're going with this, but it's not the STEP program. It's the individual assistance funds that were received from FEMA is what they need to disclose, not the STEP fund.
Well, I'm going to ask for the interim director to have somebody reach out to me, because I really need someone to come and hear it from the people who live in it. And when I go to these homes and I see these homes, they're saying that this STEP program, which started to fix the roof, never complete the roof. But now they're being told if they don't pay back that money that a contractor was paid, they can't take part and go further in this Envision program.
Senator, I'd love to provide some clarification, even if it's not in this meeting, but take some time with our staff to sit with you, because again, it's two separate matters. The FEMA, the repair STEP, that was one thing. What we're talking about with Envision is duplication of benefits, as stated in the testimony, and I'm happy to have Ms. Sherry-Ann dive deeper if you need it. If you were given money by FEMA or some other source, your insurance, that's a HUD, that part of our requirement is to make sure there's no duplication of benefits. So I'm thinking perhaps that's what that gentleman is experiencing. However, I'd like the opportunity for us to sit with them and kind of go through how duplication of benefit works.
You're correct. That's what they're being told, that it's this duplication. But if you see the house and you see what was done, really, it's injustice. It really is injustice. I would like to wrap up on this here on page 9 of your testimony, emergency home repair Virgin Islands. You started out and you give a number of, let me see if I'm on the right, I lose my train of thought digging so much into that. It would be page 4. From the 675 assessment, approximately 515 homeowners are still active. What happened to the next 160?
Ann Hanley, Director of Programs. The remaining 160 would have been going through the process to construction of their home. They would have been either a part of what we call the Envision 200 projects, or they would have been a part of our mini bid process.
Because I see no explanation of that 160. I don't know if it's in testimony. If it is, I sure would like to find out what's the status of that 160. And through the chair, I'd ask to send those information through the chair, please. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson. Who is your Human Resources Director? You have one?
Yes, we do, Miss Yvonne Christopher.
And how is that recruitment going? Because one of your complaints was lack of, not complaints, but you highlighted lack of personnel, or you need more, you're understaffed. Let me rephrase that.
Right, and again, it goes back to the conversation we had, that we're doing things a bit differently in terms of our application processes, looking at our job descriptions, advertising nationally, in addition to all the possible areas we can locally.
Okay. And just to wrap up, before I allow you, you have numbers for me?
Yeah, for the 44?
Yes, yes.
30 are on St. Croix, 13 St. Thomas, and 1 St. John.
So one more time, what's St. Croix?
Sure, 30 St. Croix.
30 St. Croix?
30.
I don't want to have my St. Croix colleagues complain till next month, you know. 30 St. Thomas.
13 St. Thomas.
And then?
1 St. John.
Oh, poor St. John. Okay. And then before I allow you time to wrap up briefly, I did some math here, and the contract is coming through you. Mr. Dorset, please don't think I'm coming for you today. I just want to talk, right? And it's not really for a response, but just doing the math, and the 2.5 million that we gave to ICF, that's more than 25% of not even solving only 10% of the projected number. In doing some math up here based on your response, and that is a concern, that we pay somebody more than 25% for doing less than 10% of the work. And as a project manager or program manager, the person overseeing it, I know labor has their duty, but you got to hold labor to the fire and say, listen, I am not giving you another penny until you come back with more applicants that is over that 10% threshold. Because the intent of all these federal funds, American Rescue Plan, HUD, Infrastructure and Job Act, Build Better Act, COVID funds, CARES Act 1 and 2, funds from the hurricane, is for the territory to be better than we are. That's the underlying objective, to come out of this more resilient, better prepared, a more skilled labor workforce, and for people to just have a better quality of life. And if we are to do that, we have to spend these monies in a proper manner and hold people accountable. And accountability doesn't mean more bureaucracy. You know, and we like to be selective in who we hold accountable because we are a small community and we know the mother, father, friend, sister, brother. No, you got to hold people accountable at the end of the day. And we need a return of investment from every single federal dollar that we've received in this territory. And that's all I'm asking for. Just as simple as 10 years from now, my niece should be living in a territory better than the one that she found it. Okay? Director Clendenny, you may close. Before you close, I'm going to allow Director Williams-Acterleen to give her closing remarks, and then you may proceed, Director Williams-Acterleen.
All right, thank you again. Thank you for the opportunity to share. The housing is again one of the governor's top priorities, and moving these programs that we've spoken about. We had a lengthy conversation about that gap of the moderate income families where the federal funding drops off, and we have to figure out how do we help those people we miss that falls between the cracks. But they are our professionals, they are our engineers, they are our nurses, our teachers, and we need to find ways to be able to support them. The federal funding that's coming into the territory will be utilized to be able to fill some of these needs that we have, and we are most definitely focused on doing so at the Office of Disaster Recovery, and we'll continue to work closely with the VI Housing Finance Authority and this body to help push it. So thank you again.
Thank you. Ms. Clendenny, quickly before you give your closing remarks, just give me a clarification. Your website has that your Cdbg DR funds is 1.8 million and your testimony has something else. What is the correct amount? Sorry, billion. I missed the commas.
1.9 billion.
So the
But
correct
I'm
amount.
happy to provide you the breakdown.
No, I just want to know so the aggregate amount is 1.9 billion. Okay, you may proceed at this time.
Just really thank you for the opportunity to come before you, and of course to the public listening and viewing, to understand where we are with our projects or things we oversee. And we recognize we still have a lot of work to do, but this is a great team, a team inside VA, HFA, us here in the chambers, those online, those back in the office. Thank you all for what you do. It is greatly appreciated, and we will see you again on Monday.
Thank you for your responses today. We appreciate you coming before us and having this holistic discussion. So thank you again. Enjoy the remainder of your day and the weekend. The Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure stands in recess until 1:40 p.m. The committee stands in recess. The Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure is back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item in block 2?
The committee will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Water, Power and Authority related to the status of all disaster-related projects in the territory, their respective contracts, inclusive of professional service and task order contracts, both anticipated and underway. Invited testifiers: Andre Smith, Chief Executive Officer, VI Water and Power Authority; Adrian Octaline Williams, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Madam Chair, that concludes today's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Andrew Smith. Right. Just before we proceed, just sound check. Mrs. Smith, you're on the call. Sound check.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Director Williams Octaline.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Watlington Francis.
Hi, good afternoon.
Is there anybody else I should be online? Mr. Smith, CEO Smith, do you have anybody else online that we need to identify?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Sorrell. We have attorney Dion Sinclair, who's general counsel of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, and we have Mr. Cordell Jacobs, who leads a number of our federally assisted projects.
Okay. Sound check. Mr. Jacobs.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. And attorney, I cannot see the small letters. Attorney
Sinclair.
Thank you. I mean, it's long letters, long stuff. Long
That's
day.
no problem. I know exactly what you're saying. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Perfect. For my left, can you say your name and title, please? Mr. Hodge?
Good afternoon, Noel Hodge, Chief Operating Officer, Water Systems.
All right, I don't plan.
Good afternoon, Vernon Alexander, Interim CEO.
Speaking to the mic, please.
Good afternoon.
Is the mic on? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon.
No, we're not hearing you. One more time.
Good afternoon.
Scoot over.
Good afternoon.
Media? Hello, volume? One more time.
Good afternoon.
Good.
Yeah, that
good.
sounds better.
All right. Name, title?
Vernon Alexander, Interim COO Electric and Project Management Director.
Thank you. And my good friend, Ms. Ashley?
Good afternoon, Ashley Bryan, Director of Transmission and Distribution.
Okay, perfect. Okay, is that everyone for you, CEO Smith?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you may proceed at this time with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Sorrell, Chairwoman of the Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure, members of the committee, other senators present, ladies and gentlemen in the chamber and in the listening and viewing audiences. I'm Andrew Smith, the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, also referred to as WAPA and/or the Authority. First, I apologize for not appearing in person. I had previously scheduled travel that I could not reschedule, but I do look forward to appearing before you in person in the future. Today, I appear before you accompanied by Mr. Vernon Alexander, who introduced himself as the Interim Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Ashley Bryan, who introduced herself as the Director of Transmission and Distribution, and Mr. Noel Hodge, who's Director of Water Distribution. As the new Executive Director of WAPA, I look forward to forging a collaborative relationship with our stakeholders as the authority continues to make significant investments to build a more efficient and effective power generation system and provide improved service to the community at a lower cost. I strongly believe that working together, especially with the excellent team in place at the Water and Power Authority, we can leverage multiple disciplines, viewpoints, and expertise to achieve great outcomes for our community. My team and I are working to make great progress in the present as well as build towards the future. It is also my commitment to you as a new leadership of the Water and Power Authority to have transparent and open discussions with our stakeholders and to provide our stakeholders with accurate facts and figures so that our stakeholders can understand the challenges that the Water and Power Authority faces, as well as the opportunities that we are pursuing. The authority is actively managing several disaster recovery and infrastructure projects. It's anticipated that once these projects are online, they will strengthen and enhance the system, wherein the Water and Power Authority will experience greater system efficiency and service reliability, and therefore provide both direct and indirect benefits to the territory and the community. Our collective testimony today will provide status updates and anticipated completion timelines. Mr. Vernon Alexander will begin by providing an overview of the electrical projects currently being undertaken at the authority.
Good afternoon again. The authority has undertaken several multi-year projects. We have the PowerPoint.
Madam Chair, they were supposed to have a PowerPoint presentation.
Okie dokie. I think I see Major queuing it up. Major, signal to me if we need to take a brief recess. I'm willing to do that. Okay. Good. That works, Ms.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good.
Okay. The authority has undertaken several multi-year projects to address issues of resiliency, redundancy, efficiency, and the general modernization of our power production facilities, including hardening its transmission and distribution capabilities. The first stage are the hazard mitigation projects that are designed to address key areas of the authority's infrastructure that was severely impacted by the 2017 storms. These projects include undergrounding a substantial portion of the existing electrical overhead transmission and distribution system, interconnecting critical facilities and residential customers to the newly installed underground systems, hardening the remaining overhead systems with composite poles, and hybridizing the generation mix to incorporate smaller and more efficient units, battery storage systems, and renewable energy resources. Each island will benefit equally from ongoing hazard mitigation projects. The undergrounding projects will focus on the primary three-phase lines, densely populated areas, and critical infrastructure that impacts the daily activities of our community. Due to terrain, some areas are deemed not feasible for underground installations and will be outfitted with composite poles. Composite poles are high-performance utility poles that offer a lighter, more durable solution than conventional wood poles. They are not susceptible to deterioration and are more flexible in high wind situations. These poles will not only harden the remaining overhead system, but will also extend the life of the electrical grid. Additionally, damaged substations will receive new GIS or gas insulated switchgear, concrete enclosed buildings, and emergency generators to protect against future storms. Some of the second phase projects are designed to enhance and supplement the functionality and safety of the electrical system. One of these components are control centers to assist in the electrical feed flow and serve as additional protection to devices and personnel. On St. Croix, a new conventional generation unit is being planned for the Richmond Power Plant, coupled with a 20 megawatt battery system. Similar to the Harley plant on St. Thomas, the Richmond Power Plant operates a localized 480 volt station service distributed bus throughout the facility. This bus is critical infrastructure used used to power many auxiliary equipment required for power production and balance of plant operations to restore the power plant to restore power after a blackout event. This project will include the installation of a 480 double-ended switchgear and a black start generator. The project will also include a new battery system that will provide uninterrupted power in the event of failure. The next three slides illustrate both the ongoing and proposed projects, and the discussion will focus on the high points of some of these projects. On St. Croix, approximately 83% of the wood poles will be transitioned to underground utilities. Underground installations are planned for Estate Grove, feeder 10A, Calcahoon, also on 10A, Monbiju, 6A, and Catherine's Rest, feeder 3A. Composite poles will be installed in areas such as Cotton Valley, South Shore Road, and Estate Solitude, in addition to underground and composite pole installations. On St. Croix, the project includes the installation of 18 megawatts of ground-mounted solar at Estate Adventure and a 20 megawatt-hour battery system at the Gregory Willocks electrical substation. An additional 8 megawatts of solar will be installed at the Henry Rolson Airport, which will, when coupled with the microgrid, supply approximately 75% of the peak generation on St. Croix. On St. John, the project highlights are two 4 megawatt emergency generators to be installed on the island load centers at Cruz Bay and Coral Bay. Battery storage will be coupled to the generators to provide black start and grid support capabilities. Undergrounding of electrical equipment will occur in downtown Cruz Bay along North Shore Road to support the main business district, while composite poles will be installed on all remaining overhead systems. On St. Thomas, undergrounding is planned for Estate Thomas, downtown Charlotte Amalie, Tutu Valley, and Bovoni, with a goal of transitioning approximately 82% of the existing wood poles. Similar to the other islands, composite poles will be installed in the remaining overhead system. A submarine transmission line will be installed to provide a dedicated means of communicating power from the Randolph-Harley power plant to neighboring substations. This system will also prepare the authority for potential ship-to-shore power sales at the Waiko cruise ship dock. At the power plant, 36 megawatts of new generation and battery storage will be integrated into the fleet, and a microgrid will be constructed at the Bovoni landfill to support customers on the eastern end of St. Thomas. On Water Island, the projects include the installation of 200 composite poles, which I'm happy to say has been completed, 1.5 megawatt of solar, and a 2 megawatt hour battery system. That has the capacity of backfeeding electrical power over the existing submarine cable system to provide further support to the grid. The composite pole projects were initiated after the hurricanes Irma and Maria to replace all wooden poles on the islands that are not transitioned to underground utilities. The composite poles can withstand wind speeds of up to 200 miles per hour and come with a 40-year guarantee. The composite pole projects are an essential part of the authority's mitigation plans and will provide much-needed reliability to the existing distribution system. On St. Croix, Hoagland is under contract for composite pole installation. The number of poles to be installed is 4,003. To date, 2,460 have been installed. The overall project is about 60% complete and is expected to be completed by December 2023. On St. Thomas, Hoagland Virgin Islands is under contract for composite pole installation. The number of poles to be installed is 2,333. To date, 1,422 poles have been installed. The overall project is 61% complete and is expected to be completed by January 2024. On St. John, BBC Electric is under contract for composite pole installation. The number of poles to be installed is 1,960 poles. To date, 1,193 poles have been installed. The overall project is 61% complete and is expected to be completed by January 2024. Water Island Composite Project, as we said before, was completed in 2019 with a total of 200 poles installed. The East End Electrical Substation is an essential component of the St. Thomas St. John District. It provides transmission lines to the island of St. John and distribution feeders on the eastern portion of St. Thomas. These are feeders 7D, 9D, and Ridge Road feeders. The replacement project was divided into two phases. Phase 1 was awarded to Hogland Energy and BBC Inc. The project involved procuring a new 34.5 gas insulated switchgear, or GIS, and the rebuilding of the 34.5 GIS building and control building to withstand major hurricanes and storm systems. Phase 1 of the project was 100% complete in July 2020. Phase 2 of the project was awarded to Hogland Virgin Islands and work commenced last November. The scope of work includes procuring and installing of a new 13.2 kV gas insulated switchgear, or GIS again, consisting of a main transformer breaker and four distribution feeder breakers. As of today, phase 2 is 90% complete. The anticipated completion date is April 2022. The GIS will create a safer working environment for operations and engineering personnel. There will be a decreased likelihood of arc flashes or arc events, and the GIS switchgears require less maintenance than the damaged older technology, air insulated switchgear. The completion of the East End substation project returns stability to the electrical grid, especially along the eastern corridor of St. Thomas and across the island of St. John. Similarly, the authority will also seek to replace the air-insulated switchgear, relays, and meters in the Donald C. Francois substation. As denoted earlier, the switchgear will be safer to operate, require less maintenance, and will have a smaller footprint. The project timeline is approximately 2 years. The 3 electrical underground projects on St. Croix are the Wilfred Bomba Alec Port and Transshipment Center at Cruz Bay Lagoon, the Midland Project, and the Golden Grove Project. The Container Port Project will replace overhead infrastructure from Lime Tree Bay Training School to the Molasses Pier. The Midland Project will replace infrastructure from the Gregory Willock Substation to Central High School, and the Golden Grove Project will extend from the intersection of Spicy Grill on Queen Mary Highway to the Golden Grove Correctional Facility. The contractors are J. Benton Construction for the Container Port, VI Paving for the Midland Road, and Vivo for the Golden Grove Project. These 3 projects will provide more resilient and reliable electrical service to critical areas that are essential to the recovery of the island in the event of a disaster such as the port facilities, the shipping docks, the dockside facilities for numerous cargo companies, the VIPD Training School and K-9 Unit, the Golden Grove Correctional Facility, Agape Wellness Center, a residential community, as well as several critical, what did I miss here? As well as several other critical focal point feeders for the underground, which serve the west side of the island. The Cruz Bay Underground Project was engineered and designed by C.D. Maguire. The project was separated into several phases, with the initial work focused on the replacement of overhead infrastructure from the Wappa substation in Frank Bay along Vestagada and up to a section along the North Side Road past the Mongoose Junction. In the second phase, overhead infrastructure will be replaced from the substation in Frank Bay along Center Line Road up to Myra Keating Smith Health Center Clinic or Health Clinic. In the third phase, Overhead electrical equipment will be replaced from the substation along the South Shore Road up to the point just past the Westin Hotel. A future phase will replace the overhead infrastructure along North Shore Road to Maho Bay. However, this phase was not included in the original design. Critical facilities to benefit directly from undergrounding initiative include the Myra Kidding Smith Health Clinic and other emergency facilities, the Leander Jurgen Police Command, the Fire Station, U.S. Customs Services, Virgin Islands Port Authority Marine Facilities, the Legislature Building, various government offices, the Julius E. Sprouse School, VI Waste Management Authority facilities, hotels, banks, and on many other cruise bay-based businesses. The number of impacted businesses customers would be 382. The first phase of the Cruise Bay Underground project has been contracted to Hogland Energy. Phase 1 has begun and is approximately 55% complete. Phases 2, which include feeder 9E and phase 3, which includes feeder 8E of the project, should go out for bid in April and September of 2022, respectively. The St. Croix microgrid project consists of the installation of 18 megawatts of ground-mounted solar facilities at Estate Adventure and a 20 megawatt hour battery energy storage system at the Gregory Willocks Electrical Substation. The overall cost of the system is $126.6 million. The second phase covers construction of ground disturbing activities. The estimated date for completion for the microgrid project is October 2023. The Randolph-Harley Power Plant new generation project consists of the installation of 36 megawatts dual fuel units to provide both efficient and reliable power generation at the St. Thomas St. John district. The contractor, Wärtsilä North America, is responsible for engineering, procuring, and constructing the power generation facilities and other associated auxiliary equipment. The project also consists of the installation of a 9 megawatt, 18 megawatt hour battery energy storage systems, which will ensure stability of the power grid through voltage or frequency regulation. The battery system can provide backup power to critical loads during an outage. The target commercial operation date is spring of 2023. The proposed project consists of installing two power generators of up to 10 megawatts each, and that's on St. Croix, two 10 megawatt units each at Estate Richmond power plant, and 10 megawatt, 20 megawatt hour of battery energy storage systems, along with other equipment needed to facilitate the use of new generators. The new generators will have tri-fuel capability, which means that they will be able to operate on either liquefied propane gas, liquefied natural gas, and as primary fuel sources, and also ultra-low sulfur diesel as a backup. The tri-fuel capability allows for the operation that is more flexible during emergencies and for the mitigation of high fuel costs through the ability to select the fuel type. To mitigate the effects of future severe weather events, the proposed generators will reside in a newly constructed generator gallery building designed to withstand hurricane force wind and seismic conditions at the Estate Richmond power plant. This project will provide far-reaching benefits in the target area of St. Croix. By providing more affordable, efficient, and reliable power generation technology. The project allows for improved coordination between system load and the dispatch of generation resources to minimize unnecessary use of fuel. That ends the report for the electrical system.
Good afternoon. Noel Hodge, Chief Operating Officer, Water System. The authority's ongoing water infrastructure projects are funded primarily by grants received from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, administered locally through the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Pending water mitigation projects will be funded through FEMA and/or HUD in the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts. WAPA currently provides potable water service to approximately 13,000 customers across the territory. In both districts, the water distribution system is comprised of water tanks, pump stations, booster stations, and miles of distribution piping. WAPA received its potable water supply from the 7 Seas facilities located at both power plants. 7 Seas uses a reverse osmosis process to purify seawater before distribution to our customers. The island of St. John is unique as it receives potable water via its submerged 6-inch line from St. Thomas. WAPA's potable water system is a critical piece of infrastructure since the authority is the major distributor of drinking water in the territory. In September of 2017, Hurricanes Irma and Maria impacted an already fragile water system infrastructure, mainly on St. Croix, where much of the original ductile iron water piping that is now in service has existed from the 1940s and 50s. Additionally, the water system experienced extensive damage from post-storm activities, including debris removal, planting of replacement utility poles, and the work of private contractors. While the damage to components above ground were visible early on, subsurface damage to the water system's water distribution infrastructure has become more evident due to the increased frequency of water main leaks on St. Croix since the 2017 storms. WAPA's Water Distribution Department has made every effort to utilize the Drinking Water Capital Improvement Grant funding made available through the EPA, DPNR, and the VI Public Finance Authority to fund several rehabilitation and mitigation projects. WAPA has partnered with O'Brien to compile and analyze water system data required for validation by FEMA and HUD. The validation is necessary for the replacement of significant portions of the water system on St. Croix. The Office of Disaster Recovery, ODR, continues to assist with providing prudent updates on the status of many projects. The increase in main line water breaks since the 2017 storms, other pre-existing conditions, pressure data, water loss, pipe age, non-industry standard material, and other analysis are key factors that the authority hopes to mitigate through coordinating with other local utilities. The water distribution team also is currently working with key members of the Naval Postgraduate School to identify utility vulnerabilities and develop specific recommendations for improving the resilience of the water system infrastructure for specific disaster scenarios. Territory mitigation and rehabilitation water projects St. Croix. Christiansted Waterline Rehabilitation Phase 2 was completed March 17, 2021 at a cost of $2.8 million. and it was funded by the EPA Drinking Water Capital Improvement Grant. Frederickstead Water Line Rehabilitation Phase 2 completed May 31st, 2021 at a cost of $3.8 million. Funding source was the EPA Drinking Water Capital Improvement Grant and the Public Finance Authority PFA grant. The Clifton Hill Waterline Rehabilitation, the proposed start date is April 11, 2022, at a cost of $3.5 million. And the funding source is the EPA Drinking Water Capital Improvement Grant. Hannah's Rest Rehabilitation, the design is completed and we're in the process of the bid solicitation. The proposed start is the fourth quarter of 2022, and the cost is to be determined. The funding source, EPA Drinking Water Capital Improvement Grant. Campo Rico Waterline Rehabilitation. The design is also completed and the proposed start date is the fourth quarter 2022 at a cost to be determined. Funding source, Drinking Water Capital Improvement Grant. System-wide water line replacement, Syncroy, FEMA. It is pending data validation. We have estimated 150 miles of water infrastructure piping, primarily ductile iron pipe, upgrade to industry standard C900 PVC pipe. Territory mitigation and rehabilitation water projects in Thomas. Anna's Retreat Waterline Extension Phase 2 is HUD pending Tranche 2. Subrecipient award agreement was executed between VI, HFA, and WAPA. Environmental review is underway. Smith Bay and Friedendall Waterline Extension, HUD, pending Tranche 2. Subrecipient agreement was executed between VI, HFA, and WAPA. Environmental review is underway. The Nazareth Waterline Extension, HUD, Tranche 3, waiting for the Tranche 3 applications to be available. Estimated cost is $4.2 million. Bolongo Waterline Extension, HUD, Tranche 3, waiting for Tranche 3 applications to be available at an estimated cost of $2.2 million. Windberg Waterline Extension, HUD, Tranche 3, HUD, waiting for Tranche 3 applications to be available at an estimated cost of $5.7 million. Strawberry and Barren Spot Waterline Extension, HUD, Tranche 3, waiting for Tranche 3 applications to be available at an estimated cost of $16.4 million. The Water Mitigation Project Roadmap. The Water Mitigation Roadmap provides an overview of our project's funding source and estimated year of completion. Senator Saru and members of the 34th Legislature, this concludes our prepared presentation on the projects that WAPA is pursuing to enhance the electrical and water services to our customers. Through these projects, we envision a future wherein WAPA is the source of reliable, resilient, efficient power and water. The increased efficiencies we strive for will translate into lower operating costs, which in turn will reduce the cost of service to our customers. The hardworking men and women of WAPA are working diligently each day to take advantage of the unique opportunity we have been afforded through the millions of dollars in federal funding to transform this 50-plus-year-old water and power utility into a modern utility company we can all be proud of. In closing, we would be remiss if we did not salute the more than 500 men and women who make up the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. We are some of the most dedicated and committed employees you will find anywhere in the public or private sector workplace. Without hesitation, I can tell you that our team strives each day to build a brighter, future for all of us. We thank you for this opportunity to share information on our many projects, and we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. Before proceeding, what's the discussion that you're having with Government House and the Energy Office on Governor Bryan's new idea to make St. Croix 100% solar powered in months? How does that interface with today's presentation?
Good afternoon, Senator Soreau. This is CEO Andrew Smith. Can I speak to that?
Sure.
Yes. And Mr. Hodge read my closing remarks. So thanks, Mr. Hodge. I think he wants his interim old job back. And that's a great question about how the recently announced initiatives that Governor Bryan discussed earlier this week, how those intersect with the projects that we've talked about today. In fact, the team internally has had a number of discussions this week on that front, and that will be an evolving a process of figuring out strategically how those fit together. I don't think they're incompatible. It may shape the way some of these projects fit together. What arguably the two processes do is they really run somewhat concurrently, but a little bit sequentially. The governor's real initiative is that, I think as everybody on this audience knows, we struggle with significantly high fuel prices. The Water and Power Authority over the last 7 months paid out $43 million in fuel than we recovered from our customers in what is already a high customer bill. So trying to get renewables and other resources on the system quickly, right, to help lower the overall bill and give some immediate relief, albeit it won't happen, immediate is a year-ish, somewhere in that zip code, maybe sooner. Actually, will be sooner with some of the resources we're looking at. So give some immediate relief while we continue to pursue these very valuable federally funded projects. So final answer to be determined, but it's absolutely something we're working on, how the two processes mesh together.
Okay, so I guess the question would be, as you so the fuel prices, would that put the utility in a precarious financial situation if you go 100% solar and what we're installing now requires fuel? I think that's my question. In a nutshell.
Yes. So the installation of not only near-term solar, but then the projects that we're talking about here broadly, all of those projects will reduce the Water and Power Authority's reliance on fossil fuel, which has put the authority in a precarious financial position. I started at the beginning of January. Unfortunately, bad luck, bad timing. We had hostilities in Ukraine and commodity prices spiked, and so we've had to address that and absorb those costs as Water and Power Authority. We saw a Friday a couple of weeks ago where the change in price resulted in our propane purchases changing for the weekend, so for 2 days, by $700,000. Because we buy roughly $300,000 to $350,000 of propane a day per island. And so what projects will actually do is significantly dampen those periods of volatility, periods of high prices that we suffer from. We will always have some component of fossil generation because we have to power the islands at night. We have to power the islands when we have cloud cover come over or other factors that will disrupt solar generation. But the displacement of what is very expensive fossil fuel with even obviously the investment that you have to make in solar, and there's a cost to it. That's significantly less than fossil fuel, and it's durable. Once the assets are on the ground, that effectively, has a long-term insulating effect to protect the Water and Power Authority from high and volatile fuel prices.
Okay, got it. I have a few more questions on that, but I won't dominate the discussion. Senator Blyden, you may proceed at this time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony.
Good afternoon.
Let me say, I also want to give kudos to the hardworking men and women at the Water and Power Authority. They are always the first on the line to do what needs to be done, especially after a storm, and they must be recognized and compensated accordingly. So I want to tell them thank you and continue to work. Let me go directly to the testimony because I know he spoke to the stakeholders. What's the communication like, and what type of progress are we making in terms of the partnership with the different stakeholders? Succinctly, if anyone can speak to that briefly, please, because that's important in moving anything forward. Who would like to take that one? You, Mr. Alexander, or Mr.
Repeat the
Smith?
question, please.
What's the relationship with the stakeholders in terms of communication moving forward?
I'll speak to that, Senator Blyden. And good afternoon. In terms of communication with the stakeholders, that is one of the things that I have taken on as a strategy that we need to focus on, very diligently with the community. We're in a transition right now with leadership and communication. We just started a new director of communication, Mr. Emmett Hansen. He's kind of getting up to speed, getting his legs under him as far as the Water and Power Authority. We had an interim head of communication, which Ms. King Leonce, who's been handling that, in addition to her human resources efforts. And even in that role where she was doing double duty, she's made great strides to communicate more clearly with the community. For example, in outages, we've gotten a lot of good positive feedback on our Facebook page, for example, because we've taken a real effort to try to frame for the community when we have an outage, is anticipated restoration a half hour, an hour, 2 hours, whatever that may be. We'll continue to do that. Mr. Hansen is tasked with developing a comprehensive outreach program where we will be much more visible with the community and highlighting to the community, what efforts we're taking to improve the Water and Power Authority, but also keeping the community informed when we have challenges and problems, because that's just as important to talk about.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director Smith.
You're welcome.
I see a long-winded. Please try and keep your answers succinct. But let me state
Sure.
also in the testimony, you spoke to a substantial portion of the grid going overhead. Underground, I'm sorry, which is 80, and you further wanted to state 81% in St. Croix, I believe, 82% St. Thomas. But my question is for the other areas you spoke to in terms of the battery storage, the renewable energy sources, that's the difference that's going to be put on the grid. So let me ask you, with that being said, right, I know you said in St. Croix, the wood poles, approximately 83% of them will be going underground. So are they all going to be replaced with composite poles, or are they going to be combined with the different renewable energy sources?
I'll ask Mr. Alexander to answer that.
If you're referring to the composite poles will be replacing the wood poles.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want clarity on that.
Yeah.
Okay, very well. Okay, I know that the composite poles also have a 40-year warranty. Is there a spec in order for you to get that warranty, where they have to be a certain depth, everything will be on point in order to get that warranty, or is yours guarantee based on what it is?
That's correct. Those poles were wind tunnel tested to determine what strength of wind that they will be able to withstand. The thing though that we have to remind people is even if we say that the pole can withstand 200 miles per hour, if on the contrary a tree falls on that particular pole, it wasn't designed to do that, to take that load. Correct. But standing on its own in an open space and having the designed for a certain span of wire and type of wire, they will be able to withstand that wind speed.
Yeah, I understand, but I see some gray areas there because a tree fall on a pole, but it didn't land on a pole right next to the pole. Who's to say who, what, when, where, and why? You see what I'm saying? But I understand where you're coming from in terms of the guarantee. I'm serious because when it comes to these disasters, FEMA always try to get over. That's the other way it is. So we got to make sure, and assure that we have the right individual on our side. Let me ask you, pertaining to the resiliency of the system on all of the different units that's coming in online to harden the system. with all that's being done, are we going to see any type of reduction in rates for our ratepayer, despite everything that we are doing, in respect to resiliency and hardening the grid? Anyone?
You've made Ashley a prophet today. She said that you were going to ask that question. But Mr.
And please state your name before you speak.
Ashley Bryan, Director of Transmission and Distribution. We know that the big question is how will all of these projects impact the rates? It's something that we are working on studying right now. We had a grant to do a cost of service study. That's something that we have put out for solicitation, and it will take a look at how our business has changed and is progressing with the integration of these projects, new generation, microgrids, etc. Reliability for sure will increase because the majority of your overhead infrastructure on the transmission and distribution system will be transitioned to underground. So when you have things like a car hitting a pole, for instance, and that pole infrastructure would have come down from it being overhead, it'll no longer impact the entire feeder, which is thousands of customers, because it will no longer be overhead. So your reliability from the transmission and distribution side will severely increase, as well as from the generation side, because now you're having newer generation, smaller blocks of generation that are included in your system. Randolph-Harley, for instance, will also have a 9 megawatt, 18 megawatt hour battery storage system that'll be coupled straight into our station service bus. So if you have an outage, for instance, you can deploy that battery as a black start unit, and you can also use it during normal operations to give you grid support.
Okay, very well. And
3 minutes.
Thank you so much for that reminder. I'm going to spend the rest of my time on the water portion, and I'm not seeing Mr. Hodge today because all of my questions are directed to him. First of all, in the testimony, he spoke to the EPA, and the EPA being the agency that gives the most grants for the Water and Power Authority. I would like to know what that amount is, number one. That's the first question I have. Secondly, I know there's mitigation funds and HUD funds in respect to the water line distribution system. I know I've been speaking with and working with the Water and Power Authority in respect to assuring that the water line distribution system and the areas that are dedicated to those funds be done expeditiously and also monitor exactly how far we are. And my line of questioning was in that respect, but I'm not seeing Mr. Hodge there. Is there anyone else that can answer my questions in terms of the water line distribution system? And because here on page 18 of 19, I'll continue talking until he returns. On page 18 of 19, I see that there, in the chart there, that the territory mitigation and rehabilitation of water projects in Thomas, slide 18. I'm seeing, for instance, Anna's Retreat Water Line Extension, Phase 2, HUD funding, pending tranche, right? And then for Smith Bay, it says pending. And then for Nazareth, Bolongo, and Wimberg, it said tranche 3. So I want to know what the differences are in terms of pending tranche, what the amounts are, because I know you have the amount for Nazareth, which is 4.2 million, Bolongo, 2.2 million, Wimberg, $5.7 million. But for Anna's Retreat and Smith Bay, there is no amount. So I'd like you to fill in the blanks for me, please. Good afternoon, Director Hodge. How are you doing today? Haven't seen you in a while.
Good afternoon.
1 minute.
Yeah, so the difference is that there are different tranches in the HUD program. Anna's Retreat and Smith Bay are tranche 2, and then the other projects, Bolongo, Nazareth, they are...
Mr. Hodge, speak up a little, please. We can't read you.
Yeah, those are... Nazareth, Bolongo are tranche 3. And so Anna's Retreat and Smith Bay are further along in the process. And so...
how far along in the process are we?
So we have the agreement executed. However, we have to do the environmental assessment right now. And once the environmental assessment is completed, then we get like a notice to proceed from VIHFA. And then we could start the work.
And how long average that process takes in terms of that study, usually average? I know it depends, but what's the average time?
I think it's somewhere around 60 to 90 days.
Oh, great. Okay. So from today's date, you say, or were they already in the process?
Once the environmental assessment is completed, then
Correct.
they do go through their approval process.
So in the environmental assessment, usually how long does that take?
The environmental assessment would be around, I would say, would be, if fast track, about 60 days.
So hopefully by summer we can see, we can see some type of progress in terms of, because we've been speaking about these, especially these two areas to start with for some time now, and what it will mean for the agency in terms of revenues and for the territory in terms of assisting many individuals who depends and needs the water distribution system connected to their existing homes and or new developments, which we spoke this morning again about home ownership opportunities and building homes in the territory, and it will drive down the cost of building homes tremendously, by at least 50, I'll say 30%, because to build a system on average is 50,000 up, easily. So that's why I'm so passionate about the water distribution system and what it can do on a bigger scale to assist people here in the territory when it comes to home ownership opportunities and driving down the cost of construction costs also, because many of the time when you go to the bank, that upfront is hard to get. And if you can get rid of that, it makes it much easier for, number one, for the individual, and number two, for the banks to start giving loans to the individual, because you don't have to worry about that upfront cost that's so high. So that's why, I'm trying to show that sense of urgency when it comes to us, focusing on that area when it comes to the water line distribution, not only for water, but for other areas that ties into the water distribution line.
Yes, Senator. So this particular program, we are, is somewhat new to us. So, but we are going to work to expedite it as much as possible. I think WAPA has only started one other project with this particular HUD program. So it's new, but we're working with Housing Finance Authority to expedite.
Thank you so much for your responses, and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the leniency. Thank you.
No problem. Your 15 minutes has been exhausted. The committee will take a recess for the change of the recorder. The committee stands in recess.
Half of your authority.
The committee is back on the record. Senator Johnson, I see you a mile away, but it's now your turn.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience, and good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Andrew Smith.
Good afternoon.
Today isn't a happy day for me because I tried making communication with you. I tried to have a telephone dialogue with you, and that was unsuccessful. So I'm going to deal with the situation that I have at hand that I wanted to discuss with you. It's the individual company and the island of St. Croix that paid WAPA $13,000 for connection. As we speak today, this individual business is not in operation. He's not making money. He's losing money. The government is not making money because of taxes, and WAPA is not making money. So can somebody explain to me what's the problem with this type of behavior with WAPA? $13,000 from January.
Senator Johnson, I don't have an answer for you here. I'll have to find out who that customer is.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Just for our new recorder, can you just, for our stenographer, can you say your name, title, and then proceed to respond?
Sorry about that. I'm Andrew Smith, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. Senator Johnson, unfortunately, I can't answer that question for you today. If we can find out who that customer is, we will absolutely investigate and rectify the situation.
You know, it's unacceptable for me, and that's why I try reaching out to you. And I've got complaints from some of your employees trying to have meeting with you, trying to have dialogue, and I didn't believe them. I didn't believe them, but I tried. I sent email back and forth trying to get this problem solved for this customer, because this is hardship we created. This is hardship. WAPA is creating hardship for our people. $13,000 from January, and yet this person isn't connected. Can anybody tell me what's the problem with WAPA bucket trucks them in the garage?
So apologies for not connecting with you. We did attempt to schedule meetings, and so we'll certainly engage as quickly as we can with that. For the garage, we recognize that our vehicles are a serious problem for the Water and Power Authority. We have a new head of that organization that is leading the garage in the process of starting to rectify those issues. So we are absolutely focused on that. We are also receiving 2 bucket trucks through federal grants that will also assist with that issue, but we are definitely focused on our vehicle situation.
How many bucket trucks, as we speak on the island of St. Croix, can be out there available to help the customers of this territory? On the island of St. Croix for now.
I'll ask Ms. Bryan to speak to that specifically. We have 6 trucks, I believe. We generally have 1 to 2 that are functioning, but Ms. Bryan can give you real-time status.
Good afternoon, Ashley Bryan, Director of Transmission and Distribution. On St. Croix right now, we only have 2 bucket trucks functioning.
You're sure of that? Because I was told 1 out of 2.
That was the report that I got at COB yesterday, but the fleet does tend to fluctuate, so 1 might have gone down this morning that I am unaware of.
So can somebody tell me what is WAPA plan for immediate response now to this territory? Because you're telling me on the island of St. Croix you got 2 bucket truck. And if you got 2 bucket truck, how does 2 bucket truck service this island? How?
I'll speak to that, Senator Johnson. It doesn't as effectively as it should. We have the same issue on St. Thomas, so it's not St. Croix specific. That's why we have a new head of the garage, and we're working diligently to address that. It's not enough trucks, period.
You know, this is totally unacceptable. We're close and around woods of getting ready to go back into our next hurricane season. And we're finding ourselves with our WAPA cannot even take care of the basic customers. In regards to these composite pole, what are we doing about the tree cutting around these areas and these low line areas where trees are hanging over these lines?
I'll ask Ms. Bryan to speak to our vegetation management.
Well, as we already spoke about, we have an issue with our fleet to be able to manage the system, and vegetation management is one of those aspects. The line superintendents have been drafting a preventative maintenance program which does include vegetation management, and they have been doing the vegetation management as they can with the available fleet. However, we are aware that it is suffering because we do not have sufficient bucket trucks to be able to deploy to support those activities.
Are you saying to me that WAPA and the island of St. Croix have a crew for managing the tree cutting?
No, I'm saying to you that we have 5 line crews on the island of St. Croix. On any given day, half of the crews are deployed to maintenance and half of the crews are deployed to capital projects.
Please, my question was very straight and direct. What are we doing about managing all of these trees that are hanging over our line? That was a straight question. Do we have a contract with someone to maintain our lines and the trees that are hanging over these lines?
No, we do not. It is the responsibility of WAPA to do so.
You know, this is not sounding good, doesn't look good, and it doesn't smell good for WAPA. And here it is. You come here with this big draft of plan. And I keep saying this, don't come here telling me about a plan if you're not executing nothing, because it means nothing to the customers who are paying these heavy rates. Doesn't mean nothing. Zero, nada, zit.
3 minutes.
I want to ask a question about engineers. How many engineers do we have in the water department at this time?
Noel Hodge, Chief Operating Officer, Water Systems. We have 3 engineers at this time.
And how much do we have in operation?
In the water division.
No, not in the water. In power generation, operation.
Vernon Alexander, Director of Project Management, Interim CEO, Electric. I do not have an accurate count, but I could maybe start calling names, and from that we can determine how many we have.
I don't need to put anybody that big on the spot, but I would prefer numbers.
Ashley Bryan, Director of Transmission and Distribution. Between the Electric Systems Division, which includes Mr. Alexander and myself, we have about 25.
25 engineer? How much on each island?
It's more on St. Thomas than it is on St. Croix. I don't have an accurate count, including myself and Mr. Alexander in that number.
I'm talking about people in the field, not in the office. In the field.
I beg to reconsider the Senator's comment. I am not only in the office, and nor is Mr. Alexander. WAPA does not have office personnel only when it comes to operations. We all do the heavy lifting, but we have about 25 hardworking engineers that are deployed to these projects, including ourselves.
My reason for asking that is I met a good bit of WAPA young engineer, people, local talents. And I've been getting this information that a lot of our local talents are just leaving WAPA, and I'm trying to find out why. Are we not compensating them properly? What seems to be the problem that our local young men who came on board are now just vacating WAPA?
Again, Vernon Alexander, Director of Project Management, Interim COO, Electric. Mr. Senator Johnson, the the reasons are myriad of them, and we can't put our hand on one thing specific. People have personal reasons. People want to progress in their careers, and so they leave. You mentioned the fact that the salaries may not be competitive enough. The salaries that we start at a WAPA and what other people are able to offer them are we just cannot compete with those. So people who are interested in, first of all, their personal lives, they leave to get better paying jobs. So the reasons are myriad, and we cannot say is anything directly related to situations or conditions at WAPA.
We've been doing an assessment and evaluation to really come down as to what the problem is. As you know, we always talking about bringing back our local talent, keeping our local people home, and we're not doing nothing to help them. We're not. And if we're serious about this, we will evaluate to see what the problem is, and then we can address it and have some answers. I'll do my question on my second go around, because I'm really upset with just trying to have a communication with the CEO and failed. I'm not pleased with this. And it makes me believe that the employees that are telling me that they're trying to see you and speak to you are being denied. And that's not a good thing. As a manager, you talk from the grasshopper right up when they want to speak to you. Find time for your people. Because these men and women in WAPA works very hard. Please find time to meet and talk with them. You will learn a lot. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge the presence of Senator Payne. CEO Smith, quickly, you weren't here, but October 1st, 2019, we had an issue with the number of guesstimated bills, and then we had via HFA at the beginning of 2021 that indicated that WAPA, the authority was guesstimating too many bills, therefore there was like a benchmark that WAPA had to reduce the amount of guesstimated bills for HUD funds to be released. The last meeting that we had, the guesstimated bills were at 8%. That was 2021. Can you tell me where you are today on that percentage? Have you reduced from 8%?
And this is Chief Executive Director Andrew Smith. We remain at 8%.
Okay. So what measures do you have in place to reduce that? Because we've been at 8% since 2019 and before.
Understood. And obviously, I've got a number of initiatives underway in the short tenure that I've been here. Addressing estimated bills is absolutely one of those. That is going to start with internal process review, which we are going through. And from that will stem additional corrective steps to start to address the estimated bills. That is internal things that we can control. Our automated metering system, I think as everyone knows, we are struggling with that as well. That will not be as quick a fix, so we're going to address the things that are addressable in the near term and then focus on the longer term structural change.
Okay, so do you have, because of the 8%, are you being denied access to the rest of your HUD funds?
I'd have to ask, I'd have to find out a little more detail about that question. I know there's a 2.5% threshold that we're required to hit. I believe, I see Ms. Williams has joined us. Sally, maybe she can speak to that.
Help me please, Ms. Williams, actually, if I'm off, just correct me.
That was a condition that was provided, but they have not limited WAPA from getting access to their funds, but it's continued to be monitored with the opportunity for them to continue to provide updates on their progress.
Okay, perfect. So back to you, CEO Smith, what was the timeline you're giving yourself on the internal process review?
I'm looking to have something resolved in the next 90 days.
90, okay.
Or at least a plan identified in 90 days and ideally some progress made.
Okay. This is rough. So where are we on AMI? Because as you know, years ago we went to the PSC to ask for a base rate increase for this very same system. I think we used some RUS funds. if I'm not mistaken, and we generated revenue from the ratepayer to fund this project, and we're still we're somewhere lost in here. You know, have we gone back to Black and Veatch? Well, if somebody could help me, I'll be grateful to know the status of the AMI.
Yes, so go ahead, Ashley.
Ashley Bryan, Director of Transmission and Distribution. Madam Chair, we have approximately $18 million in a project worksheet that's funded from FEMA to be able to do some corrective actions for the AMI system. We've been replacing meters under that project, deploying additional collector systems which would aid with the communications. However, we've still been seeing a rapid failure of the meters and its associated communications. So what we've done is under FEMA, the same project worksheet, we've sent out an RFP to do a total analysis of the system to get recommendations as to the repair and/or replacement of the system. In order for us to move forward with any project under the project worksheet, it's something that we're going to have to substantiate under the project worksheet through FEMA.
Now, forgive me for asking this if I'm off again. Were we doing an analysis of this same AMI before?
We did. Black and Veatch actually gave us some recommendations. However, we haven't been able to see any successes with the path that we've been going through. So right now, because of the availability of the federal funds, we're doing a secondary study which we're hoping to have completed relatively shortly. We're in the RFP review right now. We have bids back in that the panel is meeting Monday to review and try to get a contract so we could have that entity come in. It's just a process that we have to go through under the federal project to be able to move forward. The outside analysis is not something that we can use to then go to FEMA and say we had somebody else prior to grants come in and do the analysis.
So the Black and Veatch analysis is moot at this point?
Basically, yes.
And how much did we pay Black and Veatch for that analysis?
I am not sure about that.
Do you have a CFO on the line? Okay, if you could text somebody for me at WAPA and then get back to me on how much we paid, I'll be grateful for that. Senator Viale?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Smith, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
In reference to the base rate, what is the base rate cost for the Virgin Islands?
So the base rate cost for the Virgin Islands is, hang on 1 second, we just had a rate change. Let me do a little quick math.
Like 24 cents, it's over there?
It's approximately around 22 to 24 cents, depending on the customer class.
And the LEAC?
The LEAC is 0.2222.
In your analysis of the base rate in the Virgin Islands, is it one of the highest you've ever seen?
The rates in the Virgin Islands are among the highest, in the U.S. So in the mainland U.S. and largely in the world, very high rate.
Mainland U.S. and all other U.S. territories.
Yes.
What is the plan to reduce the base rate? Because we could reduce the LEAC to 10 cents, and we're still going to have an overall cost of 32 to 34 cents plus. How can we reduce the base rate?
Additional reduction in the base rates can come from several areas. The Water and Power Authority carries a fairly large legacy fixed cost structure. It's debt and other obligations. Over time, structurally reducing that will help lower the base rates. The transition to more modern generation, we talk about the fuel savings. from renewables. But as we start to modernize our fossil generating fleets, Grecos, for example, the maintenance on those units is less expensive, therefore reducing the need for base rate recovery. So that's a few examples, but those are sorts of things that can reduce the base rate for the Water and Power Authority.
Because my concern is definitely the base rate and being able to reduce it. And I know that we have a lot of costs in the operation and maintenance, etc. Do we have a $9 million cost in the base rate for the operation and maintenance of the propane plants?
Of the propane generating plants?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander, I believe that's in the zip code. Mr. Alexander, can you speak more directly to that specific cost?
It's not $9 million. $9 million is not $9 million. It's about $1 million, I think.
I believe the $9 million is total payments.
Where did you get that figure from? $1 million. I have never seen that cost in all previous testimony before this body. The lowest it was, and I think
that's what I was
started was point.
That's what I was asking. Were you referring to $9 million per year or $9 million, or what was the $9 million a measure of?
Annual.
Annual.
Per year.
So it could be somewhere in that region, yes.
What is the range?
Like I was saying, it's about $1 million per month. It would have been. So if calculated to be somewhere around between $10 and $12 million.
No, 1 million a month times 12 is more than 12 million. So we're talking. It has increased to some 14 or something million. How did it get so high? Originally it was 4 million, then it went to 9 million. We're paying more than $1 million a month for operation and maintenance of the propane facility alone. How did it get so high?
It would be a long discussion, sir. But every fiscal year, the company is supposed to submit a copy of the projected budget for that particular year. That budget for O&M and infrastructure is based on work that was done in the previous year. So if, for example, I know that last year they did a lot of maintenance work on the mounds and on the pumps and on the other transfer, painting the piping that transfers the propane because they were rusting in the seawater or the sea blast environment. So they did a lot of work last year. However, so in order to capture the cost for the maintenance that they did, that is then included in the cost for this year. So although
and then that transfers over to our base rate.
Yes, sir.
And that's what I'm trying to get at, because I heard the proposal for the solar installation that should be able to power the entire island of St. Croix. But we still have a number of obligations in reference to O&M with Vital and with other areas that are contained under the base rate. So my real concern is as to whether or not this proposed solar facility, if we're seeking federal funds, or we going into an agreement with a private company.
We would envision the project with a private company.
Okay, and to build a facility of that magnitude with the battery storage and everything else would easily cost what?
The way I think about that is I think about it in a cents per kilowatt hour, somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 cents a kilowatt hour from a contract perspective versus the 22 cents that we currently pay in LEAC. Again, broad estimates.
Okay, but the 22 cents is not just for the facility. The 22 cents also includes personnel and all of those payments and GRS. So 1 kilowatt, 1 cent generate what? How much money? Is it 4 million?
A penny in rates. A penny in rates, if I've got to go back and look at it, I believe it's about $2.5 million a month.
Okay, and this would be 8 cents per month, right?
That's 8 cents per kilowatt hour that we would be buying. So instead of spending 22 cents to generate fossil generation, it would be 8 cents. So you would be displacing the more expensive fuel with an 8-cent fuel. It would not be part of base rates.
Okay, and that would be on the LEAC portion, because this would be replacing the expensive fuel that we're using for the LEAC, and we'll be getting it at 8 cents instead of 22 cents, correct?
Correct. Broad estimates.
Okay, but what is the estimated cost of such a facility? 100 million, 150?
The 8 cents would be the cost. There would be no capital outlay or direct cost outlay for the project. The third-party provider would provide that under contract for roughly 8 cents a kilowatt hour. Again, broad estimate.
Okay, and then the other part of the discussion was that it would be turned over to the government in X amount of years? Based on what?
Conceptually, yes, with the idea that the access to outside funding to acquire the facility would be a potential option at a certain point in the life cycle of that asset. That's not necessarily the model that will ultimately be adopted, but is one that would be considered.
So one of the reasons why WAPA have never went fully private is because public electrical systems are covered under the federal government. If we go to 100% solar with a private company and a storm hits and destroy that solar facility, is that solar facility covered by the feds? It is not, correct?
That would be correct.
So then we'll be at the mercy of hoping that that company has sufficient insurance and can rebuild as quick as possible to get St. Croix back up.
Yes, assuming total devastation of the field for restoration of that field.
Okay.
We would have
we got to think of all of that. That's right. We know that present mechanism that we utilize. We know that in the event of a storm, we have seen it, where the federal government has invested substantial money into our rebuild with electrical generation and everything else. This scenario, we'd have to have some protections as to, in the event of a worst case scenario, how are we going to bounce back to have reliable current on the island of St. Croix within a short period of time? Because we can't wait a year to rebuild a solar facility. So we need to really think about the overall proposal. There was a contract given to a company for the installation of street lights. I think it was for some $28 million. I've been trying to find out the status of that project for the last 2 years. WAPA have been saying that it might be going to court, but it hasn't gone to court. So what is the status?
Ms. Bryan, can you speak to that?
Mr. Smith, I would ask Attorney Sinclair to speak to it.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dion Sinclair, General Counsel for the Authority. We actually had completed mediation in that matter. It resulted in an impasse. The matter is progressing. Because of the state and the status of where we are, I would decline to make any other comments about our strategy or the case going forward.
Have we filed a case in court?
No, what we generally try to do is you would do mediation first, you would do arbitration next,
Yeah,
and then the finale would be litigation.
How long have we been in mediation?
I'm not quite sure I know what you mean. There was a mediation held last year.
How long have let me be more specific. How long has the contractor stopped working?
I am not 100% sure of the complete cessation in the work. Maybe operations could give a definitive answer. I believe it was 2018, shortly after the storm.
So this is going on 4 years. We have not filed a case against this contractor. They have stopped with the installation of lights. The supplies that were bought for the installation of light There's a lot of it done by community motors. It's stacked up high, grass is growing over it. And for 4 years, we're trying to mediate an agreement in which we paid this company $26 out of $28 million, and they have not completed the project. So we're driving on, and our roads are dark, and we're still waiting.
Again, mediation does not take 4 years. The mediation was held last. Prior to that, I'll just let it go. There were many other actions prior to that.
And I'll finish with that topic right now, Madam Chair. I just want to ask one more question. But, you know, those just aren't really answers that satisfy the people of the Virgin Islands. Our roads are dark. And we had a contract to light the islands. And the contract should be fulfilled. And it can't take 4 years to get it worked out when individuals are getting into accidents on a regular basis because of the dark road and the potholes. It just can't work. Mr. Smith, you recently signed a contract for the purchase of number 2 oil from Lime Tree. In comparison to your regular purchase of number 2 oil, was there a big cost difference? Was Lime Tree cost better? Was it? Give me a little information.
Absolutely. We signed the contract with Lime Tree Bay at small quantities, short term, because of the weather conditions that have prevented us delivering propane or 2 oil to the Richmond facility. The price for the fuel that we were purchasing from Lime Tree is essentially the same as what we paid for the last waterborne cargo of 2 oil that was delivered to the Richmond facility. It basically replaces fuel that we would have otherwise bought off of a barge, because the barge cannot get to the dock.
Based on the fact that Lime Tree is right here on St. Croix, doesn't it make sense to just purchase the fuel from Lime Tree? I mean, the more fuel that is in Lime Tree tank is the more monies that this government realize from the storage facility. Doesn't it make more sense to just purchase the fuel on island? We have a storage facility here.
That is certainly something that we would consider, because to your point, there is local storage capacity.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Smith, you have a huge job ahead of you. Please, these lingering outstanding issues, the street light, the way that we deal with contracts for propane and number 2 oil, make a change, please. We can't continue with the same direction that we were moving in. So I plead with you to make an immediate change that would be more efficient, more cost effective for the General Water Power Authority. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let's go back a second. CEO Smith, the leases, have we addressed the lease issue? Are we still paying those exorbitant amounts of money?
This is CEO or Executive Director Smith. We have not changed the leases that are in place. However, we have developed an internal strategy to start to address some of those leases. We've identified some immediate changes that will be happening in the near term. We also have, we mentioned a new head of garage. Facilities also falls under that individual. He has identified at least one location on St. Thomas where we can consolidate all of our myriad leased activity into a single site that ideally we would likely own, such that we would avoid ongoing lease payments. So that is something that is underway to be addressed.
Okay, so let me be specific. The lease out at Bolongo Bay, that's still in effect?
I believe that it is. That is one of the leases that is under review, if not already in process. But I believe it is still in effect as of today.
Was that is that a yearly lease, or are you leasing month to month?
I believe it's a month-to-month lease, but I would have to confirm those details for you. Attorney Sinclair, are you familiar with the specific lease structure?
Yeah, good afternoon, Dion Sinclair, General Counsel, once again. The Bolongo Bay lease was amended, reduced in price, and it reverted to a month-to-month, with the thought that the employees who are presently stationed are set to be relocated shortly.
What was the amount? What was the reduced amount? 41,000 a month to what?
22.
Noel Hodge, 22, is around $22,000 per month.
You paying $22,000 for that little shack in the yard?
Yes, Senator.
And is the water even running in the house, in the little shack? It's running now? The bathrooms are working?
Yes, ma'am.
And I no disrespect to the team before us today, none. But we were promised that that lease would be terminated last October. It's March of 2022, and before we terminate the lease and find something of sense, we reduced to half for, it's really a boot in the village. That's the size of it. And that's okay. And I have some questions on the recovery, you know. But we don't send a good, you call an emergency meeting because you have a fuel crisis. We're talking about solar and St. Croix because you want to reduce the authority's dependency on fossil fuel, so you can be in a better financial situation. But it's an oxymoron to go in that direction and then maintain a lease for half the price for the boot in a village.
Excuse me, Senator Noel Hodge. So we have identified a new site to relocate the line department personnel. We are in the process now.
Who's responsible for that? That's you? Who's over relocating the linemen? Who would that person be to identify an area and move the linemen to a condition? Because it's unacceptable. We sat here October 1st, 2019. Have the leadership in here that create that craziness, right? We have new leadership and we reduce the amount.
No, I'm speaking to it because it began with me last fall. So we did order some office trailers so that we could relocate the line department personnel. So we're in the process of that right now. We had some delays in that, but that's something that it's not like we're not doing anything, but we have a more favorable lease. I think it's in the order of around $5,000 a month for the property that we have identified. And so once we get the office trailers on board, then we could relocate the line department. So it is in the works.
Mr. CEO Smith, what's your timeline? What's the timeline to get alignment in an affordable place? Because we're just throwing away money in a cash-strapped utility on these leases. What's your timeline?
Mr. Hodge, when are the trailers due? Because once the trailers are here, then that move should be in effect.
Oh,
I'd have to ask Mr. Hodge for the timeline.
I need a timeline.
For the trailers.
Because I received...
Mr. Hodge, when are the trailers?
I received a timeline in 2019. I received one in 2020. I got one in 2021. And we're in 2022. The month of March is about to be done. Transfer day is going to come. April is going to hit. Carnival is going to hit. Then will come May. You're going to have Mother's Day. And we're going to still come back and tell me that we're in a month-to-month lease for $22,000. Unacceptable. That needs a level of urgency.
So good afternoon, Senator. I had a conversation with the director of properties, and he mentioned that they just placed the order and it would take about 6 months before that relocation is completed.
It's a 6?
Yeah, 6 months.
And you say the operations person that's the operative word you just said, you know.
Well, remember Mr. Hart said that we had something in place already. We had some trailers and the relationship turned sour. So we decided to take another direction, and so now the new set of trailers, which will be up to a better standard, I expect it to be here in 6 months, within 6 months.
You ashamed to tell me the story? You guys don't feel, the one thing we ask about is this lease. So before you come in the chambers, like I know when I leave the legislature and I go in the streets, the one thing anybody in the territory will ask me for is their tax check. I know that. So you don't think that when you will come in here and you gave a month's notice, and times before that we didn't even call you in, we gave the utility a break from coming in this billing period. Nothing done in preparation for today that large you're gonna ask about these leases again? Let's have something in order. And I commend the hard work of the engineers and the linemen, but this lease, it doesn't look good. You can't want to be saving money on one end and then being, can't find a word right now, but being silly on the other. It doesn't look good and it doesn't give the optics of it. It's not good. And then you made a promise to the body. You guys are sworn in. I didn't swear you in today. You were sworn in from before. And we gave these promises and Ms. Bryan wasn't here. So she's good today. And this is not her area anyhow. She's transmission and distribution. But we gave a promise to come out to the lease under oath. And then like when you leave here, it's like, let's go back to business as usual. And this is why Mr. Smith, CEO Smith, the body will remain frustrated because the culture of WAPA has to change. And we keep saying it over and over and over. In certain areas, not all, some, the culture has to change. We have to care. And I said it this morning, you cannot legislate the ability to be compassionate and to care. So I wouldn't belabor the issue, but don't come back again and tell me nothing has been done. Tell me the trailers on a boat. Tell me you execute something. Tell me you find land. Tell me something.
We have found the land, that's what I'm saying.
No, after, don't tell me just, I don't want to have the land alone. Tell me you on step 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Senator Payne, you may proceed at this time.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience.
Pause a second, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Senator Johnson had a point of inquiry. So before you proceed, Senator Johnson, I apologize.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I need to ask a question in regards, my inquiry is about the water lines, that they had this big thing here in this testimony. What are the plans for the expansion on the island of St. Croix to expand the water supply to different neighborhoods that don't have water?
Senator, one of the projects that we listed here is the Strawberry and Barren Spot waterline expansion. This is a vast area on St. Croix that is not served currently, so we wanted to focus on that. And then there are future plans to expand into other areas, in particular heading out east. We have not identified the funding for it, but it is in our master plan to do that expansion.
You're saying in your testimony you speak about Strawberry expansion?
Yes, Strawberry and Barren Spot.
Where is that in your testimony?
It's on page 18, near the bottom. So we are seeking funding under HUD Tranche 3. So we're working through that process right now to get approval for that expansion into those areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Payne, you may proceed at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good afternoon, testifiers. Mr. Hodge, recently I think I reached out to your office, to you personally, as a matter of fact. My mom was having some issues with her electrical service at her home, and you gave me the number for a young lady to reach out to.
And I want you to know that she was very, very professional. It was a situation where it was very tense, but her professionalism really shone through. So I can't remember, for the life of me, I can't remember her name. But when you get back to your office, maybe reach out to the staff or the supervisor for that section and let them know that the young ladies in that area, they're doing a remarkable job. Okay?
Was it on the power side?
Huh?
Was
Yes,
it on the power
on
side?
the power side. The power side.
It
The power side.
may have been Miss Bryan. I always refer matters to her.
Okay. Also, one of my colleagues mentioned about tree cutting and St. Croix. That has been a serious area of concern for many residents, as when these trees become entangled in power lines, sometimes when it rains, it sometimes causes power interruption. Is there a number that persons on each island can call in order to report overgrown trees in the neighborhood?
So we have the IVR system that customers call and they report any issue that they're experiencing, including power outages. You can reach it through that 774-3552. I'm not exactly sure which extension it is. I believe it's extension 1, but the operator does prompt you if you're experiencing a power outage or a power issue to press a number. When that complaint is generated, they take a number of information from the customer in terms of their geographic location, their account number, et cetera, and what their issue is. We generate a work order based on what the complaint is to try to address it.
Okay, and for clarity, do you have a team on each island that can actually address this issue?
The line department is tasked with that. We don't have a specific team that's dedicated or a crew that's dedicated to just that task. They all rotate through the tasks between capital projects and maintenance.
Okay. Thank you for that response. Mr. CEO Smith, Andrew Smith, good to have you, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Please explain to our listening and viewing audience what you mean when you state in your testimony the hybridizing of generators to incorporate smaller and more efficient units, battery storage systems, and renewable energy resources.
Absolutely. So let's think about the three pieces of that. The battery storage is the linchpin of all of this, because batteries allow a lot more flexibility in the system. I believe Ms. Bryan in a previous answer talked about black start capability and the ability to just improve overall reliability and performance of the system. That's especially critical when we have renewable resources on the system, because a cloud passes over for 10 minutes, right? The battery can buffer that. We don't have to do anything else. Without the battery, we'd have to turn on conventional generation or ramp up conventional generation to meet that loss of generation from cloud cover. On the other side of the conventional generation, for example, the Agrecos are modular, smaller, more efficient units that generate power cheaper than the legacy big units that we have. And so because we are, geographically isolated and don't have a grid to rely on, we have to have all of those pieces that work together, because you can't rely on any one of those, because if you have a cloud cover in the event of a generator that trips offline because of some mechanical problem, you have to have redundancy in the system. So that's how those three pieces all work together.
Okay, and exactly what type of generators now are being installed on the island of St. John?
Mr. Alexander, you want to speak to the technical specificities around that?
Yes, those are Wärtsilä engines, 4 megawatts each.
Okay. Anything battery operated or operating off of diesel fuel?
They are diesel operated units.
Diesel operated. And are they more efficient than what you're using now on the plant? Or basically the same thing?
They're about the same efficiency.
About the same efficiency. And these generators are backup generators, or are they meant to run the island of St. John?
So the intent is to have St. John be able to operate independently in the event of an interruption from St. Thomas. So we are connected to them by a submarine cable. So the part of that whole St. John microgrid is to provide the conventional generation, like the Wärtsilä engines. So there'll be one in Cruz Bay and one in Coral Bay, and then we also have the solar farm that we are working on. We're still in the process of trying to acquire the property. You were working with that individual in St. John. So that is also part of the process. So we intend to have solar installed there And also, as part of the process, there will be a BESS, a battery energy storage system as well. So it's a possibility that when there's an interruption of power to St. John, that St. John can remain entirely independent. One of the other additional benefit of that, though, is if there's a problem on St. Thomas, that system can also backfeed power to St. Thomas to support the system as well.
Okay, and are you planning to install similar generators on St. Thomas and St. Croix as well?
Well, remember we spoke about the 36 megawatts that are being installed on St. Thomas right now. Those are similar engines, but they are larger. The ones on St. John will be 4 megawatts each. The ones on St. Thomas will be 9 megawatts each, so to give us 36 megawatts. So they have the same level of efficiency, but those on St. Thomas will be dual fuel. They'll be able to run on LPG and also run on an LFO.
Okay, and since you brought it up, because that was actually my next line of question, where's WAPA now in terms of the solar plant for St. John?
So the solar plant on St. John, right now we are in the phase 1. We are in the A and E phase, doing the architectural and engineering studies. We just completed an RFP and just reviewed by Ernst & Young to do the geotechnical work. And then there are other preliminary civil work that needs to be done before FEMA can even determine eligibility for the construction phase. So that's the phase we're in right now. In phase 1, doing the architectural and engineering.
Okay, so all the issues with the landowner have been addressed? I didn't hear the time. That was time? Okay, so sorry.
Yeah, so
all issues.
We are in the process, and Ms. Sinclair, Attorney Sinclair can speak to that, but we're in the process of finalizing the MOU.
Okay.
With the.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Mr. Smith, for the edification of the listening and viewing audience, please explain the technology behind gas-insulated switchgear can fortify and protect electrical substations against future storms.
I'll ask Ms. Bryan to speak to that. In addition to that, they're also much safer for our workforce, but I'll ask Ms. Bryan to speak to the engineering specifics of that.
Good afternoon, Ashley Bryan, Director of Transmission and Distribution. So our historic substations, we have 5 in the St. Thomas St. John district, 2 in the St. Croix district. St. Croix is newly constructed. They have gas insulated switch gears, which is switch gears that's insulated. The bus components are insulated by SF6 gas, which is sulfur hexafluoride. And what it does is it allows for the components to be tightly constructed together, so it makes for a smaller footprint, higher voltage levels. It also includes a safety factor. It has less maintenance intervals. It has a plenum that exhausts out of the building so that the employees that are working in the front of the switchgear are not at any risk for an arc. Air insulated switchgear, which is what we historically had, they are highly dangerous when it came to operating them energized. When you go to rack out a breaker, sometimes they can become shifted, and an arc flash is what it's called. It's when current leaves the path it's traveling on and it travels through the air, and it's a blast, very explosive and dangerous for an employee. So that's why they created things like remote racking systems, so an employee doesn't have to stand in an open door to rack out a breaker. So we've moved to that. The cost for maintenance is reduced, the safety aspects, they're all FEMA funded. The next one to go in will be Donald Francois. We have one already in Harley substation, because that's our core substation for St. Thomas St. John, and the GIS is in East End substation right now. So we've made that our methodology to improve safety and reliability.
Okay, thank you very much for that very concise answer. Lastly, on St. John, what's the rationale behind the underground project you're having, where you bury your lines along North Shore and in Cruiseway, which are the reasons most tourists visit, but merely installing composite poles throughout the rest of the islands where the locals actually reside? What's the rationale for that?
Time.
So the original design did not include North Shore Road as part of the plan. The design included the downtown Cruise Bay area, because that's where your major business district is, all the way up to Myra Keating Smith Health Clinic. because that's the hospital. The idea around all of these underground projects started as we need to restore basic functionality as soon as possible to the residents. So that's your emergency services, your grocery stores, your police departments, anything that can affect your normal activities, ports, etc. The national park actually requested that we underground North Shore Road because it is federal parks. They are not allowing us to construct composite poles on their property, so you have to get easements in order to construct on a federal land base. And they are not giving us the easement. So we transitioned it to underground because of that requirement. We did not intend to not include the residents on the underground, but we did do some geographic studies. We have a contractor, Barclay Technology, and they did some GIS analysis in terms of the terrain. And a lot of the terrain in St. John, especially out on the Coral Bay area, when you're getting down Centerline Road, is very steep, like Jacob's Ladder, for instance, so it precludes underground installations. So that's why the further out is more composite poles.
Okay, I think my time was called. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time.
She left no stone unturned. She left no stone unturned. Very thorough response. Senator Joseph?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. And I really want to first thank WAPA for being here, and do excuse me, I was absent from your initial presentation, but I was at my alma mater, Ivana Udorakan High School, presenting to some of our future leaders. In fact, one of the young people there, he's a young man actually, said he wants to be an electrical engineer. And I'm hoping that I could team him up with someone to mentor him. It is Women's Month, and that's why I was asked to be there at Ivana Udorakan High School, and I was in person. So I really want to ask your forgiveness for not being here, but it was definitely a worthy cause to see our next crop of young people coming up. Now, let's go directly to this wonderful table you presented. And before I go to that, I really want to commend the workers at WAPA. I got a table here as part of the presentation. My staff told me it was sent in around like 1 o'clock today. And I want to go and drill down with you some of the outstanding FEMA projects and assuring that we aren't leaving any stone unturned, and we're going to be spending all of the money down with a level of fidelity. And also, before I go into that, 1 second, I want to congratulate Mr. Smith on your selection as the Executive Director for WAPA. You are going to be working with a good team here in the Virgin Islands. So I really want to thank you, and I know you're going to do well. Now, we have a couple of projects here. We have a PW 86. The federal money was obligated. That's the first one I saw, and it doesn't have any money dispersed. A lot of them doesn't have any money dispersed for the FEMA money, but I'm glad to see that all of them have been obligated, which is great. Now tell me where we are with that, with some of those projects. First, let's go with the one for the Harley, isn't it Randolph Harley? Is it? The first one, PW 86, $90,000. How far along are we in as far as to disperse those money and to be able to pay for those work? And what work is that specifically being done?
Mr. Alexander, can you speak to that?
I believe that that amount was, and I guess the reason why it hasn't been spent yet is because when in speaking with grants management, there were still some things to be cleared out that were on the list of items that were identified. These were for emergency repairs that were supposed to have been done post the storm. We expended our monies to repair, I think, unit number 18 and to do work on, I think, unit number 23. And on St. Croix, we did some work on other units as well, and other buildings that were damaged and destroyed. We out of pocket did the repairs on those. But in going over the PW, there are still outstanding questions that need to be clarified. And so, although the total amount is identified, the money has not been, anything has not been paid on the
that's money outstanding that is owed to you by FEMA?
Right.
Okay, understood. So everything here that I'm seeing is, not everything, that does not have any available federal share, well, actually, any federal funds disbursed, that's because they're questionable by FEMA. The monies have been obligated. That means that you are due the money. You don't have to go all, but they haven't been able to draw. You haven't been able to get paid for the reimbursements for that.
Yeah, they usually have like RFIs. They have several requests for information and things that they need to have clarified before.
So I'm seeing that the total is about $243,734,358.25.
Already dispersed.
That's the dispersed one. And so I gotta do my math and find out how much that we are owed that we haven't been able to get dispersed from the federal government. But let me move forward quickly. I want to commend you on this sheet here that talks about project status. What I really like is that you have a lot of the projects here that are associated with a project lead, and I had an opportunity to tour the WAPA site, and I know some of your young engineers met Ms. Marsh and Mr. Odari Thomas. Now, we have some areas I wanted to ask you about and try to align them with these PWs that you have. You have one for PW 60. I see it here. And it says here for PW 60, and our St. Johnian was asking about the St. John electrical permit repairs. You have expended about 74 million of that money. Was it primarily on drawings, and all the drawings completed? Are you following me to align it?
Yes, ma'am, I understand what you're saying. When you say PW 60 is not for one particular project. It's for all work that is being done on that island of St. John. So you see a PW 60, PW 126, which is for St. Croix.
Just right. So you know that under this is the information you submitted. You have FEMA 406 funding. You have PW 60. Right? And it says St. John, the project name is St. John Electrical Permit Repairs. St. John. So then when I look at this project status update electrical division, there is St. John, the project name, St. John Underground Phase 2 and 3, PW 60, which helps me align it with the money. Okay. And it says the project lead, right, is Shavante March, feeder 9E and 8E drawings are complete. And so it has all of this money now for St. John, and they say the drawings are complete, bidding packages are currently being put together. So you haven't been able to identify you haven't completed the bidding packages. So when is that going to be completed for St. John? And your timeline. So are you following me, Mr. Alexander?
Yes, ma'am. But I want to go back to my original statement that PW 60 is not only what you see listed on that particular line. If you look on page 2, you will see the same person, Savante Marsh, and she's
and
also...
I see Orville James
composite poles. Orville James is also working on the microgrid on St. John. So all those other projects that we mentioned earlier today, fall under PW 60. So
For St. John?
For St. John.
Okay.
So if we now go to take a cumulative amount of each of the projects, then that would tell you what has been obligated, expended, and what projects are already underway. So the undergrounding is already underway for Cruz Bay. The composite poles are already underway on Cruz Bay. The microgrid, the work has just started in St. John for Coral Bay. And so all other projects together come under that overarching title of PW 60.
Okay. And so for me, because I see completion, and I'm just going by this one, 100% the drawings. Do you have a time frame to get the bidding package ready for that component of it?
I believe I mentioned in the written testimony that the PW phase 2, which is 9E, will be put out in April, and phase 3, which is feeder 8E, will be out in September.
Okay. All right. Now, let me ask you, and Madam Chair, Madam Chair, I want to switch gears to ask you about your alternative energy sources. How are we looking as far as alternative energy sources? I know that WAPA has already awarded companies for solar and I believe wind also?
Wind.
Time. And Madam Chair? Good. Where are we with those? I understand from reading that one is supposed to be in the wind, is supposed to be in the Bovoni area. Where are we with those contracts?
Okay, so first of all, for the solar farm, which is the one in Dunu Farm, Dunu bypass area, that one is currently under commissioning and testing. Incrementally we'll be bringing in certain arrays until such time that we achieve commercial operation. So that's the solar farm in Dunu. On St. Croix, that one has been in place, so it continues to operate very well and is reliable. The wind farm in Bovoni, we executed a PPA with a company called Wind Advantage.
What's a PPA?
Power purchase agreement.
Okay.
Yeah, with Wind Advantage, they came to us as a QF, a qualified facility through the PSC. So we negotiated a contract with them, and they are well into the engineering. They are also awaiting a final. Well, we are supposed to provide the property, so we are working in conjunction with PNP in order to secure the facility or the land to build the facility. So once they have that...
So this is going to be built on government land?
The land is owned by the government.
By the government, okay.
Yes. So, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so I was saying that PPA will allow for the construction of the wind farm, which will be about 9.9 megawatts. And that wind farm will be part of a microgrid called the East End microgrid, the East microgrid. There will also be BESS, and because of the relationship that we have with FEMA, we need to be able to also work in conjunction with them. There are some phases that we cannot proceed with, especially the construction phase, until FEMA has vetted or approved the entire project in it. So that is where we are on that.
Okay, so some of FEMA funds, are you looking at having some of your FEMA funds being used to fund the construction of some of these alternative energy project, like
yes.
the wind?
No, the wind is under the PPA.
The PPA?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the other aspects of the microgrid will be funded by
Okay, gotcha. Now, Madam Chair, my time had expired. I'll just wrap up, if I may. Thank you kindly. And then I wanted to just focus in on your CDBG and your funding. And this is the same sheet. That was very helpful. I just wanted to ask you, how are you with your matching, and like, is your FEMA funds being used to match your CDBG DR funding?
For the one project that's on Randolph-Halley, that one is 100% CDBGDR. So they are funding that project, the installation of the new generation. But on the other projects, it's the projects are 90-10, where FEMA
90% FEMA and
90% FEMA, 10% HUD.
And which one is the Randolph-Halley is?
The one right on top.
Okay, that's the only one that's 100% FEMA?
100% funded HUD.
HUD. Okay, hold on.
HFA, through HFA.
Okay, I got it. And the others are with the match relative to FEMA. Madam Chair, I am finished with my line of questioning for now. We will have another round. Thank you kindly.
Yes. I'm going to ask some questions and then we'll start the second round of 5 minutes. On page 17 and 18 of testimony, there is St. Croix, water projects were all funded by FEMA, and I'm seeing some movement there on St. Croix. Then I got to St. Thomas, and the slide presented to us on May 2021 is the same information provided today. So what's holding you back on getting these funds from HUD? Because St. Croix seems to be FEMA, St. Thomas seems to be HUD. What's the bottleneck there?
Noel HUD, CO water system. So the St. Croix is funded by, those projects are EPA funded. This is a program that we've been working with for many years, so we're very good at this. The St. Thomas projects are HUD funded, and there are a lot more requirements and that we need to do for that particular
But
program.
some of those requirements, because a year later, we still, or roughly 10 months later, we're still on the same pending tranche, this tranche, that, tranche 2 and 3. We seem to have made no progress on the St. Thomas side. So what's somebody, I get that you need more, there's more requirements for HUD, but can you share with me some of the bottlenecks that you're experiencing that we were unable to move the St. Thomas rehabilitation and mitigation water projects forward?
Yeah, I mean, the process, going through, you have to go through the environmental assessment. You have to wait until, the sub recipient, which is the HFA, they have to write the action plans, get it approved by HUD. It's a lot more steps involved.
You have staff? You have adequate staff to get that done? Do you have adequate staff?
No. What I'm saying is that we have to work with HFA in terms of waiting for them to get their action plan approved by HUD.
So the action plan, when was the action plan submitted?
I think they said that this morning is, I think it was for one of these tranches here, I think it was 3. Tranche 3 was December. I'm trying to remember what they said.
Let me talk to Director Williams, Actonin.
So the project, Senator, is in the mitigation tranche, and as Interim Director Clendenin spoke, that it was submitted in December. They were required to submit a staffing plan. That information is still pending towards HUD. They're anticipating that maybe access to the mitigation tranche will be about April, May.
Okay. And then any timeline. So okay, April, May, we should receive a response. And how quick would it? What would be your plan on moving it forward once you receive the money? Are you able to get going?
Yeah, so right now we're working through, while they're waiting for that approval, we're working through the environmental assessment. So we're going ahead and doing all of that and getting that ready so that we could be ready in time. And then once they review and approve the environmental assessment, then they give us a notice to proceed. And at that point, then we could start spending monies and entering into contracts. So we're hoping that by the end of summer, that this process will be complete. I think that is reasonable, and that we could start spending some of this money for this program.
Okay. CEO Smith, you hired a CFO yet?
We had a second candidate in territory this past week, and we will be making a decision here in the relatively near term.
Okay, because by the time we hire the 3 top people of WAPA, we'll be spending roughly $1 million in salary and relocation costs, and I expect work for that salary. Okay? Let's go back to Four Winds. We were under the guise, or the attitude of WAPA at the time was that Four Winds, the lease at Four Winds, it was okay because we'll be reimbursed by FEMA. Have you been reimbursed by FEMA for use of Four Winds yet? That was on the record that WAPA indicated.
Senator, I don't have information on that. I don't know if Attorney Sinclair has any.
Do we still have a lease, first of all, at Four Winds?
All right, good afternoon. Deion Sinclair, General Counsel again. I believe at the time, and I had also heard that there was, I don't know if there was a representation, but certainly it was the thought that the build out at Four Winds would be covered by FEMA. That is not the case and was not the case. So there has been no monies recouped from FEMA. Again, Four Winds was a leased property. It is not a WAPA-owned property, so that project would not and could not be reimbursed by FEMA.
And you did the build-out already?
No, the build-out did not occur.
What did you spend on Four Winds? Are you still in that lease, first of all? I didn't get the answer, or I probably missed it.
We withdrew from the lease. There is an ongoing dispute with the landlord that is thus far unresolved.
Okay.
I don't have the total amount paid in rent during that time, but the build out did not occur.
Okay. Mr. Alexander, can you help me out, or Mr. Smith? The sinking ship, this is not disaster related, but I feel like it will cause a disaster at some point. That sinking ship in front of the boat or vessel or whatever in front of the plant, that's the reverse osmosis vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Any plans to get that vessel out of our water so we can just watch it look like the Titanic on its side with a boom around it? Anybody could help me on that?
I will tell you that there have been efforts to get a contractor to be able to remove it. The first thing we did was to try to go through a federal program where they were giving money to salvage sunken vessels or anything in coastal regions in order to clean up the coast. We tried that out, but the requirements they were asking, we had to put a matching amount of money that we didn't have at WAPA, or we do not have at WAPA at this point.
How long has that been like that?
Excuse me, what?
How long has that reverse osmosis vessel been that way?
Oh, maybe just over a year when it started tilting. When it started tilting, it's been parked there for a long time. I do not know. Since I got to WAPA, I saw it there. But it started tilting about a year and a half ago because it sprung a leak.
It's leaking?
Yeah, it's the bottom is compromised. So
what is it leaking?
Excuse me?
What is it leaking?
No. It sprung a leak. It's taking on water.
I didn't understand. I just heard leak. Okay, I didn't hear the words before leak. All right, so.
So that was the first attempt in order to try to get it out of there. What we're doing currently is we are working with a salvaging company who has the ability to come and remove obsolete materials, and we are working in conjunction with in that other materials we have on the plan that we need to get rid of, that we are trying to tie this one into as well. It will cost us a little bit more money because the other relationship is they can take our obsolete materials, sell it, and we get the benefit of whatever is left after they remove their processing fee. For that one, it will cost us a little bit of money because it's different from their normal operation.
Okay, so DPNR had federal funds to remove sunken vessels. Does that vessel qualify for the DPNR federal funds?
I'm not aware of that, ma'am.
Can Mr. Smith, can you look into that to see if DPNR, because DPNR has a considerable amount of money to remove vessels, sunken vessels, and
that is something we could look into.
okay, write it down, man. I see nobody writing down his notes, so I could come back and harass you about them. Okay, Mrs. Smith, good. Ms. Bryan, quickly on page. Give me some education here for a second. So on page 13, right? We have these megawatt dual fuel units for St. Thomas. And then St. Croix has tri-fuel. Can you tell me the difference between, well, I know the difference. Dual, tri, right? 2, 3. But, so I get the numbers and the prefixes. But what was the impetus behind having a dual and a tri between the both islands? Is it terrain? What is it?
I will defer that question to the boss next to me.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Ms. Alexander?
Vernon Alexander again, Director of Project Management, Interim COO Electric. It is just a matter of timing. When we did the first project on St. Thomas, at that time there was no discussion about utilization of LNG. We did the project on St. Thomas knowing that we had LPG available and LFO available, liquid fuel oil available. So the engineering that was done for the selection for those were based around that. But now that we have individuals or providers that tell us that they can provide LNG in various forms, we then in the next planning phase, in the next engineering phase, determined that since LNG is available, then that would be a viable way to go. So we decided to have those units be tri-fuel as opposed to by dual fuel.
Okay, and this is why I'm confused, because we want to make, so it's a plan, you don't have it, but it's a plan to have tri-fuel, and then we're attempting to do this solar project, and who is going to ensure if a hurricane comes and solar goes down? I think I heard Senator VLA asking about it earlier. Who's to be, let me go back. When a hurricane comes, you're in the APPA, right? American Public Power, so you're able to receive help.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so does that apply to this solar project?
I'm not sure if it applies to generation. So it's mostly on the mutual aid side to give line workers assistance to the authority. So I think there's a little disconnect between the renewable generation and the conventional generation. Regardless, WAPA still has to maintain capacity through conventional generation. Mr. Smith mentioned that the sun doesn't shine at night. You can't run these renewable energy resources through a hurricane. There's cloud cover. There's all kinds of intermittencies that occur with renewable energy resources. So no matter what, you're going to have conventional gen. If a hurricane comes right now and it destroys a solar farm, like what happened at the Dunu solar facility, which wasn't WAPA owned, but these microgrids that we have grant funding for under 404 will be WAPA owned facilities, we still have to defer to conventional generation. That's what gets us back up and running after a storm. The renewables are in place to offset that dependency. So when you put a substantial amount of renewables on the grid, you can potentially shut down a generator for a specific duration of time. And then you also have battery storage that's integrated that can offset some of that conventional generation even further. So it's a mixture, and it'll never be, one or the other all the time. You can install enough solar to meet your peak demand 100% at one given moment through the day, but that fluctuates as well. So if St. Croix is 40 megawatts, for instance, you can install 40 megawatts worth of solar, but you still have conventional gen that has to operate.
Okay. You don't want me to ask you any more questions, Ms. Bryan, by the time you finish with me? I think I had one more question before we take the 5-minute round briefly. VINGN. So this is disaster recovery. The pandemic has been declared a disaster by FEMA, and the Supreme Court has ruled that it is a disaster, the U.S. Supreme Court. So part of the Build Back Better Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act and the American Rescue Plan funds talk about improvement of broadband throughout the territory. And we're going to put about 20 million, I think, we have in the ARPA funds for broadband. WAPA has a stake in those conduits. Do you have any role in this project insofar as generating revenue from the conduits or anything? It's not in your testimony today, but before, previous leadership, we used to go toe-to-toe. WAPA sat by Mr. Hodge, VINGN sat by Ms. Bryan, and it was a contentious hearing of who couldn't go in whose conduit. So have we rectified our relationship today, and how are we utilizing the conduit? Or the mile or anything? Are you talking to anybody that could help me today? Because you guys are watching me like, whoa. Nobody?
So
I'll
go ahead, Mr.
Let me speak to that real quick. This is Executive Director Andrew Smith. I'll make one quick comment about that and then ask Mr. Bryan and Ms. Sinclair. It looks like they both want to comment. Mr. Adams at VINGN and I have had multiple conversations. In fact, I had lunch with him, I believe it was last week, with the spirit of working collaboratively and understanding kind of what the path forward is for both of us. So certainly from my perspective, we are working on that. And I'll defer to Ms. Sinclair or Ms. Bryan if they want to talk about specifics.
Deanne Sinclair, General Counsel. Just with respect to memorandums of understanding, there are several now with the and as Mr. Smith said, they're all in the spirit of collaborate working. There's shared conduits, there's shared space within the tunneling for the undergrounding. As far as I know, maybe I just missed the previous atmosphere. I know certainly since my time at the authority, there has been a shared future. So constant.
In the designs for the federal projects, we are also including communications conduits for that very MOU that Attorney Sinclair mentioned. So with the broadband infrastructure or any communications entity that wants to go and get that last mile to the customer, because of the MOU, they would have to go through VINGN.
Okay, perfect. And then, just going back, diesel is more expensive than propane and natural gas, right?
Excuse me?
Diesel is more expensive than propane and natural gas?
We cannot make a blank statement like that.
It depends.
It depends, yeah.
Okay. I was going to ask, just try to find a justification for this try business.
Yeah, it depends. So that is the reason why, as we said in the testimony, we want to be able to have tri-fuel to give us a versatility. So depending on which one is less expensive, that's what we run on.
Okay. And then going back to these trailers for the linemen, did we purchase trailers already? that went bad?
I will defer that answer to the,
Mr. Smith, did we
to
purchase?
the lawyer,
Did we purchase
Attorney
trailers?
Sinclair.
Please say your name before you speak. I get some eyes and I need to
Oh,
be.
I'm sorry.
No? Okay. Okay. CEO Smith, can you tell me, did you purchase trailers already for the line crew and we're purchasing trailers again?
Well,
So-
because if,
Go ahead, Attorney Sinclair.
yeah, maybe I could, this actually predated CEO Smith. So the need to relocate the linemen, as I believe it was you that stated earlier, was rather urgent. The authority did scout and find trailers on island that they believe could house the linemen and get them moved quickly. However, the work conducted to the trailer was concerned with respect to the safety of the linemen, and due to that deal had to be negated, and the money was returned to the authority.
So the money was returned to WAPA?
Yes.
So you were not at a loss?
No.
Okay. Senator Biden, you have 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Hodge, I know in your testimony mentioned the water loss because of the age of the pipe. What percentage of water would you say we lose on an annual basis, and what does that equate to in dollars and cents?
On St. Thomas, the water loss is at 10%, and then on St. Croix, we have water loss averaging annually around 40%.
40? 40?
40. And so that equates to opportunity if we could get those leaks and pipes repaired of $3 million per year. And so hence, that's why you see there's a concentration of projects on St. Croix, which are almost all of the projects are water rehabilitation, so that we could replace those leaking pipes, those old pipes, and get the line loss under control on St. Croix.
So once you get the water line loss under control, that $3 million saving, what will you reinvest that money into the water system or other part of the plant?
Yeah, so generally speaking, Senator, we would invest it back into the water system through water line expansion into areas that are unserved.
I'm happy to hear that. And let me ask the rest question to CEO Smith. Let me ask you first of all, I know you're new. Have you met with all the employees? Have you had an opportunity to meet with all the employees thus far?
A large portion of them. I've hosted town halls. I've hosted in-person meetings with the production team of both St. Thomas, St. Croix, the line team on St. Thomas, St. Croix, customer service, finance, and I can go through a long list of others, but I have met with a number of the employees.
Okay, well, so what percentage would you say you have met with? As you said, a large portion. 10, 50, 60,
I'd say
70?
probably closer to 70 to 75.
Okay, and what's the time frame in terms of you looking to meet with the rest of them? With the rest of them?
In the coming 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay, very well. Let me also ask you, what are your top 3 challenges you have seen thus far based on your initial assessment? And what are your top 3 priorities or goals in terms of moving forward for the agency?
Absolutely. Top 3 challenges are, number 1 is tactical execution. It's what Senator asked earlier about line trucks. We don't have enough that work. Jeeps, we don't have enough that run. So it's getting those sorts of things working, having the right safety equipment, the right tools. That's number 1. That is a challenge for us. The second is financial and fuel. And so that's 2 and 3, but they're
2 minutes.
tightly interrelated. We spend a significant amount of money on fuel, so we're addressing that in the short run to try to mitigate the impact that fuel has on us, and then transitioning to renewables, battery storage, and other resources that will structurally lower that cost. So those are the three. Two of those are tightly interrelated.
Before you move on, how are you mitigating the loss with the fuel? How are you going about doing that?
In the short run, we're managing our day-to-day cash, and we are, Mr. Alexander mentioned, operating optimally. In the peak of the Ukraine crisis, when propane pipe prices were spiking, we elected to run units on 2-oil that we had in inventory that we had purchased prior to the price run-up. We ran units on 2-oil over the weekend on both St. Thomas and St. Croix, saving approximately $500,000. Over the weekend. So it's actions like that through the creativity of the teams to address it. We are looking to bring some short-term lease generation online that will also improve our efficiency, as a couple of examples.
Okay, great. I'm happy to hear that. Now, what about your top 3 priorities or goals moving forward?
Number one is to address the daily performance of the utility, and that starts with getting the human resources, our best assets, the resources that they need, the right FR flame retardant clothing, the right tools, the right safety gear, the right training, the right facilities to work out of and stage out of, vehicles working, all of those things. Top priority to get that done. Second priority is to accelerate as quickly as we can actions to address our fuel costs. Short-term lease generation is more efficient, for example. Running what we have more efficiently is a key. And then the third is developing a strategy to start to address the fixed cost of the Water and Power Authority, which are things like our equipment lease expenses, debt service, and those sorts of things.
And lastly, so are you staffed up? Your staffing is up to par? Or you still need other individuals to help you accomplish all of your goals?
We do have some staffing needs. We are in the process of very close to filling those roles. We also have just some, ongoing openings at the Water and Power Authority that we actively work to recruit. But I expect us to be largely staffed within the next 30 to 45 days.
Thank you so much for your responses, Madam Chair. I want to thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bynum. Senator Joseph?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do have a question, and forgive me if this question was asked before. I noted from our previous presenter today, the Housing Finance Authority, that WAPA had received a grant from the HUD CDBG-DR for $95 million, and you were to purchase, and it was used to purchase some generators. One generator?
That is the, excuse me, sorry, I keep forgetting. Vernon Alexander, Director of Project Management, Interim COO. Yeah, that is the first one you see on top there. It was $95 million. That was the grant that was given. Then once all the evaluation and everything was done, the value of the project is about $84 million. So
you didn't expend the full $95 million.
No.
So you had some cost savings?
That's the cost of the project. And in addition, on top of that, there is about a 2% margin that is given for administrative processes, costs.
Yes, which is allowable.
Right. And then, so I think in my last communication with HFA, they reminded me that we still have approximately $5 million that we could utilize for some other project that we deem can fall under the category of hurricane restoration and that kind of thing.
Okay, so we just need to make sure we reconciliate that on our end to assure that your cost was not the $95 million for the generator. It didn't cost.
Right, that's correct.
And how much generation power would that produce? And is it already installed? Is it one of the Watsilas?
Yes, 36 megawatts. Remember, recently we had the arrival of the units on St. Thomas. We had this press release and
I
everything.
remember that, I
Right.
remember, and I remember when I did the visit in the summer, you had indicated that you should be getting them sometime early this year, so they did arrive.
Yeah, they arrived and on last week Monday, or the previous week Monday, they were finally set in place. All the earthquake dampers and everything like that had been installed, so they are finally set in place at the Randolph Harley plant.
Remind me, how many watt cellars did you get?
Four units at 9 megawatts.
4 units at 9 megawatts each.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. I'm happy that you're keeping your timeline, because you did mention that. All right, now, but these on tri-fuel capacity, these are dual fuel.
Dual fuel, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the dual fuel, remind me again what the dual fuel consists of?
Liquid fuel oil and LPG. And it's liquid LPG, not gaseous LPG, not vaporized LPG.
Liquid.
The first 3 are operate on vaporized LPG. These 4 will operate on liquid LPG.
And what's the difference as far as cost? Is there like negligible?
No, they essentially the same thing, because what we pay at WAPA is at the meter, at the VTOL meter. So if at the meter it arrives as liquid, and then it's vaporized to be used in our conventional units, unit number 15, for example. And then the Wattsilas, the first set of Wattsilas use vaporized LPG, but the new ones will use liquid LPG for operation.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Very well. Now I have another question, and it's
1
still
minute.
regarding the whole 95 million, the 5 million that you have remaining. Do you have that yet planned out and what you're going to use it for? Because we don't want to send any money back.
No, ma'am. We have some ideas as to what we want to do with it. It also is also in line with new generation as well, but we haven't come up with a concrete plan at this moment.
It's understood, and you have a little bit of time. You have until 2026.
That's correct.
But don't sit on it. We're spending all the money. Okay, I do have another question, and it's relative to, these are questions I always get from our residents. I don't need to look in. If you covered it in your statement, and I just didn't remember, please help me. Water generation, Mr. Hodge. We have a large amount of people who are constantly calling our office regarding the portable water lines, specifically those. Madam Chair, may I continue, please?
Yes.
Thank you kindly. And so it's the portable water lines specifically in Anna's Retreat and those in Smith Bay. Those 2 areas are contacting my office a number of times to ask, when are the portable water system lines going to be there? I know some areas of Anna's Retreat have been covered. I suspect that the FEMA funding will be used as well, and the HUD funding will be used as well for those portable water lines. Tell me where we are with getting those portable water lines in place.
Yes, Noel Hodge, Chief Operating Officer, Water Systems. So we have the Anna's Retreat water line here in the testimony, and we are pursuing the HUD funding for that.
And this is HUD MIT? Is this HUD
yes,
mitigation?
HUD mitigation.
Okay.
And then likewise, the Smith Bay Friedendall water line is also HUD mitigation. And so we are working with the Housing Finance Authority now. We're going through the environmental assessment phase, and then concurrently, like HUD Housing Finance testified this morning that their action plan should be approved somewhere within the next 2 months. And so we're working is a parallel path. Once we get our environmental assessment approved and they give us the notice to proceed, which we expect somewhere around the end of summer, then we could start spending monies on those 2 water expansion projects in Anna's Retreat and Smith Bay.
Okay, and so it's the implementation plan is what they're waiting on to get. I believe the action plan, they testified and indicated that the action plan was approved, but what they are waiting on to get approval now is the implementation plan. Madam Chair, I don't have any more questions at this time.
You're welcome, Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have a few questions. I would like to get some answers from WAPA. We're talking about all of this water line. When are the people in this territory going to get relief from the rusty water?
Yeah, yes, Senator. So those projects that we mentioned for St. Croix is to replace those old ductile iron pipes which have been in place in some cases as far back as the 40s and the 1950s, to get those replaced with C900 PVC pipes. And so those projects are in the works. We did Frederickstead, we did Christianstead, we completed those two. With our next project, which is going to start in April 11th of next month, is Clifton Hill. That will begin. We have the contractor ready, and then we're moving into Hannah's Rest, Campo
So
Rico.
in short, until this project is done, they're going to get rusty water. What about the island of St. Thomas?
So St. Thomas, we've done a lot more pipe rehabilitation projects. We have coming up 2 projects, one in Mahogany Estate, which is EPA grant funded, and then one in up by Blackbeard's Hill. Those are the 2 next on tap, and we've completed the design, and we're going through that process with DPNR to secure those funds. So those are the 2 projects that we have.
Thank you very much. Now, this is something that's very dear and very concerning. WAPA continues sending out 1099 to its customers. And when they do this, they're saying that they reimburse them when there was disconnecting. And it's not true. They have not been reimbursed. When is this going to stop? And when are the people going to get reimbursed? Because this is happening.
This is Executive Director Andrew Smith. That is something that I know our Treasury Department is looking at, the reimbursement. We do have that I mentioned earlier, critical payments. That is in our critical payments. So it is certainly on the radar. I unfortunately don't have a timeline to answer, to provide to you today, but it is certainly something that we intend to address.
You know, this poses very, very hardship on people when you go to file a W-2, because you're sending them a 1099. And when you send that 1099, it's saying that I reimbursed you, but you have not reimbursed them. This type of practice is wrong. My next question, when does WAPA have intention of paying GRS the funds that is owed?
We are currently in discussions with GERS to address exactly that. We have agreed internally, we've gotten our figures together, and we have those discussions ongoing.
I listened to the line of question of my colleagues, and you said that you met with some 75% of the employees. However, in me speaking to employees and people in the supervisory position, they said they asked you to have a discussion and you told them you didn't have time. And I'm speaking to employees that told me that they tried having a meeting with you to discuss some of the problems in the area that they are working, and they were denied that meeting.
I have not denied any employee meeting, so I'm unaware of the individuals that you're speaking about.
And that's why I asked you to talk to you. That's why I say I want to have a conversation by phone. That's why I've been trying to reach out to you, so that I not believe these employees when I've been trying. Should I not believe them?
Again, I don't know the specific employees that you're referencing, so I can't speak to that. And we certainly, we tried to schedule time with you.
Well, let's talk about me trying to reach out to you with either a phone conversation based on the nature of what the problem was, or a meeting, and the meetings was set for the 28th of March, and I was saying that this is urgent, and I couldn't get a phone call. So should I not believe them?
We did offer you more timely time slots where I was available. So
The 21st of March. And this is unacceptable for me. I want to assure you, I don't quit. I sent an email, as we're speaking here, telling you the name of the company, when they paid the $13,000 in January, and I'm asking for a time frame from you as to when they're going to be connected, because this business is losing money, the government is losing money, and it's unfair. Thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Let's go to page 17 quickly. You and me, CEO Hodge, Mr. Hodge. So you were able to use the Drinking Water Capital Improvement Grant for the rehabilitation and mitigation of projects. I have a feedback. Okay, good. So what's some of those projects that you were able to use that grant for?
For the EPA grant, I mean, I have listed here Clifton Hill, Hannah's Rest, and Campo Rico.
Okay, and you were able to complete?
No.
Or just start some stuff?
No, Clifton Hill is going to start in the next, 3 weeks, April 11th.
And that will be covered by, the full project will be covered by this EPA?
Yes.
Okay. And the other two, right?
Yes, and the other two, Hannah's Rest and Campo Rico, will also be 100% covered. We've completed the Christiansted and Fredericksted.
Okay, what's the time frame when that project starts?
The Hannah's Rest and Campo Rico, we're looking at the fourth quarter of this year. To get those going.
Okay, now let's go to page 18. No, sorry, I take it back. 17. You engage in the Naval Postgraduate School to identify utility vulnerabilities. What does that look like?
Well, they're federally funded, and so they reach out to us to assist us to look at various types of scenarios where there could be damage to a system, let's say like a tsunami, and what the impact would be and what the response would be and what resources would be needed to respond to various types of natural disasters, earthquakes and stuff like that. So we provide information, and then they conduct a analysis and report back to us with recommendations and what we need to do to mitigate against such natural disasters.
Okay, and potable water. Is there any because we talk about a lot of the hurricane funds. Do we have funding that came through any of the pandemic funds to extend potable water in the territory? Is that even part of the American Rescue? Because there's a water component of the American Rescue Plan and the Infrastructure and Jobs. I keep saying it wrong. It's a long name. Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So is there anything, has WAPA, have you been in discussions with like the executive branch and how we could best utilize those federal funds to extend your potable water system?
Yes, there is a component of the American Rescue Plan, the ARPA, for water system projects, and we have been in discussion with the executive branch to we've proposed several projects, water expansion projects for that funding. So we are working with them, with the Office of Management and Budget and the executive office branch to get approval for projects.
Thank you. Is border included in that one, the west end of the island?
Yes, we did propose Bordeaux, expansion to Bordeaux, and so we are, waiting for approval of that project, and so we should hopefully within the next few weeks we could have a decision on that.
Okay, and then Director Actaline, let's go quickly to the FEMA funding. Can you tell me the delay in the damaged vehicles, water distribution, the Sarah Hill Complex main building? A lot of these funding that has not been dispersed. Is that a tranche that we're waiting for? Do we need paperwork? Can you help me to understand why we haven't had any federal funds dispersed for a number of projects on the FEMA side? You following me? Director?
You hear me?
Now, yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. So some of these projects, either the work that has not started, why that there's no drawdown, or there may be packages, or there are packages that are maybe in process. But all of the obligated funds are for work that all of the obligations are available for drawdown.
Okay, so we don't have any delay on that side?
No, the work has to be done, of course, and then WAPA would then put together packages for reimbursements through the Public Assistance Program at my office.
Okay, and then let's go back to composite poles quickly, Mr. Alexander. Our composite poles, I'm seeing them going down. A lot of them are down. I don't know well, Ms. Marsh isn't here, but we have some wooden poles still in the ground next to.
Composite poles?
Is that intentional? Are we circling back?
Yeah, so the ones that you see remaining, and I'm certain you see that they are stubbed. Those are the ones that carry the utility for via. So what happens is we transfer our electric wire, and I think the standing rule is last man off removes the pole. I think that's a jargon. So we remove or transfer our electrical lines, and then if via is left on the pole, then they are responsible to removing the pole once their lines are transferred onto the composite pole.
So this explains why Main Street have wooden poles still?
I don't know about Main Street.
Yes, we did a grant project, a Main Street revitalization, where we took down all of the overhead electrical infrastructure, and there are still some wooden poles because it is communications. The utility can't force, a private entity to remove their overhead infrastructure. Even if we have a federal grant, they don't have a federal grant.
We do a whole beautification of downtown, and then we get some real crackerjack poles just up there, and Crazy Cow Street. Have you seen Crazy Cow Street? This is not your problem. I just vented to the public, hoping that via listening to me, that we beautified our historic district, and then we're going to this side, and then there's this broken thing hanging on, and another pole next to it, and it zigzag across the street. I mean, we have to. So I guess, Director, actually, I'm going to ask you. This is not your job. It's not disaster recovery. I'm just begging a little favor. When you get the utilities in front of you, when you talk about FCC and all of that stuff that includes our communication companies, if you can advocate for them to get their stuff off of the poles, please.
Will do.
And take down the pole too. And I think, Senator, does have anything to add to today? Okay, so our composite pole project is what percentage have we completed so far? Territory-wide.
I had that number here with me. But I know on St. Croix and St. John, we are at 61%. And St. Thomas, I think it's 60%.
Well, will we get the other 40 something, well,
Where
38, 39%.
the projects are due to end in January 2024. So we are doing pretty good on time.
So we're on target.
Excuse me?
We're on target.
Yes, ma'am.
And our payments have been made to Hagland?
For now, yes, but we still have some invoices that they just submitted, so they're not processed yet for payment.
And St. John, are we on target with the undergrounding?
We just had to do an extension of the contract because we encountered some human remains in a certain location there on St. John. I don't remember the name of that location. In the vicinity of the cemetery.
Right near the cemetery. So it seems like the property boundaries for the cemetery weren't clearly delineated when the cemetery was built. So when we were doing the excavations for the duck banks, we've encountered several human remains.
And Water Island is completed and project?
Water Island is complete.
Complete? Okay. I think I have exhausted all of my questions today. Let me go to my little notepad. Oh, then yes, this metering business. What was? Update me quickly. What? Ms. Bryan, just refresh my memory again. The meter, the AMI. What were we looking at? Black and Veatch. The answer was that you have a new company doing the analysis.
We have a RFP that is at the review committee currently with several bidders who will provide an analysis of the entire system and a path forward via the FEMA PW, which is in the realm of about $18 million to replace the system. Previously, WAPA engaged with Black and Veatch for a feasibility study, and they paid $223,535 for that study.
That's the numbers you were to give me, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we paid $223,535 to Black and Veatch for a study that we can't even use.
I wouldn't say that.
Outdated.
Yes, I wouldn't say that we couldn't use it. So we did start implementing some of the recommendations that Black and Veatch had developed in their plan, and we did have an outside third party that was working with us to bring down the meter read rates. But the problem that we were seeing is that the meters just kept failing. So now we have to revamp what the Black and Veatch study did and look further into the engineering aspects of the meters and the communications infrastructure that allows you to get that automatic reading and collections.
Okay, Senator Joseph, and then we'll conclude.
Hello, thank you. Ms. Bryan, you mentioned about a PW. Is that for the AMI? Is that on this spreadsheet? I'm trying to find it. Because I don't see it on for FEMA funding, any PW for the AMI here. Maybe I'm missing it. These letters are a little tiny.
Look on page 3.
85? Is it 85? I'm trying to make sure that I have the right number for the PW. It's PW 158.
Look on page 3 of that.
I see it.
Cmte.
WAPA Advanced, okay, I see it. And this is just for St. Thomas, nothing for St. Croix
No, it's the entire territory automatic meter reading infrastructure.
Because I only see St. Thomas, at least on this one. And it's to the tune of, you already gotten the federal share obligated. It's to the tune of $18.5 million. And you've already started to spend down some of that money by $5.8 million. But that's only St. Thomas. That's only saying for the island of St. Thomas. I didn't see.
The 18 million is for the entire territory. I'm not sure if maybe that is a typographical error,
Okay.
but we have been doing work throughout the territory.
Okay, so that's for the whole territory, St. Thomas, St. Croix, and Water Island. And St. John. Okay, thank you so much.
Okie dokie. I think we finished 5 minutes after the time that we allotted to, but we did say 5 o'clock, so I think we were on target today. Today was a robust discussion on so many pressing issues. I look forward to the Committee on Government Ops bringing you back in so we could talk about the other issues or the other concerns that were on the financial side, the leases, staffing, personnel, and things that billing, customer service. Today was not the day for that. Today was disaster recovery, to figure out where you are in your projects, to ask questions, because we do appreciate the work that you do. Of course, most times you come before us and you're chided a lot. But we know that you live among us and you work hard. And I had to call Miss Ashley after hours last Friday, and she responded. So I know that you guys are working. We just have some concerns in the other areas that are not pertinent to you. So we'll address those. But on behalf of the committee and myself, I want to thank you for appearing today and responding to the questions as best as you could and being knowledgeable in your subject areas. You don't hear it often enough, so thank you for your service. At this time,
Thanks for the opportunity.
At this time, CEO Andrew, I'll allow you some time for closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator Soreau. This is Executive Director Andrew Smith. Again, I'd like to thank the Center for the opportunity to appear and the committee for the opportunity to appear. We look forward to working with the body going forward. As you mentioned, we're all members of the community. I own a home here. I'm a Virgin Island resident. I am a WAPA customer, and I'm here because I believe that we have a lot of opportunity in front of us, and I look forward to going out and pursuing that with a very strong team that we have in place. So thank you for the time today.
You're welcome, Director Williams Octaline.
Hi, again, thank you for another well-informative, robust discussions on recovery and keeping it in focus. I want to also thank the Water and Power Authority for their continued collaboration as well. This, again, power, energy is a real critical conversation for the Virgin Islands. So we'll continue to build a legacy of resilience and work collaboratively to make the recovery move forward. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you for that. This weekend we have a weekend. The next 2 weekends we have, we should be in mourning a little bit, the institution, I think, but I want you guys to keep Miss Deanne Wells Henderson and her family in your prayers as she's laying her father to rest tomorrow. We have Miss Sherry Carty, who's on staff. She's laying her dad to rest tomorrow. And then we have Keandre Thomas on our staff. He's laying his grandfather to rest, Mr. Gravy Francis, next week, Saturday, so Friday. So I know that, we went from hurricanes to pandemic to death after death. And we are not okay. A lot of us are not okay in this territory. So I know that when you show up here and you give your all, you're working amid some difficult circumstances. So we do appreciate your service and doing what you do. So thank you again. Thank you to my committee members for staying all day. Thank you to Central Staff, to media. Thank you to our stenographers, our communications division, to our security, sergeants of arms, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to listening and viewing audience. Thank you to my staff. I am because they are. So the Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure is hereby adjourned.
Aye.